Chapter 26-28, True Grade emerges. Holy Sun defeated. A storm arises. Chapter 26-28, True Grade emerges. Holy Sun defeated. A storm arises. Kang Yongning was indeed an opponent worthy of respect. This was Kang Yongning's most difficult battle. So how was it also not Yi Yuan's most difficult battle? Although this guy was haughty, one had to admit, he was absolutely an alchemy path genius. In alchemy, Yi Yuan had never been unduly humble, he knew that he himself was a peerless genius. But Kang Yongning was no less inferior to him from any angle. This guy was remarkable. But that was also more worthy of victory. This battle, the harvest that Yi Yuan obtained was inestimable. 3 months of fierce fighting had stimulated all the potential in his body. If he still could not break through like this, then Yi Yuan would also be too much of a failure. In reality, what was hard was not refining true grade. The truly difficult thing was refining true grade under the suppression of your opponent. That needed your strength to truly overwhelm your opponent. After 3 months of fierce fighting, Yi Yuan's and Kang Yongning's improvements were tremendous. It was just that, the two of their suppression on their opponents, kept maintaining the results at 9th grade perfection, that was all. If Kang Yongning refined a pill by himself now, the chances of refining true grade would likely greatly increase. Actually, during the 26th match, Yi Yuan already felt that he had broken through. And all the way until now, the two had already fought 47 matches. Only then did Yi Yuan completely suppress Kang Yongning in terms of strength and bring down the Tao rule. Of course, these were all internal. Only Yi Yuan himself knew about it. Even Kang Yongning himself did not detect it either. Therefore, he thought that this Tao rule was attracted by him. The entire process was like boiling the frog slowly in warm water. By the time the frog realized the truth, he could not jump out anymore. Shock and disbelief were written all over Kang Yongning's face. You. This is impossible. This isn't possible. He had never had such a setback in alchemy before. After 3 months of fierce fighting, he was actually surpassed said by Yi Yuan in all aspects. This sort of thing should not have happened in his understanding. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and fired a stream of divine essence into the medicine cauldron. Buzz. The moment the medicine cauldron opened, an aura of great Tao instantly spread out. A crystal-like medicinal pill flew onto Yi Yuan's palm quietly. There was no dazzling brilliance of a 9th grade golden pill and also no medicinal fragrance that greeted the nose. There was nothing other than the simple and unadorned of returning to one's original simplicity. That was a crystal. It looked just like an ordinary glass ball. But it gave people an extraordinary feeling at a glance. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink's eyes turned sharp as he said, "Great Tao unembellished, returning to one's original simplicity. It's indeed true grade. If this boy isn't eliminated, he'll surely be my Pill Alliance's mortal calamity." Xiao Feibai nodded slightly, his figure HI plusing and disappearing on the spot. True grade Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, it suspended on Yi Yuan's palm quietly just like that. After Kang Yongning saw it, his expression could not help changing greatly, his eyes full of horror. True grade. It was really true grade. He was defeated. It's also my first time refining this. Since you're the Pill Alliance's Holy Sun, you should be able to tell whether it's true grade or not, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile. He was not afraid of Kang Yongning lying. Even if Kang Yongning lied, Heavenly Tao would not lie. The two of them swore an origin divinity curse to Heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether or not Kang Yongning admitted it, Heavenly Tao would judge it by itself. Kang Yongning's expression was ashen, and his lips turned purple. Suddenly, he raised his head to the sky and gave a long howl, and fell down in pain. The origin divinity curse erupted. Heavenly Tao backlash was immensely painful. And this scene also confirmed that the heavenly pill in Yi Yuan's hand was indeed true grade. True grade heavenly pill, it showed its true face in front of the world for the first time. This is a true grade heavenly pill. It's pure like white snow. Too incredible. Really too impressive. The spring of us ascenders is finally coming. Master Yi is mighty. Master Yi is mighty. No one paid attention to the loser. The ascenders present were all cheering joyfully. In the royal palace, Feng Shuani almost jumped up. He had an excited face as he said, "True grade. It's really true grade. This guy really did it. Ha ha ha." After the other 4 great sect masters' shock, they were also extremely envious when they saw Feng Shuani's appearance. But sadly, Yi Yuan was born in the martial secure heavenly sect. If he was born in their sect, how great would that be? Although the Pill Pavilion would not restrict the background of the disciples, as martial secure heavenly sect's subsidiary force, the benefits obtained by the sect were self-evident. Quickly go to the scene. The more commotion it is at this time, the more careful we have to be, Yang Jie suddenly said. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly put away their excitement and rushed to Cloud Leisure establishment. The entire Cloud Arch Great Nation was seething with excitement. All of the ascenders were cheering joyfully. Yi Yuan's victory was not just his own victory, it was also the victory of ascenders. His victory would usher in a new era and bring glad tidings to ascenders. In a sense, the significance of Yi Yuan's victory even surpassed said Shui Bufan. The cheers even drowned out Kang Yongning's painful groans. Amidst these cheers, Kang Yongning's voice gradually weakened and finally quietened. An alchemy genius of his generation fell here. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, I indeed didn't misjudge you. You vented my martial secure heavenly sect's frustration for the past 20 years. Amidst the loud laugh, Luo Yunqing headed straight for Yi Yuan. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. In the crowd, several dozen piercing cold killing intent suddenly lit up. All of a sudden, corpses flew about randomly around Yi Yuan. At the same time, there were actually several dozen figures that charged towards him. Each one of them, their strengths were so powerful that it was suffocating the people around them. Jade Sovereign Heaven. Dozens of Jade Sovereign Heavens. Yes, dozens of people more than the sins arranged by the Pill Alliance. The ones who wanted Yi Yuan dead were not just like Pill Alliance. The other 4 great heavenly regions' heavenly sects did not want Yi Yuan to live either. The sensation caused by this matter was seriously far too great. It was naturally impossible for the 4 great heavenly regions to stay aloof from the affair. The rise of the Pill Pavilion did not just threaten the interests of the Pill Alliance, there was even the safety of the 4 great heavenly regions. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die. Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, immediately feeling his scalp tingle. In just an instant, he felt it. 31 people. 31 Jade Sovereign Heavens. In order to kill a greater sublime heavenly stratum, 31 Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratums were dispatched at once. The Pill Alliance really put down the blood capital. However, he did not have time to think too much either. His entire person immediately turned into a sharp sword and rushed toward Yi Yuan. At this moment, he only had one thought: to protect Yi Yuan from dying. Even if he died, Yi Yuan could not die. The significance of Yi Yuan's existence was too great. But he just moved, and Uncle Wen moved already. Uncle Wen, Kang Yongning's follower, was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse too. Furthermore, his strength was only stronger and not weaker than Luo Yunqing. Get lost. Luo Yunqing's eyes turned bloodshot from anger and he roared furiously. Uncle Wen was expressionless and said with indifference, "Give up. Even if immortals come today, they can't save Yi Yuan either. He must die." Bang, bang, bang. In virtually an instant, Uncle Wen and Luo Yunqing exchanged more than 10 moves. But Luo Yunqing could not shake Uncle Wen off. And those 31 Jade Sovereign Heavens already rushed over. Yi Yuan was in grave danger. Chapter 26-29, 100 Poison Formation. Chapter 26-29, 100 Poison Formation. Audacious fellow. To dare cause trouble on my Shangyu Heavenly Sect's territory, deserves to be killed. A stern yell came from above the void. It was Ling Wancheng. The 5 great sect masters rushed over at the same time. The Pill Alliance made thorough preparations. So how could the 5 great heavenly sects be amateurs? The 5 great sect masters moving out at the same time, how shocking was the commotion. And right at this time, an Astonis Hi-plusing sword rose to the sky, flying straight for the 5 great sect masters. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being greatly shocked. Who was this? To actually dare make a move against the 5 great sect masters with his strength alone? Who could this person be if not Xiao Feibai? In a single breath, Xiao Feibai clashed with the 5 great sect masters. In a blink, Xiao Feibai and the 5 great sect masters exchanged more than 100 moves. The 5 great sect masters were actually unable to free themselves for some time. It had long already fallen into a mess in front of Cloud Leisure Establishment. The 5 great heavenly sects' Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses also moved out in full force at this time. It was just that their reaction was clearly not as fast as the Pill Alliance and other factions. Even though they made a move, they could only hinder a dozen over people. There were still nearly 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens who rushed in front of Yi Yuan. When Feng Shuani saw this scene, his heart could not help palpitating, thinking inwardly that it was over. With Yi Yuan's bit of strength, how could there be any fluke under the joint killing of 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens? The nearest one was less than 200 feet away from Yi Yuan. This bit of distance was but a single breath to a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. From the start until now, Yi Yuan did not even move a muscle, looking like he was scared silly. When that Jade Sovereign Heaven saw this scene, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Personally killing a genius who could defeat Holy Sun was a great sense of accomplishment. When the Huangfu Cloudthink on the watchtower saw this scene, a hint of smile similarly flashed across the corners of his mouth and he said, "No matter how monstrous the genius, it's also useless if he's dead. Boy, you showed too much of your ability." But very soon, the smile on his face froze. Those dozen over people Hi plussing towards Yi Yuan actually stopped at the same time, and Yi Yuan's figure also floated out from under the siege of more than a dozen people unhurriedly. An expression of shock appeared on Huangfu Cloudthink's face and he muttered, "This. What's going on here?" Suddenly, his gaze turned intent. He saw that wafts of hot steam actually emerged on top of those Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses' heads. Seeing this scene, how could Huangfu Cloudthink still not understand what had happened? Used poison? A greater sublime heavenly stratum. What kind of poison did he use to be able to affect 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time? Huangfu Cloudthink's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice. This scene similarly landed in the eyes of Feng Shuani, Luo Yunqing, and the rest. Seeing Yi Yuan succeed in breaking out of the encirclement, their minds could not help quivering. This boy had such shocking moves. Facing the besiegement of nearly 20 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, he could actually escape safe and sound. Seeing Yi Yuan float out unhurriedly, the faces of those Jade Sovereign Heavens all revealed indignant expressions. Not that they did not want to kill, but that they were strong in will, but lacking in strength. Although this poison was not lethal, it severely affected their movements. Especially one of the poisons, it even had a numbing effect. That Jade Sovereign Heaven who charged right at the front had a baleful look on his face. Just earlier, he suddenly discovered that he was poisoned. Furthermore, he got hit by many poisons. He suddenly discovered that he actually got caught in a poison formation. Roughly calculating, he was actually hit by 100 kinds of poison. Furthermore, the effects of these poisons were different from each other. Some targeted the meridians, some targeted the divine essence, some even targeted the origin divinity. With 100 types of poisons superimposed together, it actually made his bodily functions temporarily fall into paralysis, just like a machine that suddenly jammed. This guy was clearly right under his nose, but he was unable to take action. Damn it. These Jade Sovereign Heavens did not dare to dawdle, expelling the poison on the spot. There were many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses of the 5 great heavenly sects lying in wait on every side. Getting poisoned at this time, even if it was just getting poisoned a little, it would be fatal. Sure enough, right at this time, the 5 great heavenly sects' Jade Sovereign Heavens arrived. The last 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens at the back were directly hacked to death. Just this tiny bit of delay, those Jade Sovereign Heaven sins all fell into Par-S siveness. And Yi Yuan also directly floated to the safe area. Ha ha ha, terrific lad, indeed you didn't let me down. Yi Yuan, wait a moment, This sect master will be there right away. When Feng Shuani saw Yi Yuan escape with his life, he could not resist letting out a loud laugh and said to the other 4 great sect masters, "I'll leave this guy to you all, I'm going to protect Yi Yuan. Go on." Yang Jie answered. No matter how strong Xiao Feibai was, it was also impossible to tie down 5 great sect masters at the same time. His appearance earlier was just in order to buy a little time for the people below. Now that the plan fell through, with 4 great sect masters pinning him down, it was enough. Feng Shuani forced Xiao Feibai back with one move, his figure flying toward Yi Yuan like an arrow that left the bowstring. Xiao Feibai still had a frosty expression, but during the fierce battle, his brows furrowed slightly. He knew that the plan failed. However, Xiao Feibai's strength still shocked the 5 great sect masters. Facing the siege of 5 great sect masters, Xiao Feibai could actually hold out for so long. This level of strength was simply astonishing. Hi+ing. The 5 great sect masters knew in their hearts that Xiao Feibai's strength was not beneath any of theirs. "Just who is your esteemed self?" Yang Jie asked. Xiao Feibai's hand movements did not slow as he said coolly, "Pill Alliance's Heavenly Martial Hall, Xiao Feibai. This battle today, the name of the 5 great sect masters indeed lives up to the reputation. Unfortunately, I can't battle to my heart's content. In the future, this Xiao will naturally seek guidance from the 5 of you. Farewell." Sword intent surged on Xiao Feibai's body, and he suddenly slashed out with a sword. This sword was amazing to the extreme. When the Luo Yunqing who was currently in a fierce battle felt this sword intent, his expression immediately changed wildly. His gaze revealed a strong battle intent. Xiao Feibai's sword shocked him immensely. Too strong. Talented people indeed remained in concealment in the Pill Alliance. Repelling the 4 great sect masters with a sword, Xiao Feibai's figure moved, disappearing from the sky. "Withdraw." At the same time, he even left behind a word. The Pill Alliance's powerhouses knew that this matter already could not go through and retreated one after another. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink frowned and said, "100 poison formation. I didn't expect that this boy's poison path can actually reach such a level. What a formidable boy." Finished saying, Huangfu Cloudthink's figure flashed, disappearing. Looking at Xiao Feibai's distant figure, the 4 great sect masters had solemn faces. "I didn't expect that the Pill Alliance actually has such a formidable expert. His strength is likely not beneath any of us." Hua Zio exclaimed with a sigh. "Hehe, no need to put feathers in your own cap. In a one-on-one, we might not be his match," Yang Jie said with a cold smile. Hua Zio's expression choked, but he did not refute as well. He knew that what Yang Jie said was the truth. This Xiao Feibai's strength was extremely strong. Ling Wancheng sighed and said, "This Pill Alliance has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Within a short 2 months, they could mobilize so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Most likely, their strength far exceeds our imagination. This faction is even more terrifying than we imagined." Yang Jie nodded slightly and said, "Our 5 sects can't be in a state of disunity anymore. At this rate, the dominion that Lord Zhuo Bufan won over will be lost by us eventually." Chapter 2630, Dispute. Chapter 2630, Dispute. In Shangyu Heavenly Sect's main hall, the 5 great sect masters were seated according to guest and host. The 6th seat was Yi Yuan. Even many highly qualified Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were positioned below Yi Yuan too. It could be seen what kind of height this battle made Yi Yuan's status reach. Becoming famous across the land with one battle, Yi Yuan and Kang Yongning's alchemy battle subverted the world's understanding of alchemy, including these sect elders present. Only now did they know that there was even true grade above 9th grade. It turned out that affinity was not set in stone. Only then did they know how deep the Pill Alliance's foundation was. In reality, after this battle, the 5 great sect masters' dread toward the Pill Alliance grew deeper. What kind of terrifying powerhouses could such a powerful alchemy path faction groom? Xiao Feibai was merely one of them. "Gentlemen, for so many years, we've been frogs at the bottom of a well. The strength that the Pill Alliance exhibited this time astonishes this sect master greatly. Not just their alchemy path strength, but also martial path strength. Yang Jie's gaze swept across everyone's faces, his words full of solemnness. Xiao Feibai's appearance gave the 5 great sect masters tremendous pressure. When Ling Wanqing heard that, he also followed up, "The strength of that man with a cold expression is only more and not less compared to the 5 of us. The sensation that this alchemy battle caused is too sudden. Most likely, the Pill Alliance is caught off guard too. But, just judging from the strength that they displayed this time, the Pill Alliance's strength is unfathomable." Yang Jie nodded slightly and said, "The Pill Alliance rose after Lord Shuo went missing. This faction is very mysterious. It rarely shows its strength in front of others. All along, we only know that the heavenly alchemists that come from the Pill Alliance are very strong, but only all the way until today do we know that they are not just strong, but strong beyond our imagination. With their alchemy path strength, they can completely create a batch of martial Dao army whose strength doesn't lose to us ascenders." Feng Shuani nodded and said, "The Pill Alliance boycotting my martial secure heavenly sect this time, it has likely been premeditated for a long time. They should have felt that their account-mulated strength is already sufficient to go from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. They boycotted my martial secure heavenly sect in order to awe the world and reveal its strength. It's just that they didn't expect that my martial secure heavenly sect produced a Yi Yuan, completely disrupting their plans." The words of the few great sect masters made the expressions of the various sects' elders become very solemn. Clearly, they felt tremendous pressure too. In the Pill Alliance, the vast majority were native powerhouses. And native powerhouses and ascenders were naturally 2 camps that had clear distinctions between each other. Even wanting to fish in troubled waters was very, very difficult. Therefore, the Pill Alliance's existence was like a sharp sword, suspending high above their heads. Yang Jie said, "Presently, our 5 light heavenly region has already made a clean break with the Pill Alliance. Our 5 sect masters have already decided that from now on, our 5 sects will work together to completely eliminate the Pill Alliance's forces." The elders trembled all over. Many people's faces revealed looks of hesitation. A white-browed elder said with a frown, "Sect Master Yang, this matter is likely inappropriate, right? Completely breaking away from the Pill Alliance, the disciples are still fine, but how will we, these Jade Sovereign heavenly stratums, cultivate in the future?" Although the 5 great sect masters already reached a consensus on this matter. But within each sect, it was also not harmonious. Those who took issue with it were not in a minority. In reality, with regards to the operation this time, each sect had many elders who objected to it in the first place. Otherwise, how could it be the Pill Alliance and other sects' turn to act wildly in the 5 light heavenly regions territory? The various sect elders that came to Cloudarch Great Nation this time were just a few. At this time, another elder spoke up and said, "5 sect masters, just a holy son of the Pill Alliance already has such formidable strength. Then what kind of realm would the alchemy Dao of the leader of the Pill Alliance reach? Yi Yuan's talent and strength are indeed very strong, but can he refine grade 4 heavenly pills? Our 5 sects added together currently only has Chu Yang and Dong Rui, 2 grade 4 heavenly alchemists too. Can the Pill Pavilion take out grade 4 heavenly pills to support our 5 great heavenly sects' Jade Sovereign Heavens? No matter how strong Yi Yuan is, he's also merely on the same level as the Pill Alliance's holy son. He isn't Lord Shuo Bufan and can't support us ascenders. It's all this brat's fault. If not for him, we also wouldn't have ended up in this situation with the Pill Alliance." Yang Jie's suggestion was strongly opposed by many elders. Although these people were not the leaders of a sect, they had a great say in the sect. The weight of the words that they said was very heavy. Although the sect master was strong, it was also impossible to cover the sky with one hand in such a large sect. Therefore, there was an alliance this time. Hearing these elders' righteous objections, the 5 great sect masters all furrowed their brows tightly. Being able to become sect masters, their horizons and courage were not what these elders could compare to. Perhaps the 5 great heavenly sects each had their own interests. But on major issues of principle, the 5 people were surprisingly unanimous. Witnessing the Pill Alliance's might, the 5 people all deeply realized that they could no longer do things independently. If the 5 great heavenly sects still did not band up, The crisis of the five-light heavenly region would probably be arriving soon. But these elders clearly could not see this. In their view, immediate interests were more important. What interests? Heavenly pills. Grade 4 heavenly pills, high-quality Grade 4 heavenly pills, only the Pill Alliance could provide them. Therefore, they did not want to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Pill Alliance. Each and every one of these elders' blood boiled with indignation, but the spearhead of the words gradually pointed toward Yi Yuan. The fiercest one was the white-browed elder. He was the myriad manifestation heavenly sect's second elder, Duan Yongchun. Do as I say, take Yi Yuan down and send him to the Pill Alliance to make amends and appease their wrath. Duan Yongchun said. Enough. Feng Shuani seriously could not listen anymore. He berated angrily and said, Duan Yongchun, use your brain to think properly. Do you really think that the Pill Alliance is a charity? They are actually using heavenly pills to control the entire Rainclear continent. Duan Yongchun sneered and said, this Duan's words, if Sect Master Feng doesn't like to hear it, forget it. But, these words are overly exaggerating things to raise an alarm. The Rainclear continent is so big, how can it be what a Pill Alliance can control? Feng Shuani still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan suddenly stood up. The 5 great sect masters were taken aback, not knowing what he was going to do. Yi Yuan slowly walked towards Duan Yongchun, but the latter was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, What? Master Yi is going to denounce this Duan publicly for some crimes? Fool. Yi Yuan spat out a word indifferently. Duan Yongchuan's gaze turned sullen and he said in a cold voice, What did you say? Yi Yuan said coolly, I said, fool. Everyone present, you are all fools. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the various sects' elders changed one after another. Boy. A measly little greater sublime heavenly stratum actually dares to insult us, deserves to die. Who the I do you think you are, to actually dare utter wild ravings? Do you really think that this elder doesn't dare to do anything to you? Sect Master Feng, does your marshal secure heavenly sect discipline disciples like this? The elders were furious and scolded Yi Yuan angrily one after another. Yi Yuan just smiled indifferently and said, Sorry, I'm not a disciple. This Yi is marshal secure heavenly sect's elder, my status being equivalent to everyone. So, what's wrong with scolding you fools? Chapter 2631, Proof. Chapter 2631, Proof. Duan Yongchuan's gaze turned dark, and he looked toward Feng Shuani and said, Sect Master Feng, don't blame me for not giving you face. If your marshal secure heavenly sect doesn't give this elder an explanation today, don't blame this Duan for not being courteous. While talking, Duan Yongchuan's aura suddenly erupted, looking toward Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression. Feng Shuani's expression changed, he knew that Duan Yongchun really got angry. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, An idiot like you, don't know how you became an elder. You want an explanation? Fine, I'll explain it to you. Wu Chengqiao, come in. Yi Yuan's voice Pares said right through the great hall. Very soon, Wu Chengqiao came in. Wu Chengqiao was just a sect protector. He did not have the qualifications to take part in this level of alliance meeting. However, Yi Yuan specially summoned him over. Seeing Wu Chengqiao, everyone was very puzzled. Wu Chengqiao pays respect to the sect masters and elders. Facing so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, Wu Chengqiao's expression was somewhat pale. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of you calling a sect protector here? Duan Yongchun said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan ignored him, turned to Chu Yang, and said, Elder Chu, are you interested in fighting a match with our martial secure heavenly sect's grade 3 heavenly alchemist? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, obviously a little surprised. He was Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's Elder and also Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's one and only Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. He naturally had the qualifications to be here. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had him compete in alchemy with a martial secure Heavenly Sect protector. If it was Yi Yuan taking action, he would naturally directly surrender. But, against a puny little Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist, he did not take him seriously. Chu Yang smiled and said, Looks like Elder Yi feels that this old man isn't his match. Yi Yuan was not reserved either, nodding as he said coolly, "That's right. Wu Chengqiao was single-handedly trained by me. You're not his match." Murmur. There was an uproar in the great hall. This boy was also too not low profile. Did you think that everyone was a genius like you? Yi Yuan had not entered the sect for a long time either. It was merely a short 10 years. Considering this period, he was not in the sect for a very long time. Yi Yuan casually taught Wu Chengqiao, and then he could deal with Elder Chu Yang? Highly boastful. Ha ha ha. It's hilarious. Yi Yuan, is it possible that you saw that the current atmosphere was very depressing and are deliberately trying to diffuse the tense? When Duan Yongchun heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said coolly, "Elder Duan, when I competed in alchemy with the Pill Alliance's holy son, I signed an origin divinity curse. Why don't you try it too?" Duan Yongchuan's expression changed, and he immediately shut up. Although he did not feel that Wu Chengqiao could win in his heart, but agreeing to an origin divinity curse because of this sort of thing, he would be pretty much insane. Seeing Duan Yongchuan's expression, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "If you don't dare, shut up. Elder Duan, no one will treat you as a mute. You." Duan Yongchun choked up until he could not speak. Chu Yang looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not understanding where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. He naturally knew about Wu Chengqiao. The 5 great heavenly sects only had few famous heavenly alchemists. Even so, who did not know the others? No matter how terrible Wu Chengqiao was, he was, at any rate, a grade 3 heavenly alchemist too. He could barely manage to enter Chu Yang's sights. It was just that in his view, Wu Chengqiao's strength was very average. In fact, he belonged to the low end among the 5 great heavenly sects' grade 3 heavenly alchemists. Such a guy was casually trained by Yi Yuan for a few dozen years and he could defeat him? He did not believe it. Since Elder Yi has this intention, fine then. What's the harm in this old man taking action once? Chu Yang said. Actually, Chu Yang admired Yi Yuan very much. An ascender whose affinity was only 1 point being able to reach this point, it was simply outrageous to hear. Chu Yang's affinity was very high. That was how he could reach the realm of grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Yi Yuan's appearance could be said to be a milestone figure to ascender heavenly alchemists. If there was an opportunity, he would naturally be willing to ask Yi Yuan for advice or two. As for why Yi Yuan was so strong, as a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, Chu Yang naturally wanted to know very much. Therefore, he gave Yi Yuan some face. This. Yi Yuan, can Wu Chengqiao do it? Feng Shuani pulled Yi Yuan to one side and could not resist asking. He also did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly pull an unusual move, to actually make Wu Chengqiao go against Chu Yang. He had confidence in Yi Yuan, but Wu Chengqiao, he really did not have much confidence. One had to know, these few years, martial secure heavenly sects' heavenly medicines were scarce. Wu Chengqiao did not have that many heavenly medicines to practice as well. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Sect Master rest assured, Yi Yuan won't mess around." Wu Chengqiao's current strength is definitely above Chu Yang's. Although Yi Yuan said it with certainty, Feng Shuani was still not confident. When this scene landed in Duan Yongchuan's eyes, there naturally could not dispense with a bout of cold sneers. If Wu Chengqiao won, then things could naturally be discussed. But if Wu Chengqiao lost, this matter could be seized on to make an issue out of it. In his view, the Pill Alliance was not very aggressive and would not take part in the 5 great heavenly regions struggles. How could an alchemy faction have such great ambitions? The main hall was very large. The alchemy battle venue was in the center of the main hall. All of the elders could see the 2 people compete in alchemy clearly. Chu Yang's strength naturally went without saying. When grade 4 heavenly alchemist was put out there, no matter how weak he could not be that weak. Rather, it was Wu Chengqiao, no one was optimistic about him at all. These 2 people's alchemy battle was not as earth-shaking as Yi Yuan and Holy Sun. It could be said that it was all within the scope of mortals. Therefore, until that moment when the medicinal pill's quality came out, there was no way to tell who was stronger. After several hours, the 2 people's grade 3 heavenly pills came out of the furnace respectively. The Heavenly Pill was chosen by Yi Yuan, Grade 3 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. When Chu Yang's Heavenly Pill was put on the Cloud Mount Motherstone, the scale reached upper 7th grade very quickly. This result naturally attracted a series of exclamations. Haha, good, indeed well deserving of being Master Chu Yang, his skills are extraordinary. A Grade 3 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill being able to reach upper 7th grade, it already exceeded the limits of a Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist. Hehe, I don't believe that he, Wu Chengchao, can reach 8th grade. When many elders saw this result, they all had gloating faces. Clearly, Wu Chengchao's Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill did not reach 9th grade. Then, only by reaching 8th grade, could he suppress Chu Yang. This was virtually impossible to a Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist. Actually, Wu Chengchao himself was also not confident. In the past 20 years, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect did not have sufficient Grade 3 heavenly medicines for him to practice at all. But, he did not spend his days in a muddle-headed manner. These 20 years, he used even more time to study Grade 2 Heavenly Pills and Grade 1 Heavenly Pills. These methods were all taught to him by Yi Yuan. Wu Chengchao did not feel resentment because Yi Yuan made use of him. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Yi Yuan. Because he could see his own improvement in alchemy path strength. With a fluid turd feeling, Wu Chengchao moved his own Grade 3 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill onto the Cloud Mount Motherstone. The scale skyrocketed. The moment when the scale stopped, the entire hall cried out in exclamation. Middle 8th grade. How is this possible? Based on Wu Chengchao's strength, he can actually cultivate the Grade 3 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill to middle 8th grade. Duan Yongcheng cried out strangely with a look of disbelief. Chapter 2632, Convincing. Chapter 2632, Convincing. A salted fish had a day where it gained a new lease on life too. Even Wu Chengchao himself also did not dare to believe this result in front of him. Look at the surprised expression on his face and one would understand. When did I become so strong? Wu Chengchao looked at his own 2 hands as he said with a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's not that you're strong, but that they are too weak. Your current strength is not even as good as those establishment lords that I challenge. Hearing this, Chu Yang's old face could not help turning red, immediately feeling a little angry from embarrassment. But, on second thought, what Yi Yuan said was the truth too. Compared to the likes of Yi Yuan and Kang Yongning, he was really far too lacking. One had to know, he was already a Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, but he was not as good as a Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist in refining Grade 2 Heavenly Pills. The difference in between was not just an iota. Yi Yuan looked at Duan Yongchun and said with a cold smile, Elder Duan, don't know if you're satisfied with this explanation or not. Duan Yongchun's face turned black and he said with a cold snort, what can this explain? Yi Yuan smiled and said, can't even tell from this, that's why I called you stupid. You. Duan Yongchun nearly lost it. Yi Yuan ignored him, but had a serious expression as he said in a solemn voice, calling everyone stupid might sound a little nasty, but this is how things stand. One sentence made the expressions of these elders become even uglier. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all and continued, why does the Pill Alliance sell medicinal pills to you all, but also cherish their heavenly medicine techniques? If not for the Holy Sun making a move, you all, these Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, probably won't even know that there's true grade, right? Use your brain slightly to think and you'll also know that there are malicious motives being covered up here. The hostility between native powerhouses and ascenders has been long-standing. If Shui Bufan had the same thought as you guys back then, pinning hopes on that native powerhouses will coexist in peace with you all, then there also wouldn't be today's 5 Light Heavenly region anymore. Or is it that you all have ascended for too long and already take yourselves to be a native faction? It's just that, you take yourselves to be a native faction, but do others treat you as their own people? Yi Yuan's words were naturally filled with ridicule. The words were harsh, but the logic was not wrong. Got to admit, these people indeed had this kind of mentality that was making mischief. They naturally would not think that they were native powerhouses. But the long period of peace had ground away their spirit. They were already not those ascenders back then long ago. There were reasons why ascenders were powerful. Firstly, it was because their road toward their present status was filled with trials and tribulations. Secondly, it was because of the rain-clear continent's environment. The 5 great heavenly regions were extremely hostile towards ascenders. This also left ascenders no choice but to rise up in resistance. But Shua Bufan won over a great heavenly region and let ascenders have a place to rest. Hence, people started living a peaceful life after achieving some small accomplishments, feeling satisfied and content. It was also precisely because of this mentality that propagated the attitudes of the likes of Du and Yong Chun. What's most laughable is that the 5 great heavenly sects are of the same breath and branch. In the end, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was boycotted by the Pill Alliance. There was actually not one sect that lent a helping hand. It seemed like the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect getting destroyed will give you all a great deal of benefit. Have you guys thought before that the Pill Alliance wants to crumble the 5 great heavenly sects through precisely this kind of means? Today, it's the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. Tomorrow, will it be your Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect? These words made the faces of the 4 sects' sect masters become unnatural. They only made up their minds to fall out with the Pill Alliance because of Yi Yuan's rise too. If not for this, they really would not have been able to make up their minds. Prior to this, they indeed had the thought of protecting personal interest and staying out of trouble. But Yi Yuan and Kang Yongning's alchemy battle directly swept them in and forced them to break away from the Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he continued, "That's right. Breaking away from the Pill Alliance now will indeed have a pain period for a while. But if we don't experience this period of pain, ascenders will never be able to lift our heads up. Yes, my current strength is indeed inferior to the chief of the Pill Alliance. But how can you dare say with certainty that I'll be inferior to him in the future? If the Holy Sun came into being, can you imagine that there would be an ascender heavenly alchemist to defeat him? As for grade 4 heavenly alchemists, this isn't a problem at all. You guys have seen Wu Chengchao's strength too. I have the confidence to let him reach the realm of grade 4 within 10 years. Moreover, we still have Chu Yang and Dong Rui, the 2 elders. Their realm is already there. It's just that their foundation isn't stable. As long as they join the Pill Pavilion, this Yi dares to guarantee to let them take out heavenly pills that won't lose to the Pill Alliance within 30 years. These words made the 5 great sect masters shudder all over. What they wanted was this. It was just that in their view, while Yi Yuan was formidable, it was far too difficult to make others reach Yi Yuan's realm. This was why they were somewhat lacking in confidence. Elder Yi, is this true? Yang Jie could not resist asking. Yeah, Elder Yi, you can't make this joke in front of all of the elders, Feng Shuani also said rather worriedly. Even Chu Yang was also somewhat nervous as he said, Elder Yi, can this Chu really do it? Yi Yuan just smiled and said, Elder Chu, you don't need to belittle your own capability. Actually, you guys merely had both eyes hoodwinked by the Pill Alliance. Under such shallow and ignorant circum stances, you guys could still reach the realm of grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Your alchemy path talent is likely even stronger than the Pill Alliance's elders. It's just that you guys didn't know the right way to cultivate. That's all. As long as you guys join the Pill Pavilion, this Yi dares to guarantee to let your strength be reborn anew within 30 years. Yi Yuan was naturally not saying these with all talk but no promises. In reality, he already had a score in his heart when he observed Chu Yang refining the pill just now. Wu Chengchao's talent was pretty good too. But Chu Yang's talent was significantly stronger than Wu Chengchao. The things that Wu Chengchao could do, if Chu Yang wanted to do them, it would not take much time at all. Just as grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, for example, Yi Yuan spent nearly 20 years' time in order to cultivate it to the extreme back then. But to Chu Yang, probably spending a few months' time would be enough. It was just that they did not know the right method. The words made Chu Yang feel like a maiden with love in the air, his heart going pit-a-pat. Virtually without thinking, Chu Yang said, Okay, I'll join the Pill Pavilion. At this time, Dong Rui also stood up and said, This old man joins the Pill Pavilion too. With 4 grade 4 heavenly alchemists joining the pill pavilion at the same time, this weight became heavy. To ascenders, these two were solitary seedlings. Their statuses were evident at a glance. In the sect, the two of their statuses even did not lose to the sect master. Yang Jie's gaze swept across everyone's faces and he said coolly, "Who else has objections?" Duan Yongchun opened his mouth, still wanting to say something. But in the end, he did not speak. "All right. Then this matter is settled like this. From today onwards, the 5 great heavenly sects will join forces and completely purge the Pill Alliance's forces out of 5 light heavenly region. In addition, we'll also exhaust the power of the 5 sects to help strengthen the Pill Pavilion. Yi Yuan, whatever your Pill Pavilion needs, feel free to open your mouth. But, all jokes aside, if the big talk that you boasted today isn't realized in the future, don't blame this sect master for not being courteous," Yang Jie said in a loud voice. Chapter 2633. Can you reserve 3 for me? Chapter 2633. Can you reserve 3 for me? After the Shangyu Alliance meeting, the 5 great heavenly sects started mopping up. However, the Pill Alliance's withdrawal was also within expectations. As if overnight, all of the Pill Alliance's forces became devoid of people. Having orders executed without fail like this, it also made the 5 great sect masters secretly heighten their vigilance. This Pill Alliance was not simple. The Pill Pavilion officially went into operations and recruited disciples with the name of the 5 great heavenly sects. Yi Yuan was the first Pill Pavilion's pavilion lord, his status equivalent to the 5 great heavenly sects' sect masters. For some time, the Pill Pavilion's limelight had no equal. Very soon, Yi Yuan published a series of measures and established a complete set of measures within the boundary of the 5 light heavenly region, replacing the gap left behind by the Pill Alliance's withdrawal. With regards to this set of measures, Yi Yuan was long already very accustomed to this due to his past experiences when in the lower realms. So when he executed it, it went very smoothly. And these measures also gained instant results, letting the Pill Pavilion gain a firm foothold very quickly. The status of the Pill Pavilion was established swiftly and it also made the 5 great sect masters and each sect's elders secretly speechless, marveling at Yi Yuan's ability to be in control. Different from the Pill Alliance's Sherries, HI+ing of their own belongings, the Pill Pavilion was completely open style. Firstly, the 5 great heavenly sects' heavenly alchemists could browse the Pill Pavilion's pill formulas and heavenly medicine techniques unconditionally. As for some of the other factions' heavenly alchemists, after confirming their loyalty, it would also be released to varying degrees. In fact, Yi Yuan even invited the myriad manifestation heavenly sect's formation master, cracking the few pieces of jade slips that Zhong Jianchou left behind, sharing it to the Pill Pavilion. With regards to the 5 great heavenly sects' valuable pill formulas, heavenly medicine techniques, and such, Yi Yuan carried out a tidying up effort and consolidating them, and categorizing them into different class. Says. It was equivalent to establish HI+ing the cultivation system of Ascender heavenly alchemists anew. His series of moves made the heavenly alchemists prostrate on all fours in admiration. Very soon, Yi Yuan gained extremely high prestige among these heavenly alchemists. In addition, the appearance of the Pill Pavilion also made the 5 great heavenly sects band up together tightly. All of these changes made the 5 great heavenly sects take on a completely new outlook. In the 9th year, Wu Chengqiao broke through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum, becoming the 3rd grade 4 heavenly alchemist of the 5 great heavenly sect. And at this time, there was still over 1 year left from the 20-year deadline that Yi Yuan had once said. No one in the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect from top to bottom dared to criticize or comment anymore. Even SHI plus Feiyu and Head Elder also shut their mouths sensibly. As for Han Qianyun, he even had his position of protector taken away by the sect, his cultivation sealed. He was detained at the Remorse Cliff, disciplining him as a warning. By the 20th year, 3 more people broke through to Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist consecutively. The Pill Pavilion's Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist grew to as many as 6 people all at once. As for Grade 3 and Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemists, a blowout-style eruption also emerged. Clearly, Yi Yuan's influence on the Pill Pavilion already gradually formed an effect. It seemed as if the five light heavenly region had entered a period of revitalization. Everything was moving towards prosperity. But it was also right at this time that there was a sudden turn of event. Apart from the myriad manifestation heavenly sect, the other four major sects were being continuously said by the four great heavenly regions. The frontier area was in constant chaos. Very clearly, the four great heavenly regions could not hold back anymore. Sect Master, I said it long ago, can't do things like this. At least, can't shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Pill Alliance for the time being. Now, I hit the mark, right? That bulls. HI+T Pill Pavilion seems to be doing really well, but until now, they can't bring out a decent heavenly pill. The heavenly pills that Chu Yang refined are still significantly worse when compared to the Pill Alliance's heavenly pills. I want to see how that boy gets through it when the time comes. In Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's main hall, Duan Yongchun said with a sneer on his face. With the four great heavenly regions launching an attack at the same time, the border hostilities were intensified. As the central sect Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect, it was naturally impossible to look on with folded arms. At this time, the various great elders were gathered here to discuss this matter. But since the beginning, Duan Yongchun already pointed the spearhead at Yi Yuan, feeling that this matter was entirely caused by him. Even after 20 years had said, he was still an advocate of peace. Of course, this was also because the quality of the grade 4 heavenly pills that Chu Yang they all refined kept failing to improve. When it reached grade 4 heavenly pill this level, how could wanting to improve by a little be that easy? And this also gave Duan Yongchun a handle for gossip. With Duan Yongchun jumping like this, Yang Jie was very irritated too. The results that the Pill Pavilion had obtained, that was obvious to all. As long as the Pill Pavilion was given enough time, the Pill Pavilion would definitely be able to reach the point where they could contend with the Pill Alliance. Yet, Duan Yongchun this fellow was indifferent to it. Yang Jie said impatiently, Elder Duan, it's only been 20 years. Do you think that grooming heavenly alchemists is like kids playing house? Let alone, it's grade 4 heavenly alchemists. Duan Yongchun smiled coldly and said, it's indeed not playing house, but now, the Pill Alliance won't give us time. I want to ask Sect Master, once a full-scale war is launched, with our 5 great heavenly sects' current strength, can we be the 4 great heavenly regions match? Let alone that there's even a Pill Alliance casting covetous eyes at the back. The matter this time, no need to guess, and one would also know that it was the Pill Alliance manipulating at the back. In reality, the 5 great sect masters were all secretly shocked. They did not expect that the Pill Alliance's power and influence actually already had such a deep influence. At present, the 4 great heavenly regions' various major sects were in an even greater state of disunity. For the Pill Alliance to be able to consolidate the 4 great heavenly regions together, it served to show the terror of its strength. The 5 great sect masters were also greatly troubled because of this. Got to admit, Duan Yongchun's words struck Yang Jie's sore spot. Seeing Yang Jie keep quiet, Duan Yongchun sneered even harder and said, if we did it according to what I originally had in mind, the 5 sects pretending to be polite and compliant with the Pill Alliance first, after an even more talented powerhouse rises, he'll be able to replicate Lord Zhuo's miracle back then. But now, the Pill Alliance won't give us the chance anymore. Enough. Elder Duan, since you look down on the Pill Pavilion so much, then if you have the capabilities, don't take a single one of the Pill Pavilion's heavenly pills in the future. Yang Jie said angrily. Duan Yongchun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Sect Master, don't you worry. I've never taken a single one of the Pill Pavilion's heavenly pills before in the past. In the future, I definitely won't take a single one as well. My meaning is still this, hand Yi Yuan over, and exchange for temporary peace. Yang Jie was just about to fly off the handle, but a subordinate came to report. The Pill Pavilion sent people to deliver a large batch of heavenly pills over. The person escorting the heavenly pills was precisely Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's grade 4 heavenly alchemist, Chu Yang. Elder Chu, have you been well? Seeing Chu Yang, Yang Jie had an excited look too. After Chu Yang bowed, he smiled and said, Many thanks for Sect Master's concern. This old man is very well. This time, I was entrusted by Pavilion Lord to escort a batch of heavenly pills over, and I want the sect to send troops to support the 4 sect. Hearing this, Duan Yongchun laughed coldly. But Yang Jie's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Oh? I wonder what Pavilion Lord Yi has done this time?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Pavilion Lord Yi personally took action this time. Even this old man hasn't seen him take action for more than 10 years too. The moment he made a move, it's earth-shattering." Chu Yang's words made Yang Jie's mind quiver. Yang Jie received the list and took a look and could not help drawing a cold breath. True Grade Fire Unicorn Heavenly Pill, 50 of them. True Grade True Marrow Heavenly Pill, 50. True Grade Primordial Star Astral Pill, 30. Yang Jie recited the names from the list. The expressions of the elders present changed one after another. All true grade pills. Duan Yongchuan's face alternated between red and green, appearing extremely conflicted. Suddenly, he seemed to have made up his mind. Opening his mouth, he said, "Sect Master, the Primordial Star Astral Pills, can you reserve 3 for me?" Chapter 2634, Eruption. Hidden Worries. Chapter 2634, Eruption. Hidden Worries. Concerning the Primordial Star Astral Pill, being a Grade 2 Heavenly Imperial Pill, the medicinal effect was comparable to Grade 3 Heavenly Pills. A powerful heavenly pill that consolidated the small world and consolidated one's cultivation realm. Duan Yongchun was extremely talented, but his 3 grandsons had average apartment attitudes. At present, these 3 people were all stuck at peak Greater Sublime Heavenly Stratum, and have been unable to break through. True Grade Primordial Star Astral Pill was simply a panacea to the 3 of them. Duan Yongchun did not know how strong the medicinal effect of True Grade was, but without a doubt, it would be unbelievably strong. Therefore, when he heard that True Grade Primordial Star Astral Pill, the self-slapping law activated. He knew that when he said it at this time, it slapped his own face very hard. But for the sake of his 3 grandsons, he was risking it all. Sure enough, Yang Jie looked at Duan Yongchun with a smile that was not a smile and said smugly, "Elder Duan, didn't you say earlier that you won't take a single one no matter what?" Duan Yongchuan's old face turned red, and he said, "Yi Yuan, this boy really mustered up a big move. I also didn't expect that he actually took out so many true grade heavenly pills all at once." Yang Jie nodded slightly, expressing agreement. In reality, he was shocked by this list too. Taking out several hundred true grade heavenly pills in one go, this was absolutely a big move. Although these heavenly pills had little effect on Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, to lesser sublime heavenly stratum, even limitless sublime heavenly stratum, they held extraordinary significance. This batch of heavenly pills could definitely create a large batch of powerhouses. The world knew that Yi Yuan could refine true grade heavenly pills. It was just that, the true grade that Yi Yuan refined back then was also just the foundation establishment heavenly pill, this sort of basic heavenly pill. There was still a huge gap from wanting to refine heavenly imperial pills to true grade. However, they all did not expect that in a short 20 years, Yi Yuan's improvement would actually be so big. In that case, you don't have objections about the pill pavilion anymore? Yang Jie said with a serious face. Duan Yongchun chuckled and said, "No objections. Of course, no objections. That, Elder Chu, you have to buck up too." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Elder Duan, don't panic. This old man also has some gifts here." The moment these words came out, Duan Yongchun and Yang Jie were both surprised. As he said, Chu Yang also took out a list and Pares said it to Yang Jie. After Yang Jie looked, he could not help turning pale from shock and said, "Elder Chu, these heavenly pills are all refined by you." Chu Yang nodded and said, "These few years, under Master Yi's guidance, this old man's strength had great advancement. Especially these 2 years, it even reached an eruption period. The heavenly pills on the list were all grade 4 heavenly pills. Furthermore, the quality was very high. Although there was still a gap compared to the Pill Alliance's grade 4 heavenly pills, the difference was already not big anymore. After all, it was also impossible for the grade 4 heavenly pills that the Pill Alliance took out to sell to be the best. At the rate of this progress, Chu Yang Serpa. Sing the Pill Alliance's Grade 4 Heavenly Pills within 10 years could be easily accomplished. Duan Yongchun opened his mouth wide, having a look of shock on his face. Honestly speaking, he completely did not believe that Yi Yuan made Chu Yang's strength reach this level within 30 years. Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists were not Grade 1 Heavenly Alchemists, the latter having very obvious improvements if any. Without the accumulation of time, how could wanting to improve be so easy? It was just that he never thought that he was still questioning just now, and Chu Yang already returned to slap his face. Yang Jie even noticed that Chu Yang's term of address for Yi Yuan already underwent a change. A Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist actually called Yi Yuan as Master Yi. It could be seen that Chu Yang was really prostrating on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan. Terrifying. Seemingly seeing through the two people's surprise, Chu Yang smiled and said, "Sect Master, Elder Duan, you guys rest assured. With the Pill Pavilion's current strength, we'll be able to stand up to the Pill Alliance as an equal before long, and currently, we completely don't need to rely on the Pill Alliance anymore. In the future, when Master Yi breaks through to Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist, even Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, a mere Pill Alliance will probably be merely thus too." These 20 years, Chu Yang had long already been brought into submission by Yi Yuan's monstrousness. In reality, after learning about Yi Yuan's cultivation method, Chu Yang's sense of mysteriousness toward Yi Yuan immediately reduced a lot. After all, hard work, this sort of thing, was what anyone could do. Even Wu Chengchao could reach that step. So it was naturally not a problem for him, Chu Yang. But along with the Pa's Sage of Time, he discovered that it was not the case at all. This cultivation path was easy to learn but hard to master. Just like when he refined Grade 1 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, he could reach grand completion 9th grade very quickly. But, 9th grade perfection, he spent a tremendous amount of effort and had never been able to reach it. Only at that time did Chu Yang know what kind of gap was there. He could not even reach 9th grade perfection, let alone talk about true grade. All the way until Yi Yuan came out of seclusion this time and took out a bunch of true grade heavenly pills, the Pill Pavilion was thoroughly stirred. True grade was already not something that was far beyond reach to Yi Yuan. Chu Yang thought that he could catch up to, even Serpa Yi Yuan very quickly. But 20 years had said. Chu Yang understood that not only did he not Serpa Yi Yuan, but he also opened up an even greater distance instead. Good. Yang Jie said 3 goods in a row and exclaimed, "Looks like us 5 sect masters didn't misjudge him. The pleasant surprise that this kid gave to us is even bigger than imagined. Since even Elder Duan isn't objecting, our myriad manifestation heavenly sect's disciples will support the 4 sects from now on." The heavenly pills outputted by the Pill Pavilion completely exploded. For some of the 5 great heavenly sects' core forces, their strength and combat power soared after taking the true grade heavenly pills. Without any surprises, their combat power on the battlefield also increased crazily. The strength of Ascenders stood head and shoulders above all others to begin with. Now, with the help of true grade heavenly pills, they overwhelmed native powerhouses even more. On the frontline battlefield, the 4 great heavenly regions steadily lost ground. The morale of the 5 light heavenly regions' 5 great heavenly sects was unprecedentedly high. Only at this time did people realize what a wise thing it was to decide to set up the Pill Pavilion back then. But in the Pill Pavilion, Yi Yuan's brows were knitted tightly together. When Feng Shuani saw his expression, he could not help being very puzzled and asked, "Yi Yuan, we've won a complete victory presently and killed the 5 great heavenly regions until they are filled with trepidation. The name of Pill Pavilion has also shocked the 5 great heavenly regions. Why are you still frowning like this?" Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Sect Master, you've witnessed the power of true grade 2, right?" Upon mentioning this, Feng Shuani immediately perked up and said with a smile, "Of course. True grade heavenly pills are truly remarkable. The strength of many of the 5 great heavenly sects' limitless sublime heavenly stratums soared after consuming your heavenly imperial pills. And they were also the main force of the great battle this time. True grade heavenly pill was not just increasing strength, being that simple. Its improvement of Ascenders was all around. That was equivalent to integrating Dao rule into the martial artist's body. This kind of power was unimaginable. When Feng Shuani saw the power of true grade, he was incredibly moved too. After Yi Yuan broke through in the future, he also had to sample the taste of this true grade heavenly pill, but Yi Yuan was not as optimistic as Feng Shuani and said in a solemn voice, "Our 5 great heavenly sect's disciples have soared in strength within a few short months. But the Pill Alliance has possessed true grade heavenly pills for a long time. Then how strong is the strength of the Pill Alliance's powerhouses? And how strong is the strength of the Pill Alliance's leader?" One sentence made Feng Shuani's expression change suddenly. Chapter 2635, Hopeless Situation. Chapter 2635, Hopeless Situation. On the surface, our 5 light heavenly region has the upper hand. But you have got to know that up until now, the Pill Alliance hasn't made a move. Yi Yuan's words made Feng Shuani's heart sink to the bottom. The Pill Alliance, this faction, was seriously too mysterious. But, without a doubt, it was very powerful. It was just that currently, no one knew what on earth the Pill Alliance was trying to do. This was what made Yi Yuan most uneasy. But Yi Yuan had a feeling that the Pill Alliance probably came with unkind intentions. "How strong do you think the Pill Alliance is?" Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn as he said, "I originally thought that the appearance of this batch of true-grade heavenly pills can force the Pill Alliance onto the stage. But I miscalculated. Therefore, the moment they make a move, it will probably shake the entire rain-clear continent." Feng Shuani's brows furrowed a little tighter. Only until now did he know Yi Yuan's thoughts. It turned out that taking out this batch of true-grade heavenly pills was in order to force the Pill Alliance out. But until now, the Pill Alliance did not appear, which meant that they did not care at all. Boom! All of a sudden, the earth quaked and mountains shook. The entire martial secure heavenly sect started swaying. Feng Shuani and Yi Yuan's expressions changed greatly. The two exchanged a glance and 2 words popped out of their mouths at virtually the same time: the Pill Alliance. When the two arrived before the mountain, they were immediately stunned by the scene before their eyes. In front of the sect-protecting Grand Array, more than 100 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were currently accumulating their strength and preparing for the next attack. And the sect-protecting Grand Array in front of them was already teetering on its last legs. Clearly, the power of the attack previously already brought the sect-protecting Grand Array to the brink of collapse. The entire martial secure heavenly sect was full of alarmed and panicky voices. There was a large group of powerhouses in front of the mountain Par-SS gates, surrounding the martial secure heavenly sect until not even water could seep through. Is this the power of the Pill Alliance? More than 180 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, what a big move. Feng Shuani's gaze was solemn to the extreme. Sweeping a glance over, there were more than 180 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in an array. For a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, each one was extremely hard to come across. In the entire martial secure heavenly sect, there were also merely 40 over of them. The vast majority of them were even just lower and middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. But the moment the Pill Alliance made a move, it was 180 people. The number was more than 4 times compared to the powerhouses from the entire martial secure heavenly sect. Which was also to say that one Pill Alliance's Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was virtually equivalent to the sum of the 5 great heavenly sect. This contrast of power was simply too terrifying. The martial secure heavenly sect's powerhouses all sucked in a breath of cold air. This mysterious to the extreme faction finally revealed its fangs to the world today. Yunqing, immediately ask the 4 sects for help. Activate the reverse transmission array and have them hurry over as soon as possible, Feng Shuani said to the Luo Yunqing who rushed over. But Luo Yunqing did not move. His expression being solemn as he said, "Sect Master, it's useless. The transmission array between us and the 4 sects has already been destroyed. Right now, we're fighting alone." Feng Shuani turned pale with fright and said, "What? The nodal points of the transmission array are extremely secretive. Only our 5 great heavenly sects' upper echelons know about it. How did they destroy it?" The 5 great heavenly sects were very far apart and needed to pass through many spatial nodes to transit. These spatial nodes were very hidden and belonged to the sect's secrets. Such a secretive thing was actually discovered by the Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Looks like the Pill Alliance has been planning for a long time." Feng Shuani said furiously, "Damn it. They manipulated the 4 great heavenly regions to provoke us. It turns out that it's in order to lure the tiger away from the mountain. These few years, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect pretty much had close to half of its powerhouses on the frontier battlefield. Right now, the powerhouses that were still in the sect were only half of their full strength. The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was in imminent crisis." Boom. Right at this time, brilliant divine essence fluctuations lit up in the sky. Over 140 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses attacked together. It was only to hear a loud noise. The sect protecting Grand Array directly fell apart. Another earthquake. The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciples were in a constant state of anxiety. Once the Grand Array was broken, more than 140 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses slowly flew towards the top of the mountain. That intense sense of oppression made people virtually unable to breathe. A white-robed middle-aged man walked out slowly. A middle-aged man with a frosty expression even followed beside him. Feng Shuani recognized the middle-aged man with a cold expression with a glance. The person was precisely Xiao Feibai, who battled with the 5 great sect masters back then in Cloud Arch Great Nation. The white-robed middle-aged man was naturally Huangfu Cloudthink. Huangfu Cloudthink looked toward Feng Shuani and said with a slight smile, "Sect Master Feng, let me introduce myself. This humble self is the Pill Alliance's Deputy Alliance Chief, Huangfu Cloudthink. This one beside me, you should have fought with him before. He's my Pill Alliance's Heavenly Martial Hall's Hall Master, Xiao Feibai." Feng Shuani's expression was very ugly and he said in a solemn voice, "What's with all the crap? If you want to fight, then fight. Our Martial Secure Heavenly Sect inherited Lord Zhuo's ambitions and absolutely won't take a step back." Seeing this scene, Feng Shuani naturally would not be stupid enough to think that Huangfu Cloudthink came to chat with him. This battle was already unavoidable. Furthermore, Feng Shuani had an idea in his heart: it was likely impossible for the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect to escape its doom today. The Pill Alliance schemed for a long time, causing such a big commotion. Yet, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect still did not have the slightest inkling. This battle was not lost in vain, but Huangfu Cloudthink smiled and said, "Sect Master Feng's personality is very strong. However, this alliance chief isn't very interested in Sect Master Feng. I wonder if Sect Master Feng can hand Yi Yuan over to me." The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan. The Pill Alliance came up with such a grand lineup. It was actually for Yi Yuan? Many people let out a sigh of relief when they heard this. If it was just for Yi Yuan, then there was still room to salvage the situation. Feeling everyone's gazes, Yi Yuan's expression was calm. Feng Shuani looked toward Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. But very soon, he gave a cold snort and said, "Don't play this with this sect master. Do you take this sect master to be a 3-year-old kid? You Pill Alliance brought out such a grand lineup. I don't believe that it's just for a Yi Yuan." Huangfu Cloudthink still had not spoken and SHI plus Feiyu could not hold back first. "Sect Master. The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect ended up at this point today. It's all the trouble caused by Yi Yuan. Already reaching this point, you're still protecting him?" SHI plus Feiyu rebuked angrily. The head elder also said, "That's right. If not for Yi Yuan provoking the Pill Alliance time and again, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect also wouldn't have today. Yi Yuan should take responsibility for today's matter." With these two people taking the lead, many of Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's elders all spoke up to reproach, expressing dissatisfaction towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's internal strife, Huangfu Cloudthink just smiled slightly and did not speak, and also did not interject. "All shut up for me." Suddenly, Feng Shuani roared angrily and interrupted everyone's words. He said in a solemn voice, "You fools, such an obvious plan to sow discord and you can't even discern it. That's right. They indeed came here for Yi Yuan, But it definitely won't be just for Yi Yuan. Already at this point, are you all still naive enough to think that by handing Yi Yuan over, the Pill Alliance will let our marshal secure heavenly sect off? Feng Shuani was extremely disappointed in SHI. Plus Feiyu and Head Elder. Very clearly, the Pill Alliance had planned for a long time with regards to the Five Light Heavenly region. Yi Yuan merely just happened to be there at the right time. Chapter 2636. Great Battle Begin. Chapter 2636. Great Battle Begin. Sect Master Feng, you can't say that. As long as you all take the initiative to hand Yi Yuan over, and take the initiative to plant an origin divinity will, your martial secure heavenly sect will still be your martial secure heavenly sect. From now on, you'll be responsible for managing ascenders. Huangfu Cloudthink still had a faint smile, but the words said made the martial secure heavenly sect from top to bottom feel a bone-penetrating chill. Planting an origin divinity will, it was becoming the Pill Alliance's minion servant. To proud ascenders, it was even more unacceptable than killing them. Only then did people come to realize the truth. What Feng Shuani said was right. The Pill Alliance's goal was not just Yi Yuan. Feng Shuani suddenly gave a cold laugh and said, "Your esteemed self wouldn't really think that my martial secure heavenly sect is easy to bully, right? Today, even if we fight until the last man, you all can forget about getting any bargain." As he said, a completely black long spear with electricity dancing around it appeared in Feng Shuani's hands. The moment the long spear appeared, the expressions of everyone present changed. Huangfu Cloudthink was not surprised and said with a smile, "Heavenly Spirit Treasure, Heaven-Killing Battle Spear, the lifeblood treasure of martial secure heavenly sect's founding ancestor, Chu Tiange." Back then, Chu Tiange followed Zhuo Bufan and relied on this heaven-killing battle spear to kill until the four great heavenly regions were terrified. Today, it finally sees the light of day once more. On the Rain-Clear continent, treasures were divided into three levels: mortal spirit, earthly spirit, and heavenly spirit. Heavenly spirit treasures were extremely seldom seen existences on the entire Rain-Clear continent. When Yi Yuan saw the heaven-killing battle spear, he was stunned. The undulations coming off from this battle spear were actually identical with his Heavenspan mountain. Yi Yuan could jump realms to kill an enemy by wielding the Heavenspan mountain. It could be seen that this treasure was not at all inferior to it as well. Feng Shuani snorted coldly and said, "You really know quite a bit." Huangfu Cloudthink smiled and said, "It's just a shame." Chu Tiange was a saint sovereign heaven powerhouse of his generation. This battle spear can unleash 120% power in his hands. But you probably can't even unleash 70% of it. Above Jade Sovereign Heaven was Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was just that at present, Saint Sovereign Heavens were already extinct on Rain-Clear continent. This step was far too difficult. "It's enough to deal with you." Feng Shuani gave a cold cry, his body turning into a streak of electricity, shooting straight for Huangfu Cloudthink. In order to catch bandits, round up the ringleader first. This was the only lease of life that Feng Shuani saw. However, right at the moment that Feng Shuani moved, Xiao Feibai moved too. It was only to see his entire person transform into a sharp sword, class HI plusing with Feng Shuani instantaneously. Bang! 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 The two people instantly exchanged more than 10 moves above the void. Evenly matched. What made people despair even more was that the undulations of the sword in Xiao Feibai's hand were actually not the slightest bit inferior to the heaven-killing battle spear. An elder cried out in despair, "Heavenly spirit treasure." The sword in that Pill Alliance powerhouse's hand is a heavenly spirit treasure as well. This Pill Alliance's strength was powerful until it made people lose all hope. They even had heavenly spirit treasures. "Your opponent isn't me." Huangfu Cloudthink had an indifferent look as he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, you killed the Holy Sun. Are you willing to join my Pill Alliance and become the new Holy Sun?" "What?" The Pill Alliance actually wants Yi Yuan to directly become the Holy Sun. It turns out that they are not taking revenge for the Holy Sun, but took a fancy on Yi Yuan's strength. To be able to have the Pill Alliance take such great pains, Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength is likely not the slightest bit worse when compared to the Pill Alliance's powerhouses. Huangfu Cloudthink's words immediately caused an uproar in the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. They all thought that the Pill Alliance came to denounce publicly for crimes. Who knew that the moment Huangfu Cloudthink opened his mouth, he actually wanted to solicit Yi Yuan. For a moment, everyone looked over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face, no inclinations could be seen. After being silent for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If I agree, can the Pill Alliance let the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect off or not?" Everyone trembled all over, after which, their eyes revealed hopeful looks. But Huangfu Cloudthink shook his head and said coolly, "The Pill Alliance has the intention to unify the 5 great heavenly regions. However, the 5 great heavenly sects are stubborn and unruly. They are the Pill Alliance's greatest stumbling blocks. Actually, the Pill Alliance's plan to devour the 5 great heavenly sects was currently being carried out systematically. But your appearance completely disrupted our plans. If not for so, we also wouldn't resort to this plan, to forcefully attack the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. What follows can't dispense with a bout of bloody battle." Huangfu Cloudthink's words made everyone stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. It turned out that the Pill Alliance's ambition was actually so great, to actually want to swallow the entire 5 great heavenly region. Compared to native factions, the 5 great heavenly sects ascenders not only had formidable strength, but their personality was also arrogant and unyielding. Wanting to make them submit was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, the Pill Alliance had long been planning it out, to slowly gobble up the 5 great heavenly regions. But who would have expected that someone threw a wrench in the works? Yi Yuan's domineering rise completely disrupted the Pill Alliance's plan. And Yi Yuan even made Holy Sun Kang Yongning perish in the alchemy battle. Hence, that was why the Pill Alliance was forced to dispatch troops to attack the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. But, after destroying the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect and destroying the Pill Pavilion, when facing the other 4 great heavenly sects, the Pill Alliance would have already walked to the front of the stage from behind the scenes. They would surely have to face a bloody battle. And this sort of situation was not what the Pill Alliance wanted. In a way, Yi Yuan's domineering rise brought tremendous losses to the Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan looked at Huangfu Cloudthink and said coolly, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss." "Fight then." Huangfu Cloudthink's eyes turned sharp and he said, "Yi Yuan, your talent is above Holy Sun's, it's too much of a pity to die like this. Do you really want to fight?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "For a man, death is but dying. Why would I fear a fight?" His words made the countenances of the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciples change. This was his only lease of life. Yi Yuan actually gave it up just like that. Previously, Yi Yuan was still being universally condemned. One could say that ever since he entered the sect, he had been enduring criticism every minute and second. But he did not grumble in the least bit. In this moment of life and death, he chose to live and die together with the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. "Ha ha ha. Well said. My good brother, I didn't misjudge you. Sect Master, I'll come and help you." Luo Yunqing laughed wildly, drawing his sword and looking around. The moment he moved, the Pill Alliance's side also moved. More than 100 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses rushed over in succession. The great battle shocked the heavens. It was just a pity that on the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect side, there were only a scanty 20 over Jade Sovereign Heavens. Virtually one person had to face 7 to 8 people by themselves. Although Ascenders had unparalleled combat power, they also could not fend off such a huge difference in numbers. Huangfu Cloudthink smiled slightly and said, "Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's people, whoever takes Yi Yuan down can not only not die, you can even have a place in the Pill Alliance." At this time, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect still had a small portion of people who were hesitating. Among them, included SHI plus Feiyu. Huangfu Cloudthink's words made his 2 eyes lit up. Almost without hesitation, he rushed toward Yi Yuan. "Brat, he who understands the times is a wise man. Alliance Chief Huangfu already made you the Holy Sun, what are you still discontented with?" SHI plus Feiyu said with a cold smile. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. No one expected that SHI plus Feiyu could actually do such a shameless thing. But his strength was too strong. Chapter 2637, Matching Powers. Chapter 2637, Matching Powers. SHI plus Feiyu. You old fogey, how can you be so shameless? In the midst of fierce fighting, when Feng Shuani saw this scene, he immediately burned with fury. Normally, when SHI plus Feiyu targeted Yi Yuan, although it was inappropriate in his eyes, it was also just a dispute caused by personal feelings. But now, during the sect's time of crisis, he actually did this kind of despicable thing. It was truly shameless to the extreme. SHI plus Feiyu, if you want to seek death, I won't stop you, but I, SHI plus Feiyu, don't want to die. SHI plus Feiyu laughed coldly and smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, his expression changed, his entire body going numb and divine essence immediately became sluggish. 100 Poison Formation. More than 20 years had Pa said. Yi Yuan's 100 Poison Formation became several times stronger than back then. Yi Yuan had unlocked Zhong Jianchou's Jade Slips. There was a dazzling array of methods of using poison inside, greatly broadening Yi Yuan's horizon. These poisons were added into the poison formation by Yi Yuan, its power multiplying. Even Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses would suck. UMB2. When Huangfu Cloudthink saw this scene, he did not reveal a look of surprise. He had long known that Yi Yuan had this move. This guy was not easy to capture at all. The power of this 100 Poison Formation increased significantly again. Although it isn't lethal to Jade Sovereign Heavens, they will probably have to stagnate for 3 to 5 breaths of time. 100 Poison Formation exclaimed in admiration. Back then when Yi Yuan was at Cloud Arch Great Nation, the 100 Poison Formation could only stop Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses for half a breath of time. Now, the power grew by at least 3 to 5 times. Just as Huangfu Cloudthink was gasping in admiration, the aura on Yi Yuan's body suddenly skyrocketed. A grayish-black small mountain suspended in his palm. Huangfu Cloudthink's gaze turned intent and he cried out in surprise, "Heavenly Spirit Treasure." This small mountain was naturally the Heavenspan Mountain. At this point, Yi Yuan also did not have anything to hide anymore. SHI plus Feiyu wanted to kill him time and again. Now, he was even shameless to the extreme. Yi Yuan naturally would not hold back. The 100 Poison Formation could only stop SHI plus Feiyu for 3 to 5 breaths of time, but to Yi Yuan, it was sufficient. Feeling the Heavenspan Mountain's powerful undulations, SHI plus Feiyu's expression changed abruptly. How could he expect that Yi Yuan actually still had this level of weapon on him? Yi Yuan did not even give him time to be surprised. The spell in his hand trembled and the Heavenspan Mountain turned into a streak of flowing light, smars. HI plussing right towards SHI plus Feiyu. The power of the Heavenspan Mountain was even a notch above the heaven-killing battle spear. Although Yi Yuan could not unleash all of its power, it was enough to inflict severe injuries on the SHI plus Feiyu who was completely unguarded. Boom! SHI plus Feiyu's chest took a solid hit, his entire being flying out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly. His cultivation realm was high and his powers were profound. Otherwise, this blow could have taken his old life. But even so, he suffered heavy wounds too, as if his internal organs had been displaced. But Yi Yuan was clearly not prepared to let him off. The remaining time was still enough for Yi Yuan to launch another attack. Didonti. Elder Yi, I was wrong. I was really wrong. SHI plus Feiyu was utterly terrified, feeling the threat of death. But Yi Yuan ignored him and just silently made his move. Boom. Another blow. SHI plus Feiyu's chest directly caved in. When everyone saw this scene, each of them was dumbfounded. A greater sublime heavenly stratum bashed a Jade Sovereign heavenly stratum to heavy injuries. This scene was too shocking. Forget about a greater sublime heavenly stratum, even if it was 1,000 greater sublime heavenly stratums, it was also impossible to be a Jade Sovereign heavenly stratum's match. The gap between sublime stratum and sovereign stratum was not small. But Yi Yuan inflicted heavy wounds on SHI plus Feiyu to this extent. SHI plus Feiyu begged for mercy pitifully, but there was no compa. Scion on Yi Yuan's face at all. Due to being seriously injured, SHI plus Feiyu's speed of detoxifying the poison also became much slower. And Yi Yuan was currently launching the third attack. Know how to beg for mercy now? Don't you normally jump around very merrily? No need to look at him. Do you really think that the Pill Alliance will come to save you at this time? Elder SHI+, are you thinking too much? Yi Yuan said calmly. SHI+ Feiyu looked with pleading eyes at Huangfu Cloudthink, but the latter did not have the intention of rescuing at all. Clearly, Yi Yuan grasped Huangfu Cloudthink's mentality very well. To Huangfu Cloudthink, SHI+ Feiyu was merely a tool to probe Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan showed his trump card. Huangfu Cloudthink's goal was also achieved. SHI+ Feiyu became useless too. If he died, then he died. Huangfu Cloudthink's attitude made SHI+ Feiyu despair. If he had long known it would be like this, might as well have risked his life. Elder Yi, I was wrong. It was all my fault in my past. Let me off. I'll go and fight it out to the death with the Pill Alliance's people, SHI+ Feiyu said with an indignant look. But Yi Yuan said coolly, no need. Currently in this situation, having you or missing you is inconsequential. You set out on your journey first. Remember to run faster. Otherwise, if the sect's people come, you'll probably have to die again. Boom. As he said, Yi Yuan urged the Heavenspan Mountain again and smashed toward SHI+ Feiyu. Attacking for more than 10 times in a row, SHI+ Feiyu finally died completely. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces could not help changing. A Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum was smashed to death just like that. This greater sublime heavenly stratum was really scary. But right at this time, Huangfu Cloudthink's expression changed and his figure suddenly moved. It was only to see him tap the void in the direction of his own people. The void trembled violently. However, it was already too late. A large swathe of the Pill Alliance's limitless sublime heavenly stratum and greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses died all at once. Huangfu Cloudthink's gaze turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, "You boy, are really a genius. This 100 poison formation utilizes spatial rule to be as elusive as a ghost. Even this alliance chief still fell for your trick in the end. However, you don't have a chance anymore." Turns out that when Yi Yuan was HI plusing SHI+ Feiyu to death, he already quietly revolved the 100 poison formation and quietly moved it to this side through spatial rule. This 100 poison formation was colorless and odorless. It was extremely difficult to distinguish. But it clearly could not escape Huangfu Cloudthink's eyes. It was just that, he was also stunned by Yi Yuan killing SHI+ Feiyu just now. That was why he overlooked it. Even if he had been keeping an eye out for Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation all along, Yi Yuan still succeeded. Yi Yuan just said indifferently, "Oh, is that so? 100 poison formation, spread." It was only to see him pointing in the void. Everyone was uncertain what it meant. Because at the place where Yi Yuan pointed was completely void of anything. As if nothing happened at all. But Huangfu Cloudthink's expression changed greatly. Because he felt this 100 poison formation scatter all at once, becoming one miniature poison formation after another, dispersing in all directions. Furthermore, each miniature poison formation had spatial rule concealing its figure. The power of these miniature poison formations naturally could not compare to the large-scale poison formation. The damage it dealt toward Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was negligible. But it was tremendously harmful to limitless sublime heavenly stratum and greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses. Suddenly, a large swathe of the powerhouses on the Pill Alliance's side collapsed loosely. What are you all still in a daze for? Everyone, listen up. Break out of the encirclement. After getting out of the mountain, escape in all directions. Remember not to stop. As long as the green hills remain, there'll always be wood to burn. Yi Yuan shouted coldly, reverberating throughout the entire martial secure heavenly sect. Chapter 2638, No Escape from Fate. Chapter 2638, No Escape from Fate. This cold cry finally made the martial secure heavenly sect's disciples wake up. They flung caution to the wind and started breaking out of the encirclement. Under the protection of Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation, the martial secure heavenly sect's disciples mowed down all resistance. Seeing this scene, Huangfu Cloudthink's gaze revealed a chill. Humph. This alliance chief felt that you're a talent. That's why I kept showing mercy. Since that's the case, then this alliance chief can only resort to force. A powerful to the extreme aura instantly locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt as uncomfortable as if his throat was being clutched. Huangfu Cloudthink was actually a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Feeling Huangfu Cloudthink's strength, Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart too. A deputy alliance chief actually had grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven strength, then what about the alliance chief? Could it be that fleeting and ephemeral Saint Sovereign Heaven? If that was the case, then the martial secure heavenly sect would really be finished. Huangfu Cloudthink did not look very awe-inspiring either. He just struck a palm over so lightly. Yi Yuan felt a lofty mountain-like force come at him head-on. Yi Yuan's mind shook heavily. This palm seemed unremarkable, but actually, its utilization of rule was brilliant to the max. Virtually without hesitation, Yi Yuan executed spatial rule to try and avoid this blow. Yi Yuan's speed was quick to the extreme, but Huangfu Cloudthink sneered and said, "It's useless. If I can't even take care of you, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, I can forget about being the deputy alliance chief." Yi Yuan was greatly shocked. That invisible force seemed to be like a bone-infesting maggot, chasing after. Furthermore, the speed was even several times faster than him. In a blink of an eye, it caught up to Yi Yuan. He could not escape. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and silently recited a spell. Suddenly, a giant mountain suddenly rose sharply in front of him. The small and exquisite heavenspan mountain grew into a giant mountain as high as the sky all of a sudden. Boom! That force just happened to arrive, directly landing on the giant mountain. The force penetrated the huge mountain. Yi Yuan felt a surge of huge force transmit right into his forelimbs and bones. His body flew out backward involuntarily, fresh blood spurting wildly. This Huangfu Cloudthink was too strong. Yi Yuan had some guesses in his heart. SHI plus Feiyu was utterly not worth mentioning in front of Huangfu Cloudthink. In fact, probably even Sect Master Feng Shuani was not his match. This person's combat power was not the least bit inferior to Xiao Feibai, another Sect Master level powerhouse. This Pill Alliance actually possessed two Sect Master level powerhouses all at once. This was simply terrifyingly powerful. More importantly, that mysterious alliance chief never showed his face from start to finish. A puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum could actually block my Windrise ethereal palm, truly incredible. Not only is your alchemy path talent extremely high, but your martial path talent is also frighteningly strong. Are you really not considering joining the Pill Alliance? Huangfu Cloudthink looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. In reality, Huangfu Cloudthink had long seen through. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to join the Pill Alliance. If he did not even have this bit of ability to discern people, he, this deputy alliance chief, would also have an undeserved reputation. But he still did not give up. A talent like Yi Yuan was absolutely hard to come across in a million years. Even he felt ashamed of his inferiority in front of Yi Yuan too. He relied on the Pill Alliance's profound foundation to have today's achievements. But what did Yi Yuan have? Nothing. Yi Yuan forcefully reached the realm of true grade with his strength alone and started a Pill Pavilion, even causing a huge impact to the Pill Alliance. This was a Grandmaster level figure. In time, Yi Yuan would absolutely be a Zhuo Bufan level existence. There was no doubt about this. Yi Yuan was heavily injured, but his face was very resolute as he said coolly, "You know the answer. Why bother to waste your breath?" Huangfu Cloudthink sighed slightly and said, "I know the answer, but I'm also earnest in my love for talent. In my eyes, a martial secure heavenly sect is less important than you." These words made the faces of many Pill Alliance powerhouses change. Even when Holy Sun came into being back then, Alliance Chief Huangfu did not give such a high evaluation either. Yi Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, "But in my eyes, 100 Pill Alliances isn't as good as a fraction of martial secure heavenly sect. It was hard to come across a bosom friend in life. Luo Yunqing laid low for 10 years just in order to move Yi Yuan. After entering the sect, Feng Shuani overrode all objections. This trust deserved Yi Yuan's repayment. It was undeniable that there was a SCUM like SHI plus Feiyu in the sect. But there was more warmth. Humph. Don't know how to appreciate favors. Since that's the case, then this alliance chief will send you off. Huangfu Cloudthink's expression was frosty, a palm wind arising again. This palm was even fiercer than before. Yi Yuan's divine essence was lacking. He was already unable to urge the Heavenspan mountain anymore. Being a sect master class SS powerhouse, his strength was not what the current Yi Yuan could resist at all. Even if he had a heavenly spirit treasure like the Heavenspan mountain in his hand, it would not work either. If the disparity in cultivation realm could be made up for by just using a treasure, then wouldn't cultivation be a joke? The force carried the sound of the wind, making Yi Yuan's clothes flutter wildly. But, facing this outrageous palm, Yi Yuan had a calm and collected look. Far away, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciples already broke out of the encirclement, fleeing in all directions. On top of the mountain, Feng Shuani and Luo Yunqing were soaked in blood, killing their way in and out, practically already exhausted. Facing more than 180 Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratums, and also Xiao Feibai, this kind of sect master class SS powerhouse, it was useless no matter how strong he was. For the first time, facing death, Yi Yuan felt that he was very powerless. He could not even struggle. The Pill Alliance was too strong. No, it was him who was too weak. Even if he had limitless sublime heavenly stratum strength, he would not be so powerless too. Boom. There was a loud noise. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. That fearsome palm actually disappeared into thin air. A black-robed old man appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Yuan, leaving him in a trance. This black-robed old man gave him an indescribable feeling. A kind of fleeting and ephemeral feeling. Arriving at Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Yi Yuan felt like he had returned to the feeling when he had just been reborn again. Everything was without blus and ostentation. All powers were operating under the shackles of this heavenly Tao. But this old man in front of Yi Yuan shattered his understanding. This old man seemed to have broken away from the shackles of heavenly Tao, becoming a god who could fly up to heaven and tunnel into the earth. Boy, take it. The black-robed old man did not even turn his head back. A streak of white light arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to grab it and discovered that it was a fragmented piece of jade. Senior, this is... Yi Yuan said uncertainly. The black-robed old man said coolly, his tone being very calm, this is the heavenly phoenix jade penannular pendant that Lord Shuapares said down. Each of the 5 great heavenly sects holds one of them. Lord Shua said that when the 5 great heavenly sects reach the brink of life and death, we can combine these 5 incomplete jade pendants together and tide over the hurdle. But sadly, it seems like it can't be used it anymore. Take this piece of jade pendant and go. Yi Yuan frowned and said, Senior is Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum, right? With you around, could it be that you can't stop the Pill Alliance too? The black-robed old man laughed loudly and said, Boy, you're a clever guy. Can't you see through it? It's impossible for the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect to escape its doom. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The black-robed old man's meaning was very clear. There was indeed a Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse in this Pill Alliance too. Furthermore, the black-robed old man seemed to lack the confidence to win. Chapter 2639, Sect Destroyed. Chapter 2639, Sect Destroyed. No need to struggle anymore. You have no hope. Surrender. Xiao Feibai looked at Feng Shuani who was covered in blood and said calmly. Xiao Feibai's opponent was Feng Shuani. But Feng Shuani's opponent was not just Xiao Feibai. This was a sect-destroying battle, not an individual challenge. Xiao Feibai was strong, but among these 100 over Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, many of them were quasi-sect master level. They were also Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Although they were not as strong, they were absolutely not what ordinary elders could compare to. The Pill Alliance's strength was definitely more than just Xiao Feibai and Huangfu Cloudthink. Feng Shuani's clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled. How did he have the appearance of a sect master of his generation? It was just that the firmness in his eyes made him not have the slightest dejection in terms of aura. A sect master of his generation was a sect master of his generation. Even if a hero reached a dead end, he would still SHI+NE with boundless radiance. Beside him, those from their martial secure heavenly sect who were still fighting became fewer and fewer. Under the Pill Alliance's might, the martial secure heavenly sect did not stand a chance at all. But during the battle, he glimpsed the sect's disciples HI+ing out of the heavy encirclement through the corners of his eyes, and a hint of relief flashed across his eyes. He was grateful to Yi Yuan in his heart. He knew that only Yi Yuan could do this. Ha ha ha, my martial secure heavenly sect has heaven-surmounting pride. There's only a sect master that dies after defeat, no lackey that drags out an ignoble existence. Yunqing, Yi Yuan, you must live on. With you guys around, my martial secure heavenly sect will illuminate the world again one day. Martial Uncle Yang, Feng Shuani will go first. Feng Shuani held the heaven-killing battle spear in his hand. All of a sudden, his aura surged to the sky. A vague and insubstantial fluctuation instantly rendered the entire world with color. At this moment, martial secure sect master was akin to a fiend God on earth. When Xiao Feibai saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly, a hint of respect showing in his eyes. He knew that Feng Shuani was burning his own world power here, to sought that fleeting and ephemeral Saint Sovereign heavenly stratum at the final moment. It was not for others, just for the last wisp of brilliance in life. It was impossible to reach Saint Sovereign heavenly stratum. But Feng Shuani's strength would rise dramatically in an extremely short time. This was his final glory. After burning, he would be ashes. Sect Master, I'll accompany you. Seeing Feng Shuani like this, Luo Yunqing yelled angrily. In this martial secure heavenly sect, the one that Luo Yunqing respected the most was Feng Shuani. Back then, he had faded into the crowd. It was Feng Shuani who had discerning eyes, noticing him in the crowd, encouraging him, walking all the way until today. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. For the martial secure heavenly sect's sake, Luo Yunqing could likewise sacrifice himself. But, right at the moment he immolated his world power, a powerful force suppressed over, scattering his immolation. Yunqing, you can't die. Remember, from now on, Yi Yuan is the new martial secure heavenly sect's sect master. You have to assist him and revitalize the martial secure heavenly sect. Feng Shuani said in a cold voice. Luo Yunqing's whole body trembled, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan who was behind the black-robed old man. Yi Yuan himself also trembled all over. Feng Shuani did not choose Luo Yunqing, but chose him. This was a heavy entrustment. Feng Shuani's gaze similarly landed on Yi Yuan. He was clear that Luo Yunqing's sword intent surmounted the heavens, and was arrogant and unyielding, just like a sharp sword. But he was not the best candidate to revitalize the sect. In contrast, Yi Yuan had more leaders. HI+P qualities and was more suited to leading the sect to rise again. Luo Yunqing clenched his jaws tightly and said with tears in his eyes, Sect Master, Yunqing got it. Feng Shuani held the long spear out and said in a solemn voice, I'll open up the path. You go out. Swooze. Feng Shuani stabbed with the long spear in his hands, his entire person turning into a streak of electricity, tearing across the sky. His speed and strength soared significantly in an instant. Clearly, it already exceeded the domain of Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum. All move away. Xiao Feibai yelled coldly, immediately moving aside. He knew that the Feng Shuani at this time was like a firework shooting into the sky, SHI+Ning with boundless radiance. No body could stop him at this moment. Xiao Feibai retreated quickly, but some Jade Sovereign Heavens did not have time to retreat, and was directly pierced through by Feng Shuani. Luo Yunqing did not dare to be neglectful, enduring the tremendous pain and following after. Yi Yuan had a calm look, but his heart hurt like it was pricked by a needle. Everyone listen up. I, Feng Shuani, immediately issue a sect master order, and appoint Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan two people, as martial secure heavenly sect's elder. I, Feng Shuani, am willing to give up the position of sect master, but, Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan, I'm protecting them for sure. Scenes of past events flowed in Yi Yuan's heart. The braver the current Feng Shuani was, the more painful it was for him. This sect master with great courage and great bearing would soon disappear like the wind. Feng Shuani's life was flowing away rapidly. When Huangfu Cloudthink saw the situation, he could not help frowning slightly. He gave the black-robed old man a glance, then turned around and flew straight for Feng Shuani. Boom! Huangfu Cloudthink actually confronted Feng Shuani head-on. With one blow, Huangfu Cloudthink was directly blown away. But he did not suffer much damage. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. It turned out that earlier, Huangfu Cloudthink actually did not use his full strength yet. At present, Feng Shuani was a terrifying half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven existence. Huangfu Cloudthink could actually clash with Feng Shuani. This Huangfu Cloudthink's strength was likely not far from Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum 2. Feng Shuani was greatly surprised too, but he did not care about it. Brandies. Hi plussing his spear and Russ. Hi plussing forward again. The two people unfolded a terrifying to the extreme great battle in the air. Luckily, under Feng Shuani's lead, the two already charged out of the encirclement. Luo Yunqing turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the horizon. However, another streak of light followed closely behind, chasing after. Who could it be if not Xiao Feibai? Clearly, the Pill Alliance was going to tear the weed out by the root. But Feng Shuani was already powerless to stop him. The black-robed old man did not say anything all along. At this time, he suddenly spoke up. Boy, you should go now. Did you hear Shuani boy's words just now? Crack, crack, crack. Yi Yuan's finger joints were clenched by him until it made cracking sounds. The things that he had experienced were far too many. But such a terrible battle today still touched his nerves. The martial secure heavenly sect that was once powerful and prosperous was destroyed just like that. Yes, from today onwards, the martial secure heavenly sect would have its name removed from the rain-clear continent. Yi Yuan was not a saint. Even if he had experienced too much, the hatred in his heart currently still filled his chest. He nodded his head fiercely and said, Senior, rest assured. I'll avenge this hatred. The black-robed old man turned his head. Yi Yuan could see the wrinkles on his face clearly. But there was a faint smile on the other party's face and he said, There's no need to take revenge. But you must par down the martial secure heavenly sect's inheritance. The Pill Alliance's foundation Serpa. Says your imagination, they are not what you can afford to provoke. Remember, before accumulating enough strength, you mustn't take revenge. Finished saying, the black-robed old man flicked his sleeves grandly. Yi Yuan only felt his two eyes go dark, directly being pushed into the SPACE. He was greatly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that this old man's understanding of spatial rule was actually so strong, but right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Chapter 2640, Thistle South Sea Region. Chapter 2640, Thistle South Sea Region. Boom. An invisible fist force punched into the void at this moment. When the black-robed old man saw this scene, his expression could not help changing wildly. He had the mind to drag Yi Yuan back but already could not do it. He knew that the void seemed calm, but this punch rendered the void completely chaotic. The shattered SPACE would tear Yi Yuan to shred. When the black-robed old man saw the handsome youth who stepped out of the void, he had a solemn expression on his face. The youth looked at the black-robed old man and said smilingly, The new sect master is already dead. You guys can go with peace of mind. Don't you say so, He Shuyen? The black-robed old man's pupils constricted and he said coldly, Your Pill Alliance really knows quite a lot. It's just, I wonder if you guys really came from the south or not. The youth smiled slightly and said, Guess. Yi Yuan. Feng Shuani's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, his gaze full of unwillingness. The undulation just now, he felt it clearly. Under this power, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to survive. Feng Shuani thought that by relying on He Shuyen's strength, he could at least send Yi Yuan out. Who would have thought that this Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually so powerful? This was getting rid of the weeds by uprooting them. Xiao Feibai went to chase after Luo Yunqing too. Could he escape with his life? Feng Shuani felt that the world suddenly became incomparably dark. The martial secure heavenly sect did not even have a final trace of life anymore. Boom! Under Huangfu Cloudthink's palm, Feng Shuani spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. His time was up. His life was fading rapidly and his strength was also falling rapidly. The current Feng Shuani was no longer Huangfu Cloudthink's match anymore. Huangfu Cloudthink laughed loudly and said, "You all are too naive. How can Lord Alliance Chief possibly let Yi Yuan leave? Since he wasn't willing to surrender, then he's the Pill Alliance's mortal enemy. Letting such an opponent live, will find it hard to eat and sleep." Each of Huangfu Cloudthink's palm moves was stronger than the last. Feng Shuani was already powerless to parry. His pupils gradually dilated, carrying a strong unwillingness. All the way until the moment he died, he did not close his eyes too. The youth looked at He Shuyan, still smiling brightly as he said, "All right. Now, the new and old sect master are both dead. Your martial secure heavenly sect can officially withdraw from the stage of history." The aura on He Shuyan's body gradually rose. He was different from Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. His aura was illusory, giving people a sacred feeling. This was the unique charm of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. "I know that you're very strong, but if you want to chomp down on me, this old bone, it will probably injure you badly too." He Shuyan seemed to have seen through everything, planning on fighting to the death. The youth was still very calm and said with a smile, "Is that so? I'm afraid that this is just your wishful thinking." As he said, there was an additional piece of jade ornament in the youth's hand. When this jade ornament appeared, He Shuyan's pupils constricted. He cried out in surprise, Could this be the legendary Grand Mist treasure?" The youth smiled and said, "That's right, at least you have some knowledge." He Shuyan said in surprise, "Looks like you guys indeed came from the south." The youth said coolly, "Whether or not we came from the south isn't important anymore. From now on, your 5 great heavenly sects will become the past. My Pill Alliance will unify the rain-clear continent." Waves of gentle light halo emitted from the jade ornament. Although the light halo was gentle, He Shuyan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. 3 months later, in the extreme south of the martial secure heavenly sect, above the vast expanse of ocean, a SHI plus P made out of fine steel was currently approaching the Sha. ORE. On the SHI plus P, 4 to 5 young men and women were rather excited. "Heh, it's the Orfsh. ORE water region not far ahead. After reaching the Orfsh, ORE water region will be completely safe. The harvest this time is so big. It's all thanks to Brother Haoyan." Not only did Brother Haoyan obtain the water concealment pearl, this kind of treasure, but he also even attracted more than half of the true spirit sea race troops with his power alone. To talk about credit, it's of course still Peiyun who contributed the most. She is of the grade 5 prenatal water spirit physique. She's most suitable for the water concealment pearl. If not for her, we also wouldn't have accomplished this feat. Huang Haoyan looked towards Su Peiyun with a look of adoration. Su Peiyun was calm South City's city lord's daughter. Huang Haoyan had courted her for a long time already. This time, he finally succeeded with the water concealment pearl. Su Peiyun looked at Huang Haoyan and found him pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at him and said smilingly, "Big brother Yang is too modest. Peiyun only went in to take some things. What credit is there? Rather, it's Big brother Yang, your strength stands head and shoulders above all others. Facing 3,000 true spirit sea race members, you didn't show the least bit of fear too, a real man." When Huang Haoyan heard that, his heart burst with joy and he repeatedly said, "Dare not. Hey, you guys, look. There's someone in the sea." Suddenly a companion shouted. That person in the sea clearly saw this large SHI plus P2 and had a look of joy on his face as he shouted loudly, "Friends on the SHI plus P, can you give me a ride? I'll be extremely grateful." As he said, he did not wait for everyone to agree either and actually leaped straight onto the large SHI plus P. When Huang Haoyan saw the arrival, his brows furrowed hard. This person was dressed in white clothing, full of bloodstains on it. His aura was also very disorderly. Clearly, He had sustained considerable injuries. With regards to such a guy with unknown origins, Huang Haoyan was naturally unwilling to bring alone. "Who are you? How rude. Did this young lady let you onto the boat?" Su Peiyun flew off the handle first. The youth in white clothing smiled bitterly and said, "Really sorry about it. I got lost in the sea and have already drifted for more than a month. I finally managed to run into you all. Can you let me hitch a ride? Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to find the way back." Su Peiyun rolled her eyes and said, "Your direction was completely wrong. Of course, you couldn't find your way back. This guy is so reckless, to actually dare rush the Thistle South Sea region all alone by himself, courting death. To be able to reach here alive, really don't know how lucky you got. Brainless fellow." The youth in white clothes smiled bitterly and said, "What Miss said is true. I don't have any malicious intent. These few heavenly pills, just take it as recompense to thank the few of you, how's that?" As he said, the youth in white clothes took out 5 heavenly pills. The moment Su Peiyun and the rest saw, they could not help crying out in surprise, "Grand completion 9th grade. Grade 2 heavenly pith pill." The few people exchanged glances, clearly moved by it. The heavenly pith pill was a superb heavenly pill for cultivation. Furthermore, it was even grand completion 9th grade, it was not up to them to not be moved. The youth in white clothes gave Su Peiyun a glance and said with a smile, "Miss seems to cultivate a water attribute cultivation method. I just happen to have a water intent condensed fragrance pill on me. I believe that Miss has use for it." Su Peiyun opened her mouth wide and was rendered speechless and lifeless. A grand completion 9th grade level water intent condensed fragrance pill was simply a priceless treasure to her. The things that they obtained in the True Spirit Sea clan might not compare to this when added up to. One had to know, the water intent condensed fragrance pill could help her increase her rule realm. A grand completion 9th grade water intent condensed fragrance pill was sufficient to improve her power of rule further. The gazes that the few people looked towards the man in white with, immediately became different. Just as everyone was surprised, a huge wave suddenly stirred up behind the large SHI plus P. Huang Haoyan's expression changed wildly and he said, "Not good, those guys must have discovered that the treasure depository pavilion in the tribe was robbed. They are catching up." All. Chapter 2641, Senior. Chapter 2641, Senior. A few brats who are still wet behind their ears actually dares to steal our merfolk tribe's treasure? Simply tired of living. Do you all think that you can leave after stealing the treasure? In this ocean, our true spirit sea race is the true king. An enormous merfolk was galloping on the surface of the sea, riding the wind and waves, akin to flat land. Their speed was actually several times faster than this large SHI plus P. They were unbelievably stinky. But the fury on their faces currently was evident to all. These few fellows actually robbed their treasure depository pavilion. What was even more aggravating was that there was actually also the merfolk clan's sacred item in it. Under their fury, the merfolk tribe dispatched large numbers of troops and chased after. As far as the eyes could see, it was full of fish heads into the distance. There was a dense and black mass, unable to see any end in sight. Roughly counting, there were likely no fewer than several thousand. These thousands of merfolk, the vast majority were lesser sublime heavenly stratum, but there were also quite a few hundred that were greater sublime heavenly stratum. And these few people on the boat, only Su Peiyun and Huang Haoyan were upper greater sublime heaven. The others were all middle greater sublime heaven. Once caught up, they would be dead for sure. This. What to do here? We're dead for sure. Damn, how did they find out so quickly? With the few of our strength, we'd definitely be dead beyond a doubt if caught up. Huang Haoyan swept a glance over everyone and said in a solemn voice. As for the man in white clothing, he was directly overlooked by him. A middle greater sublime heaven, what use could he be of? Big brother Yang, didn't you lure away 3,000 seafolk previously? Why don't you try luring away again? Su Peiyun suddenly looked at Huang Haoyan, her eyes full of hope. Huang Haoyan's face turned black, and he nearly cussed out. He merely made use of some methods before to gain an advantage by trickery. Actually, he did not dare to show his face at all. Got to be joking. One person luring a few thousand people, even if he grew 10 heads, it would not be enough to chop either. Peiyun, you aren't aware. After I use that method, I need half a month before I can use it again. Right now, sigh. Huang Haoyan told a fib. Su Peiyun did not suspect anything either, but the sense of loss in her eyes could not be concealed no matter what. The man in white said, "That. I have a way. But I don't know if it will work or not." Su Peiyun smiled coldly when she heard that and said, "Even Big Brother Yang has no way, then what method can you, a measly little middle greater sublime heaven, have? Don't annoy me." Toward this brainless fellow, Su Peiyun found him displeasing to the eye no matter how she looked at him. Running to the Thistle South Sea region all by himself. In the end, he could not even find where North was. What method could this kind of moron possibly have? As for taking out these incredible heavenly pills, the few people guessed that this fellow was probably some alchemy great family's descendant. It was just that he did not bring his brain out of the house. Rather, it was Huang Haoyan who suddenly spoke up, treat a dead horse tentatively as if it was still alive. "Peiyun, let's hear it." Su Peiyun was anxious in her heart, but also had no plans and could only nod her head. Huang Haoyan said in a solemn voice, "What idea you have, quickly say it." The man in white said, Run." Everyone fell down. Freaking hell, what kind of crap idea was this? "Still need you to say run?" Huang Haoyan felt a wave of anger from being played and said in a great rage, "Punk, you're messing with me?" The man in white smiled and said, "What I mean is, let's run first. After I recover strength, I'll have a way." As he said, the man in white ignored everyone's strange gazes and went to meditate in a corner of the deck by himself. Huang Haoyan was angered until he ground his teeth, but now was not the time to blow his top. Running was number one. He gritted his teeth and said, "Peiyun, throw all of the sea spirit pearls obtained this time into the array formation. Activate the array formation to the highest setting. There's only this method now." Su Peiyun bit her lip slightly. Finally, she still nodded her head. The sea spirit pearl was a specialty of the true spirit sea race. Consuming one was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. They plundered the Merfolk clan's lair this time and obtained a large quant. 1 tie of sea spirit pearls. Originally, they planned on using it to break through. In the end, they had no choice but to use them to flee now. Sure enough, the moment the sea spirit pearls were thrown into the array formation, the speed of the SHI+P soared at once. Although it still did not compare to those Merfolk, they could not catch up in a short time. Only then did Huang Haoyan and the rest heave a sigh in relief. Su Peiyun looked at Yi Yuan and said in a great rage, "You this fellow, getting on the boat without our permission. Now, you're still acting completely fine here. How can you be so shameless?" This man in white was precisely Yi Yuan. That strike from the Pill Alliance's alliance chief made him almost die. The shattered void practically tore him apart. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yi Yuan comprehended the second level of spatial rule. That was how he escaped by a fluke. Even so, he drifted in the void for 2 months too, before he finally got out. However, he arrived in a foreign place, all around him being the ocean. Suddenly descending upon Thistle South Sea region, Yi Yuan had a stunned face. It was all the same all around. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only randomly find a direction and proceed all the way. But, he ran into heaps and heaps of sea monsters along the way. The moment these sea monsters saw him, they pounced over to kill him without heed for their lives. Furthermore, these sea monsters were extremely strong. This sea was their natural battlefield. In this place, they Farsurper. Said same-rank humans. Their strength could not be underestimated. But unfortunately, they ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan killed all the way over, killing for a month's time before finally seeing Huang Haoyan and the rest. In the end, he did not expect that this bunch of guys were even more of a troublemaker, provoking a clan of sea monsters. Seeing Su Peiyun fly off the handle, Huang Haoyan frowned and said, "Peiyun, now isn't the time to haggle over this. If we can get out by chance, it won't be too late to denounce him publicly then." When Su Peiyun saw Huang Haoyan speak, she was very obedient. But she was full of unhappiness when she looked at Yi Yuan. You guys, quickly look ahead. At this time, a companion suddenly cried out in surprise. When Huang Haoyan heard that, he was greatly surprised. Could it be that there was true spirit sea race obstructing in front too? If that was the case, they would really be dead for sure. However, he looked in the direction pointed by his companion and immediately had a stupefied look. There were corpses of the sea folk everywhere on the surface of the sea. The undulations coming off of some corpses were very powerful, enough to be grand completion greater sublime heaven. Suddenly, Huang Haoyan's eyes lit up and he said, could it be that there was a limitless sublime heavenly stratum senior who Pares said by here? If we can find him, there will be hope of surviving. Su Peiyun's eyes also lit up, and she came in front of Yi Yuan and questioned, hey, you came from this direction earlier, right? Did you encounter any senior? Yi Yuan was still regulating his breathing and ignored her. When Su Peiyun saw that Yi Yuan did not even pay attention to her, she immediately flew into a great rage. Punk, we kindly took you in, but in the end, you actually put on airs on the boat. Do you really think that this young lady doesn't dare to kill you? Under her fury, Su Peiyun suddenly smacked a palm over. But it hit nothing. Yi Yuan's body was already standing on the side of the SHI+P. He already finished recuperating. His strength recovered to its peak again. Yi Yuan turned to Su Peiyun and smiled as he said, I didn't encounter any senior. But I have a way now. Chapter 2642, Driving Back the Enemy. Chapter 2642, Driving Back the Enemy Away? What method can you have? Su Peiyun said disdainfully. But, just as she was talking, Yi Yuan already leaped and jumped into the sea. At this time, those merfolk were merely a dozen over miles away from the boat. With Yi Yuan jumping, he faced off against the merfolk army in virtually an instant. This scene stupefied Huang Haoyan, Su Peiyun, and the rest. What does this guy want to do? Su Peiyun said in surprise. Who cares about him? If he wants to seek death, it can't be blamed on us. Let's quickly go. Huang Haoyan said. The stupefied ones were not just them. There was also the merfolk army. They never thought that there was actually someone who dared to jump down from the boat at this time. Wasn't this courting death? Could it be that this boy was tired of living? Yi Yuan looked at the merfolk leader and said coolly, give me face and give them a way out. How about it? The merfolk leader was enraged and said, where did this punk come from, to dare spout nonsense in front of this general? Smash over for me, tear him to shreds. Having received the order, each and every one of them in the army flashed their harpoons and spears, and they charged over toward Yi Yuan. Several thousand people in a mighty contingent, this kind of power made the expressions of the few people on the SHI+P change. They knew that in this ocean, there would often be conflicts between races. The fighting was even more terrible than on the mainland. But the interior of these races was incomparably united. An army of 3,000 humans was absolutely not the match for 3,000 merfolk. Let alone that there was only Yi Yuan alone facing them. On the SHI+P, a companion suddenly cried out in surprise, I understand now. The method that he spoke of was to challenge the entire merfolk army by himself. Is this guy a moron? Su Peiyun. Two people were taken aback and also came back to their senses. It was just that in their view, this was no different from courting death. Su Peiyun rolled her eyes and said, a fool who overestimates his own ability. Him coming to Thistle South Sea region alone to roam is a very foolish behavior to begin with. The army got closer and closer to Yi Yuan. Finally, they clashed. Boom. Waves splash. Yi Yuan's skinny figure was instantly engulfed by the army and seawater. Huang Haoyan shook his head and said, the ignorant is fearless. A shame, this guy didn't even block for a second. With regards to Yi Yuan's behavior of seeking death, Huang Haoyan and the rest did not have much pity. What he found regrettable was that Yi Yuan could not tie down the merfolk army in the slightest. The merfolk army was still HI+ing towards them. But very soon, they discovered that something was not right. The huge wave had been churning endlessly. Furthermore, it was extremely irregular, completely different from before. And the speed of the army's advance also gradually slowed down. Suddenly, a figure rose into the sky, bringing along a pile of minced meat which exploded. The eyes of the few people on the boat became wide saucers. However, this figure disappeared in a flash and landed in the merfolk army once more. Is my eyesight failing? Just now, was it that boy? Huang Haoyan was shocked until he was even stammering when speaking. Su Peiyun also had a look of shock as she said, He actually didn't die. That's the merfolk army. Under the assault of an army of several thousand merfolk, not only did Yi Yuan not die, he actually still had the leeway to retaliate. How could they not be shocked? What was more, this guy was just a mere middle greater sublime heaven. Before long, the changes in the merfolk army became more and more apparent. The army was already in utter disarray. Huang Haoyan saw it clearly. The merfolk leader also had no choice but to lead his men to rush back to the central army. Amidst the army and waves, a blood-stained white figure appeared and disappeared, appearing bizarre and mysterious. The more Huang Haoyan and the rest watched, the more shocked they got. The more they looked, the more jittery they became. This guy actually killed the entire merfolk army until they were in a sorry state with his power alone. They naturally did not know that along with Yi Yuan comprehending spatial rule, coupled with this month of frenzied killing, he already comprehended the second form of great Tao transformation. The form of the all-encompassing sacred tree already grew into a seedling from a sprout. The transformed swords already evolved from 2 to 8. Furthermore, the power increased greatly. Unless he similarly encountered second form powerhouses, otherwise, Yi Yuan was virtually invincible in greater sublime heavenly stratum. Coupled with that, Yi Yuan's power was profound and his breath was drawn out, as well as that he was highly proficient in formation Tao. It was also akin to flat ground in the army. Unless a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse appeared, otherwise, to Yi Yuan, there was not much difference between killing one and killing 1,000. However, in the eyes of Huang Haoyan and co who did not know the inside story, it was totally different. At this time, his companion suddenly said, Brother Haoyan, when that boy got on the SHI+P before, his aura was very chaotic. Furthermore, he came over from this sea region. You look, so many true spirit sea folk died in this sea region, they wouldn't have all been killed by him, right? Impossible. Huang Haoyan seemed to have had his tail stepped on, nearly jumping up. Shaking his head repeatedly, he said, so many sea folk, unless it's a limitless sublime heavenly stratum senior, otherwise, how can it be possible? Talking until here, he could not carry on speaking. Because he knew that it was extremely likely, at least, there was more than 90% probability, if it was not Yi Yuan, that would also be too coincidental. Turning back to look at those countless corpses, Huang Haoyan felt rather parched. He wouldn't have killed all the way over, right? Huang Haoyan looked at Su Peiyun and revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. When ordinary humans entered the sea, they would have many methods to evade these sea folk. Unless one's strength reached limitless sublime heavenly stratum, otherwise, who dared to kill all the way over? In the ocean, the numbers of the true spirit sea race simply could not be tallied. Their numbers were hundreds, even thousands of times of the human race. Furthermore, in the ocean, the strength of these sea folk increased greatly, far surpassing same rank humans. Under this kind of circumstances, he killed his way over. Even thinking about it felt scary. The smile on Su Peiyun's face did not look any better than Huang Haoyan's. In her heart, Huang Haoyan was the chosen one. When Yi Yuan just appeared, she looked down on him from the bottom of her heart and her words were very unpleasant too. In the end, he was unbelievably impressive. Luckily, Yi Yuan did not have malicious intent. Otherwise, when she made a move to deal with Yi Yuan earlier, he would have directly killed her. Just her bit of strength, it was really not enough to look at in front of Yi Yuan. The merfolk leader cried out strangely repeatedly and disregarded his subordinates too, turning tail and running. He shouted, Wawawa, this boy is too strong, we're not a match. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. Yi Yuan seemed to be in his own backyard amidst the army of thousands. Killing here and there, nobody could stop him at all. The merfolk leader was extremely strong and barely managed to escape death. But one arm was severed by Yi Yuan too. How could this merfolk leader still dare to continue fighting? Came quickly, left quickly too. With a howl, the merfolk army disappeared without a trace, only leaving behind a pile of corpses floating on the surface of the sea. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast. With a few ups and downs, he already caught up to the large SHI+P. When his figure landed on the deck again, the few people on the boat immediately tensed up fully. This guy was simply a ruthless murderer. Chapter 2643, Land of Heavenly South. Chapter 2643, Land of Heavenly South. Senior, just now. I've offended you just now, Huang Haoyan said with a deathly pale complexion. The combat power that Yi Yuan displayed struck deep terror into him. Thinking of how his group of people was even posturing in front of him, there was a feeling of courting death. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to stoop to his level and said indifferently, "Where is this place?" Huang Haoyan hurriedly said, "This place is the Thistle South Sea region." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Thistle South Sea region? How far is it from the Five Light Heavenly region?" It was his first time hearing this name. Yi Yuan only knew that the Rainclear continent's domain was Ma's Civ. The five great heavenly regions could not completely cover it. The borders of the Rainclear continent were the Endless Sea region. These sea regions were the forbidden areas for the powerhouses on the continent. Because there were countless powerful life forms in the ocean, even a Saint Sovereign Heaven could not rely on their individual power to cross the sea region too. Because there were some existences rivaling Saint Sovereign Heaven in the ocean, and even more terrifying existences. He did not expect that he actually came to the sea in an accident arising from many causes. It was just that, did not know what coordinates this sea region was in the Five Light Heavenly region, and how far away it was. Yi Yuan was very concerned about the Five Light Heavenly region's situation. Although he knew that the Five Light Heavenly region and the black-robed old man likely had a bleak chance of survival, but not getting the news, he still could not give up. It was just that on the vast ocean, where would he go to inquire about the news? Five Light Heavenly region? That's the Central Plains. It's at least several decades of journey away from here. Furthermore, there's even a myriad Demons Mountain separating in the middle. Senior actually came from the Five Light Heavenly region? Huang Haoyan said in surprise. There were countless great demons in the myriad Demons Mountain. There were even a whole bunch of Jade Sovereign Heaven level true spirits. It was very hard for Huang Haoyan to imagine how Yi Yuan came here from the Five Light Heavenly region. Although he repelled the merfolk army alone, it was also impossible to be a limitless sublime heavenly stratums match, let alone talk about Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum true spirits. Yi Yuan became even more mysterious in the eyes of the few people there. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he could not help feeling his head swell. Several decades of journey, that was really too far. With his current speed on food, traveling 100,000 over miles a day was par for the course. Several decades of journey, that would have to be calculated in hundreds of millions. Yi Yuan did not reply Huang Haoyan's questioning and continued asking, "Looking at your attire, you don't look like a fisherman on the sea. Could it be that the land that you guys are living on actually doesn't belong to the five great heavenly regions?" Huang Haoyan nodded and said, "The five great heavenly regions occupy 80% of Rainclear continent's domain. But our land of Heavenly South just happens to be part of that 20%. Oh, I heard my father say that our land of Heavenly South is called the land of Barbaric South out of your mouths. The few of us are all the land of Heavenly South's southernmost tips calm South City's people." Speaking of the land of Barbaric South, Yi Yuan had some impression of it. When he was in the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, he had naturally read many records before. Among them were records of the land of Barbaric South. There were even legends that Zhua Bufan's disappearance was actually going out to sea from the land of Barbaric South and he had not returned to this day. It was just that, this version was untenable in the eyes of many people. After all, there were far too many powerhouses in the sea. However, the five great heavenly regions were separated by a myriad Demons Mountain from this place, so there were very few records. Yi Yuan knew about the myriad Demons Mountain. In this mountain, there were countless true spirits. There were probably even more Jade Sovereign Heaven level true spirits than humans. He heard that there were even Saint Sovereign Heaven-level true spirits in it. Therefore, no matter which faction, they all did not dare to make a move against the myriad demons mountain. Even Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses did not dare to easily climb over the myriad demons mountain too. Unless one's strength reached Saint Sovereign Heaven level, only then could they suppress the great demons there. He did not expect that he drifted in the void and actually ran so far all at once, directly being thrown into the sea. Arriving here was not all bad either. At least, he would not be pursued by the Pill Alliance. But the problem was, he wanted to take revenge and could not go back for the time being as well. With his current strength, there was simply no way to cross the myriad demons mountain. Could it be that he really had to cultivate to Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum before he could return? At that time, he would not be afraid of the Pill Alliance anymore. Except, how long would it take? When Yi Yuan was drifting in the void, he had once thought of many ways to seek revenge. He firmly believed that as long as he hid in the dark, he could cause heavy losses to the Pill Alliance. But now, all of it could not be used anymore. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly, anger looming in his eyes, Huang Haoyan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Finally, Yi Yuan let out a long sigh and said, "Since I came, I might as well stay and make the best of it. Bring me to calm South City then." Huang Haoyan was taken aback when he heard that and said, "Senior wants to go to calm South City? Why? Can't I?" Yi Yuan retorted with a question. Huang Haoyan shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, no, no. Of course, you can. If Senior wants to go, we naturally welcome you." How could he afford to provoke Yi Yuan? He hurriedly agreed. Along the way, Yi Yuan asked a lot about the situation in the land of Heavenly South. Calm South City was a major city in the south and was quite strong. Because the Heavenly Stratum powerhouses here would suffer the attack of the true spirit sea race from time to time. Here, there was no difference between ascenders and native forces. As long as one was strong enough, they could survive. No one would discriminate against an individual for being an ascender. Yi Yuan understood this point too. This was because the seafolk were too powerful. The number of true spirit seafolk was simply an astronomical figure. Even if one stacked with human heads, the pressure on the various races on land was tremendous too. Regardless of whether it was a native faction or ascenders, they all had to face the threat of the sea race. They had no choice but to stick together and unite against the foreign forces. Although the sea was rich in produces, the living conditions were not as good as on land. Therefore, the true spirit sea race would follow the current during the morning and evening tides and attack the city. Their goal was nothing more than to plunder the materials and treasures of humans. Furthermore, the true spirit sea race was bloodthirsty. Every time they reached a place, there would be a bloodbath. Therefore, the various races' heavenly stratum powerhouses on land were irreconcilably hostile with the sea race. But the sea was vast and also an excellent place to train. Therefore, the various races' powerhouses would often head to the sea in groups, firstly to hunt for treasures. Secondly, it was to train. Huang Haoyan, this group of people's trip was precisely to go and train. It was just that they did not expect to cause such a big commotion. Logically speaking, you guys only stole some treasures. The Merfolk tribe shouldn't have gone so far as to be so irreconcilable till death, insisting on hunting you all down. Did you guys steal something incredible? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. Huang Haoyan shook his head and said, "There are quite a few good stuff, but there's also no amazing treasure." Yi Yuan said, "Let me see." Huang Haoyan did not dare to disobey. The few people took out all of the treasures obtained, virtually covering half of the deck. When Yi Yuan saw, he could not help rolling his eyes too. This bunch of guys could really cause trouble. After stealing so many treasures, it would have been strange if the Merfolk tribe did not go crazy. Fortunately, the Merfolk tribe was not considered strong. He could barely manage to handle it. If a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse came, Yi Yuan would have long run by himself. After checking it, Yi Yuan did not discover anything peculiar either. But there were a few items that Yi Yuan felt were rather good. Among them was a conch-like item that caught Yi Yuan's attention. Chapter 2644, 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit. Chapter 2644, 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit. What is this? Yi Yuan asked. The few people shook their heads one after another. Clearly, they did not know what that was. Yi Yuan looked at it carefully for a moment but did not have a clue either. This conch gave him a mysterious aura. But, as for what the mystery was, he could not say for sure either. In the end, he could only give up. Yi Yuan threw the conch back and said coolly, "All right, I can't see through it either. Aren't your families all pretty impressive? Go back and let your elders take a look. Maybe they can discern something." Huang Haoyan looked at Yi Yuan with some surprise. He even thought that Yi Yuan wanted to look at the treasures because he planned to rip them off. In the end, Yi Yuan did not even look at them. How could he know that as the martial secure heavenly sex elder, Yi Yuan had seen before God knows how many good items? How could he eye these little things? This merfolk tribe was merely a small tribe. It was far too lacking compared to the martial secure heavenly sect. Of course, even if there was good stuff, Yi Yuan was disdainful to rob them using this sort of method too. The party sailed for close to a month and finally returned to the Shi. Only after traveling for more than 10 days did they reach Calm South City. Calm South City was very grand. An extremely powerful array formation was even reinforced on the city walls. Yi Yuan measured it with his eyes. It had probably already reached the level of rank 3 heavenly formation. This array formation was a defensive grand array. Most likely, even if dozens of limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses besieged it, they would not be able to breach it too. Entering the city, Yi Yuan said to the few people, "You all return to your respective homes and find your families. I'll walk around on my own." The moment Huang Haoyan heard, he felt like he was granted amnesty and was just about to open his mouth, but he heard Su Peiyun say, "Senior Yi, you've just arrived here and are a stranger in a strange place. Why don't I be your guide?" Seeing that Yi Yuan had the intention of rejecting, she hurriedly said again, "Senior, calculating the time, our Calm South City is currently organizing the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit right now. The Thistle South 9 Cities well-known alchemy masters are all gathered here." When Huang Haoyan by the side saw that Su Peiyun was so warm toward Yi Yuan, it felt like he was chewing wax. But he had to admit, this really moved him. Having just arrived, understanding the alchemy path strength of the land of Heavenly South was also within reason. As for Su Peiyun's thoughts, Yi Yuan knew a little too. This lane SS probably wanted to rope him in. He was not narcissistic to the point where he thought that he was everyone's darling. This girl's fear toward him was probably a little greater. After all, slaughtering all directions in the army of several thousand merfolk, the impression that this scene left in the hearts of the few people was too shocking. Huang Haoyan was probably thinking too much. However, Yi Yuan did not care about Huang Haoyan's thoughts. As long as he did not provoke him, everything could be discussed. If he provoked him, Yi Yuan did not mind sending him off. He rowed their boat, gifted them heavenly pills, and repelled the merfolk army. It was already sufficient as repayment. In fact, the value was far more than that. They owed nothing to each other anymore. 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit. A little interesting. Come on. Yi Yuan said. He knew that there were 9 large cities on the Shi of the Thistle South Sea region. The purpose was to resist the invasion of the true Spirit Sea race. This Calm South City's array formation was probably not what an ordinary person could set up to. There was clearly an even greater backer behind the 9 cities. That, our Huang family is also taking part in the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit and I'm just about to go over to take a look. Why don't we go together? Huang Haoyan thickened his skin and asked. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, indifferent to it. When Su Peiyun saw Yi Yuan agree, she was naturally overjoyed. Such a terrifying existence, once he broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, he would surely be a powerhouse of a region. Even her father might not be able to do anything to him too. As for the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit, she was really not counting on Yi Yuan for anything. She knew that Yi Yuan must have come from an alchemy faction. But Yi Yuan himself was an ascender. Furthermore, his cultivation realm was not high. No matter how strong he was, he could not be very strong. The more likely situation was that Yi Yuan was a top disciple that some powerful faction was taking great pains to groom, and he came out for a trial this time. Therefore, bringing so many powerful heavenly pills on him was also not at all surprising. 300,000 heavenly crystals, going once. 300,000 heavenly crystals, going twice. 300,000 heavenly crystals, going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to Skybless City's family head Qin for obtaining the 6th grade 1 Heart Life Crossing pill. Also, congratulations to Water Billow City's Masters Wu Fang for winning the laurel again. Water Billow City again. Water Billow City has already taken down 3 cities and is seated firmly in the top spot. Masters Wu Fang is incredible. This 1 Heart Life Crossing pill, he can actually refine the realm of 6th grade, truly remarkable. The poor host, Calm South City, they are still empty until now. The 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit this time, they will probably be at the bottom again. Yi Yuan few people had just entered the venue when they felt that the atmosphere here had already reached a climax. The 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit had already been held for 5 days. Right now, the tie-ins between all parties had already reached a white-hot stage. The 9 cities Heavenly Alchemists had undergone a total of 15 rounds of tie-on. Currently, Water Billow City took first place 5 times and firmly occupied the throne of first place. While the host, Calm South City, was already shaved bald, which was very embarrassing. On the way here, Su Peiyun already introduced the rules of the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit. Yi Yuan was already perfectly clear about it. Each round, the 9 cities would each send out a heavenly alchemist to refine a kind of heavenly pill. The type of heavenly pills could be different. But, after the refining was completed, the summit's judge would carry out a comprehensive evaluation according to the heavenly pill's refining difficulty, quality, as well as practicality and other areas, to determine which city won. After judging, the heavenly pill that won would be auctioned on the spot, while the other heavenly pills were destroyed on the spot. When Yi Yuan saw the situation at the auction, he was slightly surprised too. He originally thought that this land of barbaric south was very remote. The heavenly medicine techniques were bound to be very backward. But who knew that the strength of these heavenly alchemists was quite good? The 1 Heart Life Crossing pill was a very high difficulty kind among grade 3 heavenly pills. It was not far from heavenly imperial pill that Wu Fang could actually refine 6th grade. This showed that his strength was extraordinary. At least, this Wu Fang's strength was not the slightest bit weaker when compared to those Pill Alliance establishment lords that Yi Yuan had challenged before. Ha ha ha, Su Yi, your Calm South City's heavenly alchemists really didn't improve at all. In the last 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit, you all took first place once at any rate. This time, it looks like you're going to be shaved bald. In the VIP area, Water Billow City's City Lord was currently mocking Calm South City's City Lord, Su Yi, who was also Su Peiyun's father. Su Yi's expression was grim until it was almost dripping water. Behind Su Yi, several heavenly alchemists were all blues. Plusing with embarrassment, but they could not find the words to retort. The 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit this time, they really had a complete loss of face. Sun Yunjing, don't you be arrogant. This 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit is only halfway through, Su Yi said with a cold snort. Water Billow City's City Lord, Sun Yunjing was indifferent and said with a loud laugh, yes, it's only halfway through. But as far as I know, Ji Ling is already your Calm South City's strongest grade 3 heavenly alchemist, right? Who else are you planning to send onto the stage later? Su Yi could not help choking when he heard that. He discovered that Calm South City actually had no one that they could use anymore. Even the strongest was defeated. How could they even fight? The host was shaved bald. It was really utterly humiliating. Chapter 2645. Tell you. Chapter 2645. Tell you. Uncle Sun, what you said is wrong. Your Water Billow City is close to Heavenly South City. Being in a favorable position. You had the advantage in timing, geographical, and human conditions, and have always been number 1. That's why you became stronger and stronger. What's the use of bullying our Calm South City? If you have the ability, beat Heavenly South City. At this time, Su Peiyun's words interrupted Sun Yunjing's reproving. When Su Yi saw Su Peiyun, he had a look of pleasant surprise as he said, "Little Su, you're finally back." Su Peiyun smiled and said, "Father, Yuna just went to train. Do you have to be like this?" The father and daughter, two people, clearly had a very good relations. Hi+P Su Yi's eyes when looking at Su Peiyun were full of doting. It could be seen that Su Peiyun was Su Yi's beloved daughter. Who, little girl Su is still so razor-tongued. Heavenly South City is the capital city of the land of Heavenly South. How can we compare? Want to compare? It's also comparing between the Thistle South 9 cities. Otherwise, what's the point of this 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit? Sun Yunjing said with a laugh. Humph. In the end, it's still our lack of resources that led to the decline in alchemy Dao. You guys won unscrupulously. Su Peiyun argued strongly. Sun Yunjing laughed and said, "You lamenesses, alright. This city lord won't stoop to the level of a junior like you. However, Su Yi, the next round is about to begin right away. Who are you all planning to send up to the stage?" This 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit was not just a dispute caused by personal feelings. It was also a fight for resources. Each city would obtain the resource bias of Heavenly South City based on their rankings. One had to know, the judge of this 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit was a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist sent by Heavenly South City. It was evident that Heavenly South City attached great importance to these 9 cities. It was just that calm South City suffered repeated defeats with each battle, forming a vicious cycle. Coupled with that they were lacking talents, that was why they got bogged down deeper and deeper. Su Yi had a black face and said to an old man beside him, "Elder Ge, I can only trouble you again." Ge Ling sighed slightly and walked over towards the pill refining area. Su Yi could only hope for Ge Ling to outdo himself now and win the round. It was just that this hope was very bleak. "Dad, let me introduce someone to you. This is a friend that Yuna got to know outside called Yi Yuan. It's all thanks to him that your daughter could return safe and sound." Su Peiyun introduced Yi Yuan with an excited look. Su Yi gave Yi Yuan a glance, lacking in interest. Yi Yuan was merely middle greater sublime heaven. Su Yi reckoned that he just warded off some danger for his daughter. That was all. Later, he would give Yi Yuan some benefits and compensate a little, and it would be considered settled. Maybe this boy even had the intention of currying favor with those in power and deliberately did so. "Amen, thank you very much, little brother," Su Yi said coolly. How could Yi Yuan not perceive Su Yi's vigilance? However, he did not care either and just said indifferently, "Don't mention it." Yi Yuan's attitude made Su Yi a little unhappy. Furthermore, his current thoughts were more on Ge Ling. Hence, he could not be bothered to pay attention either. Su Peiyun saw that the atmosphere was a little stiff and could not help secretly panicking. It was just that the occasion did not allow it. It was inappropriate for her to explain too much as well. She could only divert the topic and talk about the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit. But, she saw that Yi Yuan was absorbed in it and felt slightly relieved in her heart too. "Senior Yi, I've incurred your ridicule. Our calm South City's alchemy path strength is bottom tier among the 9 cities. Although Master Ge is impressive, he's powerless to turn the tables too," Su Peiyun said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Ge Ling's strength isn't weak. It's just that he has some minor defects when refining pills, which results in his quality being worse than others. If he fixes these minor problems, he won't be weaker than the others." At this time, this round of alchemy compet. 1 Taion already started too. What kind of visual prowess did Yi Yuan have? When he was at the Pill Pavilion, he was an existence who guided grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. Ge Ling's pros and cons, he understood them at a glance. If one really wanted to talk about which of these 9 cities Heavenly Alchemists was weaker or stronger, it was not definite too. After all, the 9 cities were existences on the same level. Although there were differences in resources, it was not to the extent of being too different. However, pill refining was like this. The details determined success or failure. Some minor problems would cause the final difference in quality. Su Peiyun thought that Yi Yuan was consoling her and said with a bitter smile, "When Master Ge is in his best condition, the one-heart life crossing pill can only reach lower 5th grade, 6th grade is absolutely impossible. He's far worse compared to Master Zhuofang." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Zhuofang's strength is also just like that. If Ge Ling gets rid of those minor problems, he'd probably be even stronger than him." Talking about pill refinement, Yi Yuan was also overcritical and very serious. His current strength was God knows how many times stronger compared to when he was battling in alchemy with Kang Yongning. The likes of Zhuofang were really very ordinary in his eyes. What high-sounding sentiments. A measly little greater sublime heavenly stratum actually looks down on grade 3 heavenly alchemists. Where did your courage come from? Sun Yunjing was not far away from them. These words naturally landed in his ears and he immediately felt very displeased. If you were a grade 3 heavenly alchemist and postured a bit, forget it then. A bull's HI plus T greater sublime heavenly stratum was also posturing. Su Yi frowned slightly too, his impression of Yi Yuan worsening. In his view, Yi Yuan saying this was intentionally for him to hear. The purpose was naturally in order to ingratiate to him. It was just that, you, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, spouted a stream of empty rhetoric in front of a group of city lords. Who gave you the courage? These words were not kissing ASS, but getting kicked by an ASS. But besides Su Peiyun, Huang Haoyan was secretly delighted. Yi Yuan provoked a group of city lords, he probably would not gain anything good out of it. At that time, City Lord Su Yi naturally would not like him. Yuna, bring this friend of yours for a stroll in the city. Su Yi gave face to his daughter and was already very tolerant of it. But Sun Yunjing was unrelenting and stopped him and said, "Don't. This little brother looks down on even grade 3 heavenly alchemists. He probably has some real skills. This city lord really wants to hear what brilliant opinions do you have." Su Yi's face turned black, immediately feeling upset. This Sun Yunjing was intentionally putting him on the spot. Su Peiyun saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward and hurriedly said, "Uncle Sun, sorry. This friend of mine only said this to comfort me. I'll bring him away at once." Finished saying, she hurriedly pulled the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves, hinting for Yi Yuan to leave. Who knew that Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you want to hear, I'll tell you about it then." Zhuofang's approach is very orthodox. It should have been taught by an expert. If my conjecture is right, he should be from Heavenly South City, right? In contrast, Ge Ling's approach is much wilder. When refining, he doesn't have a proper method system. Most likely, he fumbled his way into becoming a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. However, Ge Ling is pretty good. His foundation is very solid and his talent is decent too. If he cultivates the proper way, it's also not impossible to step into grade 4 heavenly alchemist in the future. The review dumbfounded the group of city lords. With regards to these two people's background, although it was not some big secret, it was absolutely not what a greater sublime heavenly stratum could inquire about. But Yi Yuan said it without the slightest error, but Su Peiyun was shocked and said, "Senior Yi, you're really too incredible. Master Zhuofang has once studied under Heavenly South City's Master Wu Deng's tutelage, it's just that very few people know about it. As for Master Ge Ling, he had once obtained some lucky chances before, and fumbled his way into becoming a heavenly alchemist." Chapter 2646, On-Site Guidance. Chapter 2646, On-Site Guidance. A city lord spoke up. Zhuofang and Ge Ling are both top-tier grade 3 heavenly alchemists of the 9 cities. This information can be inquired as long as one has the intention of doing so. The moment everyone heard this, they came back to their senses, and their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were even more contemptuous. It was just that Su Peiyun and Huang Haoyan both knew that Yi Yuan was not someone from Heavenly South at all. How could he possibly inquire about the information deliberately? Hence, there was only one possibility. It was that he perceived it himself. Disregarding other things, just this visual prowess alone was scary enough. "Su Yi, you got to watch over this beloved daughter of yours carefully." Sun Yunjing looked at Yi Yuan and said meaningfully. The subtext was that this boy was very scheming and expended considerable effort in order to fish your daughter. How could Su Yi not discern it? His face immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. His impression of Yi Yuan was not very good to begin with. Now, he was even more displeased. If not looking on the account of his daughter's face, he would have long had people break his legs and tossed him out. A greater sublime heavenly stratum posturing in front of a bunch of city lords, were you aware of the occasion or not? Su Peiyun's pretty face turned red, immediately blues. Hi plussing heavily. But the Huang Haoyan by the side was furious. He gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, City Lord's son, food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be said indiscriminately. Peiyun is my, Huang Haoyan's woman. I'm afraid that it's inappropriate for you to carelessly matchmake people like this, right? With that said, Su Peiyun's pretty face turned even redder, almost stuffing her head into her neckline. Yi Yuan was rather surprised by Huang Haoyan's bluntness. This boy had always been obsequious in front of him but did not expect that he was actually so staunch at this time. It could be seen that he really liked Su Peiyun. Sun Yunjing was taken aback and suddenly laughed loudly and said, Interesting. You're Huang Nanshan's son, right? Who? This city lord apologizes to you. You young people's matters, I'm really not too clear about it. His laughter was unbridled and had an even deeper meaning. The other city lords also started laughing out loud one after another. Su Yi almost wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. How could he not understand what these guys were laughing about? They were laughing with him. Your daughter was really promiscuous. Girl, what on earth is going on here? Su Yi said with a black face. He rarely lost his temper at his daughter. But this time, he reached the limit of his patience. Dad, I. Su Peiyun also panicked for a moment, at a loss on what to do. Nothing's going on. It's just that your daughter is very filial and wanted to win me over for you, that's why she brought me here. But it seems like you don't really welcome it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Win you over? Who, you, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, what's worth winning over? You boy, really know how to gild gold onto your own face. Think that having done a bit of homework, you really feel that you're amazing? Sun Yunjing said with a snicker. Yi Yuan gave Sun Yunjing a glance and said profoundly, You're very COC Kai. Sun Yunjing's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, Brat, do you know who you're talking to or not? Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Su Peiyun and said, Originally, I wasn't interested in joining Calm South City. But now, I've changed my mind. Su Peiyun was overjoyed when she heard that and said, Senior Yi, is what you said true? Right now, Su Peiyun suddenly felt a little grateful toward Sun Yunjing. If not for him provoking Yi Yuan repeatedly, Yi Yuan probably would not join Calm South City. At least, she could be sure that the faction behind Yi Yuan was definitely much stronger than Calm South City. In fact, it was not inferior to Heavenly South City. The moment Sun Yunjing heard, he only felt amused and said, Boy, you can really pretend. You mean that when you join Calm South City, we'll all have to be more careful? When the group of city lords heard that, they all laughed loudly without ceasing. In their view, Yi Yuan was simply a moron. How could he be worth winning over? They really did not know what kind of bewitching soup Su Peiyun was forced to drink, to actually acknowledge him. Yi Yuan gave Sun Yunjing a glance rather surprisedly and said, Looks like you're not too stupid either. Finished saying, Yi Yuan flicked his finger. Only to see a ray of sword light fly straight for Ji Ling Bang. Ji Ling's pill refinement was directly interrupted crudely. He was currently fully concentrated on refining the pill. Suddenly being interrupted, he also went into a rampage. Brat, are you courting death? Ji Ling arrived in front of Yi Yuan like the wind and roared. Yi Yuan's sudden move directly stunned everyone. Did he join Calm South City to deal damage? Ha, really a pig teammate. Thought that he would say some harsh words. In the end, he directly made a move to interrupt his own people's pill refinement. Facing Ji Ling's wrath, Yi Yuan appeared calm and collected. Waving his hand, he said, You don't need to refine anymore. According to your refining method, it's impossible to win Zhuo Fang all your life. Remember I'm about to say next carefully. Just nice. Make use of this auction time to repeat it in your head. Finish him off in the next round. Yi Yuan ignored Ji Ling's wrath as well and started talking on and on in a flow of eloquence. He had observed for a long time and was fully aware of some of the minor problems in Ji Ling's pill refinement. Giving guidance at this time, it struck the vitals directly. In the beginning, Ji Ling was almost rampaging under his rage. Luckily, Su Peiyun kept holding him back, that was why he did not blow up. But very soon, the expression on Ji Ling's face changed. But Sun Yunjing said disdainfully, a greater sublime heavenly stratum teaching a grade 3 heavenly alchemist alchemy, this is simply a joke. If randomly saying a few words can make people become stronger, then anyone can become a heavenly alchemist. However, the expression on Ji Ling's face became more and more serious. There were also many grade 3 heavenly alchemists present. Their faces actually revealed thoughtful looks too. At this time, even Sun Yunjing discovered that something was wrong too. He did not know alchemy, but it did not mean that he was a fool. Ji Ling's current expression was just like a student, just short of kneeling down to Yi Yuan. Sun Yunjing's brows furrowed slightly and he asked someone next to him, Master Jiang Li, could it be that what this brat says is really something? Jiang Li's strength was even a bit stronger than Zhuo Fang. It was just that currently, no one could force him out yet. But at this time, the expression on Jiang Li's face was noticeably showing he was surprised. Seeing Sun Yunjing asking, he nodded and said, the few points that he talked about are all Ji Ling's shortcomings. Actually, I've long discovered it too. Ji Ling's strength isn't weak. It's just because of his uncultivated origins, many details couldn't be controlled, resulting in the poor quality. I didn't expect that this boy just take a few glances and perceive it. This boy isn't simple. Sun Yunjing felt his scalp tingle when he heard and said with a frown, but, can just saying these few sentences make Ji Ling become strong? Jiang Li shook his head and said with a smile, how is it possible? Knowing is one thing, doing it is another matter altogether. Moreover, Ji Ling's pill refinement has long already formed a fixed style. Its writing, habits are very hard to change. Even if he knows, it's also impossible to have any improvements within a short time. The moment Sun Yunjing heard, he immediately felt relieved and said with a cold smile, I want to see how this brat cleans up the mess. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said to Su Yi, arrange for a secret room. I want to give him a small sermon. Su Yi was taken aback. Then, he immediately came back to his senses and hurriedly made people go arrange it. Chapter 2647, Turning Stone into Gold. Chapter 2647, Turning Stone into Gold. When he walked out of the secret room, there was an additional glimmer of brilliance in Ji Ling's eyes. He did not expect that pills could still be refined this way. To him who had an uncultivated background, Yi Yuan's casual guidance made him feel like he suddenly saw the light. At this very moment, he was full of awe for Yi Yuan. Old Ji, still going up. I want to say that your strength is pretty good too. But, continue losing like this old face of yours will be completely lost. When Zhuo Fang saw Ji Ling get on the stage again, he could not refrain from mocking. Ji Ling's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, who wins and who loses is still unknown. Zhuo Fang did not care and said with a smile, who, being guided by a junior, you're really able to give up on this old face. You wouldn't really think that in less than an hour, you'll be able to surpass me, right? Ji Ling snorted coldly and said, that will only be known after competing. Zhuo Fang laughed loudly and said, looks like you really take it seriously. Being taught by a junior, if you were to still lose, you probably won't be able to go out in calm South City in the future anymore, right? Ji Ling knew that he could not win him with words, so he could only give a cold snort and stop talking. This round of alchemy compet. 1 Taion was starting again very quickly. The 9 cities' heavenly alchemists made a move once again. Everyone's eyes were naturally focused on Ji Ling. The heavenly alchemists present were all not weaklings. It was just that, they also could not see that there were overly obvious changes to Ji Ling. Everything seemed to be the same as before. Continuing to refine step by step, it was simply impossible to win. This is a big joke. A grade 3 heavenly alchemist was actually guided by a junior. The key is that there aren't any changes still. Looks like this time, Calm South City is really going to become the laughingstock of the 9 cities. After everyone goes back, today's matter can probably serve as a joke for a year. What's going on with City Lord Su Yi, to actually accompany a junior to mess around? Many people were all discussing animatedly. Clearly, they were not optimistic about Ji Ling. When these words landed in Su Yi's ears, it made him even more upset. Earlier, he was quelled by Yi Yuan in a few words, thinking that Yi Yuan was really formidable. Looking at it now, he was simply fooling people. Yet, this guy was still sitting by the side like nobody's business. Master Jiang Li, is there anything different? Compared to others, Sun Yunjing still believed in Jiang Li more. It was also Jiang Li's assessment that cowed Sun Yunjing. Jiang Li stared at Ji Ling for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "There's not much difference. I said it earlier, habits are the scariest. How can it be changed so easily? This battle, Ji Ling will still lose for sure." The moment Sun Yunjing heard, he immediately settled his heart back in place. Jiang Li was his trump card. Sun Yunjing trusted his vision very much. Even he said that it would not work, then it definitely would not work. Su Yi, looks like this little brother can really transform the rotten into something magical. Ji Ling changed until I almost couldn't recognize him anymore. Ha ha ha. Sun Yunjing started his great mockery art again. Actually, the 9 cities were of the same breath and branch. They resisted the true spirit sea race jointly and at the same time were also in a compet. 1 Tive relations. HI plus P. The 9 great city lords also secretly competed with each other. This was also the situation that Heavenly South City was willing to see. The 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit was the best opportunity to show off to begin with. It was naturally impossible for Sun Yunjing to let it slip by. Su Yi had a dark look and did not play along, but gave a cold snort and said to Yi Yuan, "Brat, do you want to explain it? Because of you, Calm South City and this old man have already incurred the ridicule of experts today." Yi Yuan's gaze was on Ji Ling the entire time. Without even looking at him, he just said coolly, "You just watch, isn't the result not out yet?" Su Yi was taken back, immediately Nas. Hi plussing his teeth in hatred. This boy was really COC Kai to the extreme. By the side, Su Peiyun was extremely awkward. She discovered that bringing Yi Yuan was simply a mistake. Now, she had already ridden the tiger and found it hard to dismount. But the combat power that Yi Yuan displayed in the sea still made her unwilling to give up. Huang Haoyan sensed Su Peiyun's awkwardness. Gritting his teeth, he said to Yi Yuan, "Senior Yi, Peiyun and I both respect you very much. I'm afraid that it's not appropriate for you to do so, right?" Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart, but he just said indifferently, "What's not appropriate about it?" Huang Haoyan said, "Peiyun only had the intention of getting on friendly terms with Senior. But you made the entire Calm South City become a laughingstock for your own face. This isn't appropriate." Clearly, Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun had already talked about it. The two people's relations. HI plus P was re-established. But, with Yi Yuan doing so, it made them still unable to accept it. Yi Yuan still said coolly, "Whether it's a laughingstock or laughing proudly, you just watch." Amidst the mocking voices, the pill refinement of the 9 great grade 3 heavenly alchemists gradually reached an end. The 9 heavenly pills were presented to the judges' bench. 3 grade 4 heavenly alchemists started undergoing a comprehensive judgment of the 9 heavenly pills. Skybless City's Yuan Yi, Thunderfire Heavenly Dipper Pill, middle 5th grade. Yonghe City's Zhao Lei, Sulfur Flame Kuan Earth Pill, upper 5th grade. Kui Tong reported the results one by one, without much surprise. He was a grade 4 heavenly alchemist from Heavenly South City, his status extremely revered. The strength of these grade 3 heavenly alchemists was actually very close. This round, whoever performed a little better, might clinch victory. As for the commotion on Sun Yunjing and Yi Yuan this side, he naturally noticed it too. But he did not pay too much attention. In his view, Yi Yuan was merely talking big to impress people. A greater sublime heavenly stratum, he would be a grade 2 heavenly alchemist at the very most. How could he possibly guide a grade 3 heavenly alchemist? But, with this farce, he still harbored some curiosity about Ji Ling's heavenly pill. This time, Ji Ling was the last to complete the refinement, so he was queued last. Water Billow Cities were Fang, Emerald Dawn Meteorite Pill, lower 6th grade. Kui Tong said coolly. Finished speaking, he picked up Ji Ling's heavenly pill and placed it onto the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, looking at the scale in amazement. Middle 6th grade. It actually reached middle 6th grade. How is this possible? Kui Tong sucked in a cold breath. Before this, Ji Ling had never reached 6th grade before. The best was also merely upper 5th grade. This time, he actually directly broke through a grade and reached middle 6th grade. The two people beside him were also surprised. This should be a coincidence, right? Another grade 4 heavenly alchemist said. Kui Tong sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, it should be a coincidence. If casually giving some pointers can attain this kind of effect, that would also be too monstrous. Even the likes of us can't achieve it. So how can a grade 2 heavenly alchemist possibly do it? Following that, he said loudly, Calm South City's Ji Ling, 6 Ren Carefree Pill, middle 6th grade. The moment these words came out of his mouth, the entire audience exploded. What? Really won? How is this possible? Gave pointers on the spot and it promoted a grade. This is freaking cheating, right? Just what kind of person is that boy, to actually have the ability to turn stone into gold? The despots from all around felt that this was simply like talking about a book from heaven. Too ridiculous. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist spent less than an hour's time and gave pointers to a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. In the end, he won. You are freaking joking, right? Chapter 2648, Acting like a SN.ODB. Chapter 2648, Acting like a SN.OB6 Ren Carefree Pill. Regardless in terms of quality, refinement difficulty, or practicality, it wins against the Emerald Dawn Meteorite Pill. The three of us unanimously rule that in this round, Ji Ling wins. Kui Tong's voice had neither joy nor sorrow, but it struck everyone's hearts. No matter whether it was Sun Yunjing, Jiang Li, or Su Yi father and daughter, they were all stupefied at this time. He actually really won. This is impossible. Jiang Li's first reaction was that it was impossible. Su Yi also came back to his senses at this time and immediately burst out laughing and said, Ha ha ha, just now, who said to shave our calm South City bald? Do your faces hurt? Sun Yunjing, didn't you say that my calm South City doesn't have anyone? Now, do you still dare to say it? Actually, Su Yi was really prepared to be shaved bald already. But, who would have expected that there would actually be a turnaround? Ji Ling won. These few days, he was mocked by Sun Yunjing and the few great city lords immensely. Venting this frustration now, it really felt invigorating to the maximum. His gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan had his head lowered, looking straight down. It was as if this had nothing to do with him at all. If it was earlier, he would definitely feel that this guy was pretending to be mysterious. But now, it was completely not the case at all. This guy that his daughter brought back really had the skills. Sun Yunjing's expression was very ugly. He was still mocking Su Yi and Yi Yuan just now. Who would have thought that in a blink of an eye, he had his face slapped? Su Yi, what are you being smug for? Your calm South City only won one match, Sun Yunjing said with a cold snort. But Su Yi did not care at all and laughed loudly as he said, so what if one match? One match and you can't shave bald anymore. At least, you can't make it 0 anymore. Sun Yunjing's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, you're really shameless. One match got you smug until like this. Su Yi did not show weakness in the slightest and snorted coldly as he said, I'm proud of it. I feel great slapping your face. Sun Yunjing lost his temper. Su Yi winning under this kind of circumstances was indeed worthy of being proud of. He was different from him. He did not have hope for heavenly South City's resources to begin with. Now, at least he got lucky. That young friend Yi, just now, it was this Su who had eyes but couldn't see. Now, this Su officially apologizes to you. I hope that young friend Yi doesn't take offense. Su Yi bowed towards Yi Yuan as he said slightly embarrassed. Sedley. He kept calling brat earlier, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. Now, he was embarrassed. Said. Logically speaking, he was revered as a city lord, a grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse. He should not apologize to a junior. But Su Yi did not feel that there was anything wrong. He was not stupid. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist casually giving pointers could make a grade 3 heavenly alchemist's heavenly pill directly advance a grade. This was not what anyone could do. At least, those 3 grade 4 heavenly alchemists above could not do it. Even heavenly South City's Titans could not do it. Then how strong was the faction behind this young man? Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll accept the apology, but this Yi gives City Lord Su a word of advice. It's best if you don't act like a SNOB in the future. Since he entered, Su Yi had been looking at him through colored glass. Says. How could he not feel it? If not looking on the account of Su Peiyun's face, Yi Yuan would have long fallen out. A limitless sublime heavenly stratum city lord, Yi Yuan did not take him seriously yet. He had even killed a jade sovereign heaven before. So why would he pay attention to a limitless sublime heaven? Insolence. Impudent. To actually dare speak to City Lord His Excellency like this. When Su Yi's guards heard this, they immediately exploded but were stopped by Su Yi. He believed his daughter's words now. She really wanted to rope an impressive character in for him, but he kept plussing him out continuously. It was just as Yi Yuan said. He had acted like a SNOB. All withdraw for me. What young friend Yi said is right. This Su did indeed act like a SNOB before. Su Yi's attitude surprised Yi Yuan a little. A dignified city lord could actually stomach this grievance. At this time, Ji Ling came down too. He directly came before Yi Yuan, gave a deep bow, and said, This Ji thanks Master Yi for your guidance. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and said coolly, Do you have any gains? The moment Ji Ling heard, he said excitedly, Plenty of gains. By the side, Zhuo Fang said with a cold snort, Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Just now, it was merely getting lucky. Getting COC Kai for what? The next round, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yi Yuan gave Zhuo Fang a glance and said coolly, Refining pills never has any luck. There's only the inevitability of endless training. Placing your hopes on luck, your accomplishments are bound to be limited. Zhuo Fang's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, Brat who's still wet behind your ears, this old man isn't Ji-ling that sort of trash. It's not your turn to come and teach yet. Whether or not it's luck, you'll know in the next round. He completely did not believe that a few words of guidance could make Ji-ling undergo such an upheaval change. Being able to refine middle 6th grade could only be attributed to luck. Very soon, Ji-ling's 6 Ren carefree pill was auctioned for a sky-high price of 400,000 heavenly crystals. It was directly 100,000 heavenly crystals higher compared to Zhuo Fang's 1 Heart Life Crossing pill previously. It could be seen how high the value of the 6 Ren carefree pill was. After resting, the 9 cities' heavenly alchemists went onto the stage again. Each city had more than one heavenly alchemist. Hence, there was also a particular method to marshal soldiers for battle. The strengths of these heavenly alchemists were mostly very close. It depended on how their condition was. However, to calm South City, the other heavenly alchemists were seriously somewhat lacking in skill. So this round, it was still Ji-ling Jiang Li. Why don't you take this round? Sun Yunjing looked toward Jiang Li and asked. Zhuo Fang's face turned black, feeling immensely being insulted. City Lord, this round, I absolutely won't lose to him. Earlier, Ji-ling just got lucky, that's all. Zhuo Fang said in a solemn voice. Jiang Li fell silent for a moment and said, Whether or not it's luck is still hard to say. City Lord, I want to observe again. Sun Yunjing nodded and said, Fine. Master Zhuo Fang, you must take him down this time. Zhuo Fang snorted coldly and said, Rest assured, he won't have the chance. Carrying a strong desire for revenge, Zhuo Fang took the stage again. This time, he brought out his trump card, the 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill. It's the 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill. Master Zhuo Fang is releasing a big move. The 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill is Master Zhuo Fang's signboard. This heavenly pill already infinitely approaches the level of Heavenly Imperial Pill. Furthermore, Master Zhuo Fang's highest record is upper 6th grade. Master Ji Ling unleashed his ultimate move too. What is refining this time is the Fu11 Pure Yang Pill. The difficulties of the 2 heavenly pills are evenly matched in strength. However, he's still a little worse compared to Master Zhuo Fang. It's said that Master Ji Ling's best record is merely middle 5th grade. The moment the refinement started, the crowd became excited. This match could be said to be a pinnacle showdown already. In the Alchemy Compet 1 Taion previously, everyone was holding back. Firstly, when refining highly complex heavenly pills, stability was insufficient. Any carelessness and the quality would drop. Secondly, trump cards had to be saved until the end. Zhuo Fang was forced into a corner. That was why he would bring out the 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill. Chapter 2649, Heavenly South's Number 1 Genius. Chapter 2649, Heavenly South's Number 1 Genius. Ji Ling, Fu11 Pure Yang Pill, peak 6th grade. Calm South City wins. When Kui Tong said this, his expression distinctly became somewhat unnatural. Clearly, even he himself felt that it was inconceivable. If one time, it could be said to be coincidental. But the second time, Ji Ling overpowered Zhuo Fang with his overwhelming talent, taking the top spot. It was not a coincidence anymore. Just now, Kui Tong personally announced that Zhuo Fang's 9 Cauldron Grand Void Pill reached the level of upper 6th grade. This was also to say that Zhuo Fang performed to his highest standard this time, but he still lost. Peak 6th grade already reached the boundary of 7th grade, which was even higher than Zhuo Fang's result. When Ji Ling himself heard this result, he felt rather incredulous too. After the first match, he became a little more familiar with Yi Yuan's guidance. So the pill refinement this time, he became even more accomplished with high proficiency. The result did not disappoint him. Won again. Really not a coincidence. My God, this is also too miraculous. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually has the ability to turn stone into gold, making Master Ge have such a huge leap within such a short time. Just what kind of person is that young man? Why have I never heard of him before? Suddenly, Yi Yuan, who was condescending and behaved like an idiot in their eyes, became mysterious. No one treated him as an ordinary greater sublime heavenly stratum anymore. Kui Tong, 3 people's gazes also looked over one after another. Su Yi laughed loudly and said, Sun Yunjing, you said that it was luck earlier? Ji Ling's luck is really good. Ha ha ha. He was extremely proud of himself right now. Each 9 cities' heavenly pill summit, he would be the target of ridicule for the many city lords. Among them, Sun Yunjing was the worst. Now, slapping faces over and over again made him feel like a freed slave singing songs. That feeling of liberation really could not be described using words. Seeing Su Yi's smugful face, Sun Yunjing had an impulse to hit him. But he was aggrieved currently. How did Ji Ling become so formidable all of a sudden? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. City Lord, please give me another chance. This time, I'll definitely make Ji Ling that fellow knows my prowess. Zhuo Fang came before Sun Yunjing as he gnashed his teeth and said. Clearly, he still did not give up. He came from Heavenly South City and normally looked down on Ji Ling, this kind of barbarian most of all. Now, he was actually said by someone that he looked down upon. How could he stomach this frustration? But Sun Yunjing was clearly not prepared to give him a chance anymore. Zhuo Fang, you've worked hard too, rest for a bit. Leave the rest to Jiang Li, Sun Yunjin said lightly. City Lord. Zhuo Fang said with unwillingness. At this time, Jiang Li opened his mouth and said, Zhuo Fang, haven't you discovered it yet? Ji Ling's improvement this time is even greater than before. Although I don't know how that boy did it, he indeed has the ability to transform the rotten into something magical. If my conjecture is right, Ji Ling's pill refinement is very likely to break through to 7th grade the next time. At that time, you'll lose even more miserably. Zhuo Fang's entire body trembled, and he fell silent. Jiang Li patted his shoulder and said coolly, "Go rest. Leave the rest to me." Zhuo Fang carried strong unwillingness and went to rest. In the auction, Ji Ling's Fu11 Pure Yang pill was sold for a sky-high price of 600,000 heavenly crystals, the highest of all present. At this time, Jiang Li, who was beside Sun Yunjing, slowly stood up. The moment he moved, it immediately caused a commotion. It's Master Jiang Li. He's finally taking the stage. Master Jiang Li is known as Heavenly South City's #1 alchemy genius. Heard that even many grade 4 heavenly alchemists are not as impressive as him. I didn't expect that he was actually invited by Water Below City. City Lord Sun definitely paid a huge price. Seeing Jiang Li get up, Su Yi's expression became ugly too. Even Ji Ling also became fidgety. Yi Yuan everyone's nervousness and could not help being a little surprised. "He's very strong?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Ji Ling nodded his head heavily and said, "Very strong. I stand no chance in front of him at all." Jiang Li is known as the Heavenly South's #1 genius. Although he's still only a grade 3 heavenly alchemist now, in terms of strength, he's already stronger than many grade 4 heavenly alchemists. I thought that he was just invited by City Lord Sun to hold the line. I didn't expect that he actually personally took the stage. To put it bluntly, even if he sits on the judge bench, there also won't be anyone complaining. Jiang Li's fame was extremely high. When he joined Water Below City, it had once caused a great sensation. No one would have thought that Heavenly South City's #1 genius actually joined the border Water Below City. Although each and every one of the grade 3 heavenly alchemists present all had high regards for themselves, they did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Jiang Li. Yi Yuan just nodded slightly, thinking to himself that no wonder even Zhuo Fang, this kind of arrogant person, went to rest obediently. However, he did not really take it to heart either. No matter how strong Jiang Li, this #1 genius, was, it was also impossible to be stronger than Kang Yongning. Furthermore, even if he was really stronger than Kang Yongning, Yi Yuan did not mind either. Calm South City's win or loss had nothing to do with him. Just now was just Sun Yunjing continuously squeezing him. That was why he took action. Now that the other party had shut up, Yi Yuan was naturally not interested in taking action anymore too. Who would have expected that Jiang Li turned around and actually came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Little brother, are you interested in taking the stage to play?" Buzz. The whole audience was in a stir. Master Jiang Li actually challenged a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Isn't this bullying people? When Master Jiang Li refines grade 2 heavenly pills, it's definitely all upper 9th grade. How to compete? Although Yi Yuan was very mysterious, he was still utterly not worth mentioning in the face of Jiang Li's prestige. Jiang Li's might was deeply entrenched in the hearts of people. Yi Yuan could casually give pointers, but Jiang Li was an existence who could win grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Not interested. Yi Yuan directly refused. Who? Looks like little brother only knows how to engage in empty talk. It was this Jiang who thought too highly of you. Jiang Li was indifferent and said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, "You don't need to goad me. I'm not accepting the challenge because you're not worthy of making me take action." Murmur. The whole audience was in an uproar. This guy was simply too arrogant. He probably did not know who Jiang Li was, right? Jiang Li was considered level-headed too. But, hearing these words, his expression turned dark. Who, brat, you're also regarding yourself too highly, right? Even if a grade 4 heavenly alchemist is in front of me, they also wouldn't dare say so, Jiang Li said in a solemn voice. Grade 4 heavenly alchemist? Who, if you want me to take action, can as well. But you have to be mentally prepared. If I make a move, your Water Below City won't have a chance anymore, Yi Yuan said with a meaningful smile. The words were full of disdain. In Yi Yuan's view, grade 4 heavenly alchemists were indeed nothing. In the Pill Pavilion, when grade 4 heavenly alchemists saw him, they had to respectfully call him as Master Yi. Jiang Li's eyes turned cold and he said, "Is that so? I'm already mentally prepared." This Jiang wants to see how Water Below City won't have a chance. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he shook his head. Slowly standing up, he said coolly, "If you want to see, I'll let you take a look then." Chapter 2650, Exploded. Chapter 2650, Exploded. Yi Yuan taking the field immediately aroused great expectations. Casually giving a few words of guidance and it greatly improved a grade 3 heavenly alchemist's strength. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Then how was his own strength? 3 elders, for fairness sake, I suggest this round to collectively refine grade 2 heavenly pills. Jiang Li gave a bow to Kui Tong 3 people as he said. Kui Tong 3 people exchanged a glance and said with a nod, as it ought to be. Right at this time, Yi Yuan spoke up, saying, "No need." Kui Tong's brows furrowed and he said, "Grade 2 heavenly pill and grade 3 heavenly pill can't be mentioned in the same breath at all. Even if you can refine a heavenly imperial pill, it's also much inferior compared to the medicinal pills that they refine. How will you compete with them like this?" Although the medicinal effects of grade 2 heavenly imperial pills rivaled grade 3 heavenly pills, it was not comparable to all grade 3 heavenly pills. If not, grade 3 heavenly pills also would not be called grade 3 heavenly pills. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll refine my grade 2 heavenly pill, they'll refine their grade 3 heavenly pill. If you all feel that my heavenly pill isn't as good as theirs, just judge it as a loss." What an arrogant kid. What do you think you're refining? To actually dare look down on us so much. A mere grade 2 heavenly alchemist is unbelievably arrogant. I want to see how much capability you have. The moment the other few cities' heavenly alchemists heard, they immediately exploded. Yi Yuan was clearly not taking them seriously. Kui Tong's brows furrowed even tighter. He was seriously unable to imagine what basis Yi Yuan had to be so conceited. Could it be that the grade 2 heavenly pills he would refine are different from the rest? Forget it. Since you insist, do as you say then. I wonder, what kind of grade 2 heavenly pill do you want to refine? Kui Tong said. Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. Yi Yuan still had a calm and collected appearance as he said. Once again, everyone exploded. What the hell? Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill competing with Grade 3 Heavenly Pills whose difficulty approaching Heavenly Imperial Pill? Is this kid's head spoiled? Ha. Ha ha. One really can see anything after living a long time. It's still your father's first time seeing such a mind-boggling Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist. Not just that, right? If my guess is correct, Master Jiang Li is probably going to refine a Grade 3 Heavenly Imperial Pill. Even if Master Jiang Li only refines 3rd or 4th grade, it's also not what the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill can compare to, right? The faces of the other 8 people, including Jiang Li, all became black as the bottom of a pot. Did this boy come to mess with them? Even Kui Tong had a stunned look too. Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, what kind of joke are you making, young friend Yi? Could it be that you're making fun of the few of us? Kui Tong said with slight anger. Whether or not it's making fun of the few of you, it will naturally be clear to you after the refinement is completed. Isn't it jumping too fast to a conclusion by talking about these now? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Kui Tong's brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Okay, then this old man will wait and see. But I'll say the unpleasant things first. If you're really making fun of the few of us old fellows, we won't let you off when the time comes. Up to you." Yi Yuan said coolly. Amidst the questioning voices, this round of alchemy compet. 1 Taion began. Su Yi, Ji Ling, and the rest were long already thunderstruck until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. They even thought that Yi Yuan had some trump card. Who would have expected that he actually brought out a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill? Could this thing win? They racked their brains and could not figure it out either. But, once the alchemy compet 1 Taion started, everyone's gazes were drawn over by Yi Yuan. Kui Tong 3 people's gazes even turned intent, revealing solemn expressions. What impressive techniques, this old man actually can't see through it, Kui Tong said in surprise. Another judge said with surprise, "It turns out that Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill can still be refined like this. This old man really broadened my horizons." Yi Yuan's refining technique was extremely complicated and elaborate. But every move and action carried the lingering charm of Tao, making people recollect the aftertaste endlessly. Even if the heavenly alchemists present were fools, they would know that Yi Yuan's strength was extraordinary too. But very soon, something that surprised them even more happened. A surge of great Tao accumulation descended from the sky. Boom! The powerful pressure made everyone's faces change. The refinements of Jiang Li and the rest immediately suffered disruption. Under this surge of great Tao accumulation, bystanders were not able to contend with it at all. Boom! A burnt smell spread out. A heavenly alchemist's heavenly pill was ruined. Boom! Without holding out for long, another person's pill was ruined too. For safety's sake, Jiang Li did not refine a heavenly imperial pill. Against a Grade 2 Foundation establishment heavenly pill, just using an ordinary heavenly pill would suffice. He had the intention of showing off his strength too, to let Yi Yuan take a good look at what was called an alchemy path genius. But now, under the great Tao accumulation, even his soul force was somewhat flickering. He could not concentrate at all. In a short while, he already made several mistakes, severely affecting the quality of the heavenly pill. The pressure of the great Tao accumulation became stronger and stronger. Boom! Finally, it landed in Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron. Pill formed. Very soon, Jiang Li finished refining too. His mood was irritated to the extreme. He knew that the quality of the heavenly pill was definitely bad. Brat, you cheated. Jiang Li pointed at Yi Yuan and said angrily. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "The judge hasn't even said anything. Is it up to you to tell them what to do? If this is considered cheating, then you cheat for me to take a look." Alright, Jiang Li, Yi Yuan didn't cheat. However, this old man is very curious now. Is what you refined really the Grade 2 Foundation establishment heavenly pill? Kui Tong said. Jiang Li gnashed his teeth in hatred, his face full of indignation. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether it is or not, wouldn't you all know if you take a look?" As he said, Yi Yuan urged with his palm, a crystal-clear heavenly pill flew in front of Kui Tong. An aura of great Tao instantly spread out. Is this really a Grade 2 Foundation establishment heavenly pill? I've never heard before that a Grade 2 Foundation establishment heavenly pill can be transparent. What a magical refining technique. It's unheard of. Everyone looked at that heavenly pill, all with looks of wonder on their faces. Kui Tong studied it in detail for a long time, his two eyes almost burrowing into the heavenly pill. "Have you seen enough? Let me look." Another judge could not resist urging. With their eyesight, they could naturally perceive this pill's extraordinary nature and naturally wanted to study it. True grade had never appeared before in the land of Heavenly South. Now that it emerged, it would surely shock the world. The three people looked it over and over, all not understanding. Finally, Kui Tong could not resist and placed it on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and did not stop it. Only to see the scale on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone soar to full scale almost instantly. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Everyone present turned pale with shock. The Cloud Mount Mother Stone actually exploded. Kui Tong stood up suddenly. Looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished expression, he asked, "Young friend Yi, just what grade is this pill?" This old man has never seen before a heavenly pill that could blow up the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "This pill is a true grade heavenly pill. Above 9th grade is true grade. I wonder if this true grade heavenly pill can match their grade 3 heavenly pills or not." Chapter 2651, Sky High Price. Chapter 2651, Sky High Price. True grade. Above 9th grade. The shock of Kui Tong three people was not only expressed in words but also on their faces. At this time, how could they still care about whatever win or lose? True grade heavenly pill, they had never heard of it before. This heavenly pill opened another window for them, not that the land of Heavenly South's heavenly medicine technique was not refined, but that the realm of true grade was seriously too hard to achieve. In the entire Pill Alliance, there were probably barely a handful of people who could refine true grade heavenly pills too. Heavenly South was merely a tiny place. How could they have seen before this grade of heavenly pill? Yi Yuan's words caused a whirlwind in the arena. Everyone burst into an uproar. No one had seen before a true grade heavenly pill. No one knew what Yi Yuan said was true or fake at all. But everything in front of them left them no choice but to believe that this was real. Young friend Yi, can this true grade heavenly pill be sold to this old man or not? Kui Tong calmed himself down and asked. As a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, he could no longer be described as burning with eagerness anymore. He could not wait to bring this heavenly pill back and study it carefully. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said indifferently, "This is the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit. Better do it in accordance with the rules. The highest bidder wins. What this Grade 2 Foundation establishment Heavenly Pill of mine represents is calm South City." Su Yi's face turned from shock to ecstasy. There was really a silver lining in every cloud. This true grade heavenly pill was worth 1,000 grade 3 heavenly pills. What did a mere water below city count as? Kui Tong nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's start the auction now then." He was already too impatient to wait. That auctioneer had a bitter smile on his face and asked, "Master Kui Tong, what's the base price of this heavenly pill?" He had never seen before a true grade heavenly pill. There was no precedent. No need for a base price. There's no restriction on price increment as well. Directly get to the bidding. Whoever wins with a bid of 1 heavenly crystal, just take it as they got lucky, Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone's faces turned black, all looking at Yi Yuan with contemptuous faces. 1 piece of heavenly crystal, to think that you could say it out loud. Everyone knew that no base price, no restriction on price increment. This sort of situation was the most terrifying. The final auction price had no bottom line at all. God knows how much the final transaction price would be. Under the urging of Kui Tong 3 people, the auction started very soon. The auctioneer said loudly, "Now, auctioning a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. This pill is a true grade that has never appeared in the land of Heavenly South before. No base price, no restrictions on price increase. Now, the bidding begins. 1 million. Almost as soon as it was announced, Kui Tong made a bid. The number of 1 million made everyone present suck in a cold breath. One had to know, Ge Ling's Fu11 Pure Yang pill previously was only auctioned for a price of 600,000 heavenly crystals. Now, Kui Tong directly raised it to 1 million. His gaze swept over everyone's faces and he said coolly, "This pill, this old man is determined to get it. Originally, with a true grade pill coming into being, which of the TYC/OONS present did not want to claim it for themselves?" But Kui Tong's words already faintly implied a warning. Everyone could not refrain from criticizing inwardly but was also helpless about it. Kui Tong was not what anyone could afford to provoke. Seeing no one speak up, Kui Tong was very satisfied. 2 million. However, right at this time, someone spoke up. The source of the voice was precisely from another Grade 4 heavenly alchemist beside Kui Tong. Kui Tong's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Wu Dao, what's the meaning of this?" Wu Dao said coolly, "Old Kui, if it were other things, then forget it. But, the significance of this true grade heavenly pill, you and I both understand. Such a good thing, how can this old man not be moved?" Kui Tong's face turned black and he gritted his teeth and said, 5 million, 8 million. Kui Tong just spoke up when another judge also joined in the melee. Ji Chun. "Good, very good. Is this old man scared of you?" 10 million. As if it was free, Kui Tong directly offered a sky-high price of 10 million. This kind of bidding directly made many TYC/OONS shrink back at the sight of it. They were rich, but compared to these veteran Grade 4 heavenly alchemists, they were weak to the maximum. The wealth that a Grade 4 heavenly alchemist possessed might rival a large family clan. 20 million. Right at this time, another voice sounded out. Everyone was taken aback, but looking in Jiang Li's direction. No one expected that he would open his mouth too. Furthermore, he increased it by 10 million heavenly crystals in one go. In the face of Kui Tong's murderous gaze, Jiang Li said coolly, "I really want to know just how I'm worse than him. 3 elders, I'll be offending. This pill, this Jiang is also determined to get it." Kui Tong snorted coldly and said, Very good. Each relies on one's abilities then. 30 million. 33 million. 35 million. 68 million. When Jiang Li yelled out this price, the three judges finally hesitated. Clearly, this price already approached the limit that they could bear. It was just that no one expected that Jiang Li's financial power was actually so great. A grade 3 heavenly alchemist could actually be on par with a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. This true grade heavenly pill held great significance to them. Even if they bankrupted themselves, they had to obtain it too. If money was gone, it could be earned again. But if this heavenly pill was missed, it would be very difficult to encounter again. Sure, they could find Yi Yuan and have him refine again. But it was very hard. Such a valuable heavenly pill, Yi Yuan definitely would not refine it frequently. The four people's bidding made the expressions of each and every one of the TYC/OONS present turn pale. Such a crazy scene, it was still their first time seeing it. A price of 68 million, what kind of concept was that? 1 year of Thistle South 9 cities tax revenue added up could not reach this figure too. Too freaking exciting. It's still your father's first time seeing that a grade 2 heavenly pill can actually sell for a sky-high price of 70 million heavenly crystals. What the hell do you know? As long as the three masters can work out the refining method of the true grade heavenly pill, what does 70 million count for? This is simply SNTC Hing money. Crazy. Really insane. I even feel like I can't breathe anymore. Although it was not them bidding, each of them had blood-red eyes. This scene was really too exciting. The auctioneer asked, 68 million, is there any higher, three masters? Seeing that the three did not respond, the auctioneer continued, 68 million going once, 68 million going twice, 68 million going thrice. This true grade heavenly pill belongs to Master Jiang Li. Murmur. The audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Jiang Li actually really suppressed the three heavyweights in the end. The title of Heavenly South's #1 genius was not for show. The wealth that he had accumulated these few years was very terrifying. Getting this true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, Jiang Li's gaze could no longer look away. TSK, too perfect. How can a heavenly pill be so perfect? I can feel the surging great Tao accumulations inside. I can definitely draw down great Tao accumulations and reach the realm of true grade. Jiang Li was intoxicated, completely forgetting about his previous grudge with Yi Yuan. At the same time, Kui Tong three people looked at Jiang Li with unfriendly expressions. The envious looks in their eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Chapter 2652, Vying. Chapter 2652, Vying. Once true grade emerged, the subsequent compet. Tie-ins were already completely meaningless. Even if they refined until the sky collapsed, it would also be impossible to reach the realm of true grade. It would just be beating a dead horse. Therefore, Kui Tong simply announced that the 9 cities heavenly pill summit this time, Calm South City took the top spot. Seeing Sun Yunjing's aggrieved face, Su Yi was simply grinning from ear to ear. Putting aside feeling exultation upon fulfillment, their Calm South City would even obtain a huge amount of resources. This was a tangible benefit. Not only that, Ji Ling's strength rose after receiving pointers from Yi Yuan. Serpa. Sing's Wufang was already a foregone conclusion. It could be said that Calm South City became the biggest winner of the 9 cities heavenly pill summit this time. Haha, Master Yi, Su, really had my nose up in the air. This Su apologizes to you once more here. Su Yi gave a bow towards Yi Yuan with incomparable sincerity this time. He was really convinced. His daughter really did a great thing this time. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, since this matter is over with, forget it. Su Yi saw that Yi Yuan was free from pride and prejudices and immediately climbed up the rope hand over hand and said, Master Yi, this Su sincerely invites you to join our Calm South City. I wonder what Master Yi thinks. Before waiting for Yi Yuan to reply, Sun Yunjin suddenly gave a bow to Yi Yuan and said, Master Yi, previously, it was all this sun who had eyes but couldn't see. Now, this sun wants to invite you to join Water Billow City. You rest assured. The terms that our water below city offers will definitely be better than calm South City. Sun Yunjing, you. Su Yi said in a great rage. He did not expect that Sun Yunjing would actually kill Steel. Furthermore, comparing resources, calm South City really could not compare to water below city. Otherwise, they also would not have failed to hire a top master like Zhuofang. Sun Yunjing said indifferently, Su Yi, Master Yi, and you have only met for the first time as well. Furthermore, he and little girl Su also merely just became acquainted. Since that's the case, why can't this city lord invite him? Who in the 9 cities doesn't know that this city lord has always craved talents like a thirsty person for water? Su Yi was angered until he clenched his jaws tightly. He knew that what Sun Yunjing said was the truth. Previously, everyone all misunderstood that Yi Yuan intentionally got close to Su Yi in order to court Su Peiyun. Now, everyone knew that it was not the case anymore. Master Yi had no interest in Su Peiyun at all. Furthermore, Su Peiyun and Master Yi merely met along the way. They were also not some life-and-death friends. Then everyone had a chance, no? Master Yi, our sky-blessed city invites you to join with the utmost sincerity. Master Yi, with Sun Yunjing taking the lead, the other few cities' city lords joined in one after another. Each of the terms offered was better than the last. Su Yi wished to tear this bunch of fellows to shreds by the side. He hurriedly winked at his daughter. Su Peiyun was panicking long ago. But what could she say? Could she say that their encounter previously was not a happy one? Originally she thought that Yi Yuan was just powerful in martial Dao. She did not expect that his alchemy Dao was even more terrifying than martial Dao. True grade coming into being, it was bound to cause a great sensation in the land of Heavenly South. At this time, she felt that saying anything was feeble. Su Peiyun looked at Su Yi with a bitter smile on her face. Right at this time, Kui Tong's cold snort sounded out. He said, "Humph. Are the few of you trying to snatch people from Heavenly South City?" He came in front of Yi Yuan, beaming widely as he said, "Master Yi, Heavenly South City is the capital city of the land of Heavenly South, ruling all of the cities. The resources of Heavenly South City are also not comparable to other cities. As long as Master Yi joins Heavenly South City, you can have anything you want." These words made everyone's faces change abruptly. Even Master Kui Tong actually already started to call him as Master Yi. Heavenly South City snatch Hing people, what business did the others still have? At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had a calm expression on his face, unable to tell what he was thinking. Boom. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged in the arena. The heaven and earth spiritual energy from all directions gathered over here crazily. Ha ha ha. I understand. I finally understand. Incredible. Truly impressive. It's well deserving of being true grade. A mere grade 2 heavenly pill actually let me break through. Within the venue, Jiang Li's loud laughter sounded out. It turned out that Jiang Li actually broke through. After obtaining the true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, Jiang Li's mind was fully absorbed in it. He did not know the slightest about outside matters. After observing for a long time, Jiang Li could not understand the profound aspect of the true grade heavenly pill too. Hence, he simply swallowed it in one gulp. The best way to feel a medicinal pill was to take it. In his view, no matter how powerful this true grade heavenly pill was, it was also a merely grade 2 heavenly pill. There would not be any effect. He had to comprehend it carefully and grasp the mystery of the true grade heavenly pill. As a result, once the foundation establishment heavenly pill entered his abdomen, a wild power of rule surged within his body. The small world in his body seemed to have been inspired by something. At that moment, the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven that he failed to break through for a long time, actually broke through. Sublime Realm to Sovereign Realm was a huge threshold. Recalling back then, Luo Yunqing's sword intent was Astonis. HI plus ing, and he was likewise at a standstill in front of this gate for a long time. If not for him forcing himself into a desperate situation so that he could risk it all, he probably would not have broken through so easily either. It could be seen how difficult it was for limitless sublime heavenly stratum to break through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum. Even though Jiang Li was extremely talented, he had stagnated in front of this step for a long time too. It was precisely because he failed to break through for a long time that he chose to join Water Billow City and change the environment to comprehend the world. It was just that the effect was not good. He never dreamed that a measly little grade 2 heavenly pill actually let him break through. Everyone was shocked to the core. A grade 2 heavenly pill let a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through? At this moment, Kui Tong, Wu Dao, Ji Chun, Su Yi, Sun Yunjing, their gazes stopped on Yi Yuan's face. They looked at this young face and felt that it was mysterious to the extreme. This true grade heavenly pill is actually so fearsome. A tiny little grade 2 heavenly pill actually helped a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through to Jade Sovereign heavenly stratum. The shock in Kui Tong's heart was written all over his face. Everything that happened today simply subverted his understanding. Is this true grade? Above 9th grade, truly incredible. Wu Dao also exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, actually, the Foundation Establishment heavenly pill that you all look down on most is the strongest heavenly pill. It's not that a true grade heavenly pill is very strong. Jiang Li's cultivation realm has originally reached the peak of limitless sublime heavenly stratum, being only a hair's breadth away from Jade Sovereign heavenly stratum. Foundation Establishment heavenly pill is about cleansing the marrow and rebuilding the foundation. It can let a mortal body be reborn anew and enter heavenly stratum. And true grade heavenly pills integrate great Tao account mulations. Not only did it strengthen the medicinal effect, it can even spur comprehension ability. Jiang Li breaking through under this kind of circumstances isn't coincidental. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Kui Tong and the rest felt like it was another language. The most basic Foundation Establishment heavenly pill was actually the strongest heavenly pill. To them, the strongest meant pursuing more difficult heavenly pills and higher quality heavenly pills. No one would waste their energy on the measly little Foundation Establishment heavenly pill. But at this time, they discovered that they were really wrong. Yi Yuan's statement had subverted their understanding. Chapter 2653, Sea War. Chapter 2653, Sea War. Breaking through to Jade Sovereign heavenly stratum, every pore on Jiang Li's body felt relaxed. That feeling of invigoration was truly indescribable. He walked towards Yi Yuan slowly and gave a bow respectfully as he said, "Many thanks, Master Yi. Competing with Master Yi previously was Jiang Li overestimating my own ability. Jiang Li knows my mistake." This scene made everyone present incredibly shocked. They all knew how proud Heavenly South's #1 genius was. Now, Jiang Li actually put aside his pride and showed Yi Yuan the etiquette of a disciple. Spent a sky-high price of 68 million to buy a grade 2 heavenly pill, and even gave a disciple's bow to the other person. This was simply unimaginable to a peerless genius. But Jiang Li did it. Kui Tong, 3 people exchanged a glance, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Li was the same as them, coming from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Jiang Li's pride, they were very clear about it in their hearts. To be able to make the proud Jiang Li do so, it was absolutely not because he broke through, but that after he consumed the true grade heavenly pill, he became deeply aware of the gap between him and Yi Yuan. This kind of disparity was sufficient to make him give a disciple's bow. Of the people present, only Jiang Li took the true grade heavenly pill. Only he understood the prowess of the true grade heavenly pill best as well. The others could only indirectly understand it from the breakthrough image. Very clearly, the true grade heavenly pill was even more remarkable than they imagined. Amen. Yi Yuan just grunted indifferently, considered to have answered. Jiang Li gave another bow and said, "Jiang Li is willing to serve by Master Yi's side." "Master Yi, please kindly allow it." Yi Yuan fell silent. Clearly, he was hesitating. Everyone's gazes were glued on Yi Yuan. Only after a long time did he nod his head and say, "Can." Yi Yuan was bearing the enmity of the sect's destruction. He must return to the 5 great heavenly regions. He must destroy the Pill Alliance. But he could not destroy the Pill Alliance alone. The Pill Alliance's strength was too powerful. Putting aside that terrifying alliance chief, Huangfu Cloudthink could likely break through to Saint Sovereign Realm before long too. Also, that Xiao Fei Bai, his strength was also sect master level. Even Kang Yongning could refine true grade heavenly pills. Yi Yuan did not feel that the Pill Alliance's alliance chief could not refine true grade heavenly pills. Now that the Pill Alliance had unified the 5 great heavenly regions, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds even more. Yi Yuan needed powerful strength as well as a powerful faction. Since that was the case, why not set up a force that belonged to him in this land of heavenly south? The Pill Pavilion was gone. He should rebuild the Pill Pavilion in heavenly south then. Jiang Li was overjoyed when he heard that and came behind Yi Yuan, standing to one side respectfully. This scene dumbfounded everyone with astonishment. Breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, Jiang Li was equivalent to becoming a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. But he actually put aside his pride to follow Yi Yuan. At this time, Ji Ling suddenly said, "Master Yi, this disciple also wants to follow by your side." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, aloud. Ji Ling was overjoyed and also came behind Yi Yuan, standing obediently. Kui Tong 3 people exchanged glances, all shocked beyond words. And at this time, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, cupped his fists to everyone, and said, "Apologies, everyone. Miss Su and Huang Haoyan gave me a lift on the sea. It's also considered to have rendered me considerable help. This ye had better stay in calm South City." Hearing this, regardless of whether it was Kui Tong or Sun Yunjing, they all had disappointed expressions on their faces. But Su Yi was wild with ecstasy. He even despaired just now. He did not expect that there was a glimpse of hope in the dark. Yi Yuan actually stayed. Such a master staying in calm South City, the benefits were unimaginable. Even if calm South City propped him up, there was no problem at all too. Su Yi already expected that after tomorrow, calm South City would definitely become the center of the entire land of heavenly south. Countless powerhouses would gather here. This situation was absolutely greatly beneficial to him, this city lord. Boom. Crack. Crack. Before Su Yi had time to be happy, he was taken aback by a thunderbolt in clear weather. This bright blue sky, how can there be such a thunderclapping noise? Quick, go out and take a look, Su Yi said with a frown. His subordinate received the order and hurriedly went out to inquire. Momentarily, the subordinate returned and reported, "City Lord, Your Excellency, the wind and clouds suddenly changed outside. There are dark clouds gathering overhead, lightning flash, hi+ing, and thunder rumbling with rain falling in torrent." Kui Tong also frowned and said, "Why did the weather suddenly change? Could it be that something happened? Come, let's go out and take a look." Everyone went out and their expressions immediately changed drastically. In broad daylight, the weather turned completely dark. Dark clouds covered the sky. The torrential rain became a continuous line, pouring into the city frantically. When Su Yi saw the situation, his expression changed wildly and he said, "At this rate of pouring, the seawater will inevitably rise. Once the true spirit sea race invades, the consequences will be too ghastly to imagine. Quickly pass the order, gather the subjects of the surrounding counties and have them retreat to calm South City." Kui Tong's expression was solemn as he said, "This situation, could it be?" Wu Dao, who was by the side, nodded and said, "It should be. It's the Thistle South Royal Clan's creation, Heavenly Rain secret technique. But this scale of secret technique, the Thistle South Royal Clan probably mobilized no less than 10 grade 4 high priest. Unleash. hi+ing this level of secret technique will wear the high priests down immensely. They probably won't be able to move within 30 years. What manner of lunacy is the Thistle South Royal Clan going through?" Su Yu's expression changed wildly when he heard that and said, "It's actually the creation Heavenly Rain secret technique. Is the Thistle South Royal Clan launching a sea war? How is this possible? A sea war was an all-out war. This scale would virtually affect the entire land of Heavenly South. No one would be spared. In this kind of war, there would be countless casualties, regardless of whether it was Heavenly South's various races or the sea race. But the most deadly casualties would naturally still be Heavenly South's various races. For so many years, Although the land of Heavenly South had had a lot of friction with the Thistle South Sea region, they mostly neither hurt nor itched. This degree of sea war had happened before too, but those were all special circumstances. However, this time, the Thistle South royal clan suddenly launched a sea war without the slightest warning in advance. Creation Heavenly Rain secret technique was the sea race's high priests summoning heavenly rain through the rule of water, through large-scale rainfall, forcibly creating a sea and attacking the city from there. When Su Yi and the rest saw this scene, how could they not be shocked? Kui Tong had a solemn expression as he said, "This matter is by no means insignificant. We must inform Heavenly South City right away and let City Lord His Excellency send an army over, but it's probably too late already. This sea war this time is too sudden." Su Yi was anxious until he stomped his foot. "Nas. Hi plussing his teeth, he said, Why? Why is it like this? Our land of Heavenly South has long already established a treaty with the Thistle South royal clan, to absolutely not launch a sea war within 1,000 years. Why are they going against the agreement?" The Thistle South royal clan taking action was no longer what a puny little calm South City could resist. They could eradicate calm South City by casually sending a group of Jade Sovereign Heavens over. But in the crowd, Yi Yuan's eyes flickered. This sudden change made him think of Su Peiyun and the others being hunted down at sea. According to what Su Peiyun they all said, the Merfolk clan should not have pursued frenziedly to that extent. Yet, they did it. This bunch of people robbed their treasure vault. Very clearly, there was something that they attached great importance to inside. Now, even the Thistle South royal clan was alarmed. Then it was very likely that even the royal clan attached great importance to the lost item too. Could it be that conch? Chapter 2654. I'll accompany you. Chapter 2654. I'll accompany you. Huang Haoyan, take that conch out and let everyone see it, Yi Yuan said. He did not recognize it, but it did not mean that these Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses did not know it either. After all, they had been dealing with the sea race for many years. It was also not strange to recognize the royal clan's treasures. Huang Haoyan complied with his words and took the conch out. "Elder Kui, I wonder if you all recognize this object?" Yi Yuan asked. When Kui Tong saw the conch, his expression changed wildly and he said, "This. Could this be the legendary Emerald Sea Divine Conch?" "Emerald Sea Divine Conch?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Kui Tong's expression became unprecedentedly solemn, and he said, "The Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the ultimate clan treasure of the Thistle South Sea region royal clan. Its power is boundless. I heard that it's a low-grade Grand Mist treasure." Grand Mist treasure? Yi Yuan had a puzzled look. He had not heard of Grand Mist treasure before. When the Pill Alliance's alliance chief took out the Grand Mist treasure, he had already been sent into the void. But Kui Tong had a solemn look as he said, "Above Heavenly Spirit treasure is Grand Mist treasure." Grand Mist treasure. That's the weapon of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Its power is unimaginable. There's no mistake. The appearance of this sea conch is exactly the same as what this old man heard about. It's just that this old man can't feel its power, but I don't know why. Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun's faces turned deathly pale. Only then did they know that they had gotten into big trouble. No wonder back then the Merfolk tribe would actually pursue so relentlessly. Presumably, the Merfolk tribe knew the importance of it. That was why they reported it to the Thistle South royal clan, resulting in the sea war this time. The moment Su Yi heard, he said in a great rage, "Huang Haoyan, look what you've done." He did not expect that Huang Haoyan and his daughter actually got into such big trouble. Now, he wished to smack Huang Haoyan to death with one slap. Huang Haoyan's complexion turned ashen. Kneeling on the ground with a thud, he cried bitterly as he said, "Sea City Lord Your Excellency, I really didn't know. If I had long known that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was in the Merfolk tribe, I wouldn't have dared to take it even if I had 10 times the courage." Su Yi gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "What's the use of saying this now? If you have the capability, go and talk to the Thistle South royal clan." The other people's faces were also unfriendly. Clearly, they were very displeased with Huang Haoyan. After all, the implications of this matter were too great. The entire land of Heavenly South would probably be swept into this war. Father, it has nothing to do with Big Brother Yang. It was daughter who took this Emerald Sea Divine Conch out from the Merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion. Su Peiyun also knelt down and said, "You." Su Yi was angered until he almost vomited blood. Just now, when he blew his top, it seemed like he was in a thundering rage, but actually, he had the intention of taking his daughter out. Su Yi knew that going to the Merfolk tribe was led by Huang Haoyan. Since that was the case, let him bear the responsibility then. He did not expect that his daughter actually jumped out herself. Under the watchful gazes of the people, how could he still defend her? Huang Haoyan's gaze suddenly turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "City Lord, Your Excellency and seniors, this matter was orchestrated by me alone. It has nothing to do with others. Peiyun only used the water concealment pearl to sneak into the Merfolk tribe after listening to me. This matter, Haoyan will bear it all myself. I'll bring the Emerald Sea Divine Conch now and go explain it clearly to the Thistle South Royal clan." The current Huang Haoyan, the cowardly look in his eyes had disappeared. What replaced it was the responsibility that a man summed. The moment Su Yi heard, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that Huang Haoyan would actually say something like this. It seemed like this boy had genuine feelings for his daughter. However, between Huang Haoyan and his daughter, he would obviously choose his daughter. "Okay. The trouble that you caused, resolve it yourself," Su Yi said in a solemn voice. The others did not stop him and just observed with cool detachment. Causing this kind of catastrophe, doing so was ought to be. "Father." Su Peiyun had tears in her eyes as she said shrilly. Huang Haoyan received the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and said to Su Peiyun with a smile, "Peiyun, don't mess around. This matter was caused by me in the first place. It should naturally be shouldered by me. City Lord Su isn't wrong, don't hate him." "But," Su Peiyun said in tears. "There's no but. If there's a next life, we'll still be together." Huang Haoyan kissed Su Peiyun in front of everyone. This scene should have been beautiful, but at this time, it seemed very bleak. Everyone knew that when Huang Haoyan left, he would definitely die beyond a doubt. Whether or not the sea race would still continue to launch the sea war after accepting the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hard to say. But Huang Haoyan would definitely die. Finished saying, Huang Haoyan turned around and left. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. He said, "Hold on." Huang Haoyan was taken aback and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan and asked, "What advice does Master Yi have?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll accompany you." The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed abruptly. Facing the Sea Race army, even a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse would not dare to go out too, let alone a puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum. Was Yi Yuan tired of living, accompanying Huang Haoyan to go and die? "No. You mustn't at this time." Before Huang Haoyan spoke, Kui Tong immediately turned it down. Jiang Li also urged, "How ennoble is Master Yi's status? How can you risk your life?" There was the secret of true grade heavenly pill on Yi Yuan. This held extraordinary significance to the land of Heavenly South. But he was actually going to send himself to death. The group of city lords spoke up one after another, stopping Yi Yuan from going out. Just one sentence and the warmth in Huang Haoyan's heart could not be described using words at all. Although the trouble was caused by him. But at this time, he hoped that someone could come forward and speak up for him. He did not do it on purpose. He just made an unintentional mistake. But no. The people present all treated him like he was a jinx, casting him aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. If a Jade Sovereign Heaven came forward at this time and accompanied him, his hope of surviving would greatly increase. But there was no one. He did not expect that at this time, Yi Yuan would come forward. "Master Yi, Haoyan appreciates your good intentions, but your status is ennoble and can't accompany me to go and die. It's better for Haoyan to go alone for this," Huang Haoyan said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who told you and I'm accompanying you to go die? This Yi hasn't lived enough yet. All right. This matter is settled like this. You all don't need to persuade anymore." But Kui Tong said in a solemn voice, "Young Master Yi, this absolutely won't do. You can't go. He looked like if Yi Yuan insisted on it, he would definitely use force. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Kui, you can't make me stay. We can make a bet. If you make a move against me today, it will be impossible for a true grade heavenly pill to appear in the land of Heavenly South anymore. If you don't believe me, feel free to make a move. He naturally knew Kui Tong's thoughts. The reason why these people were so polite to him was naturally in hopes that he would pass down the method of true grade. Therefore, this was what they cared about most, and not him. In contrast, Huang Haoyan was much more sincere. Kui Tong's gaze turned intent, a look of struggle appeared in his eyes. How could a puny little greater sublime heaven possibly escape from the hands of a jade sovereign heaven? But Yi Yuan's calm appearance made him somewhat lacking in confidence. If he really pushed Yi Yuan into a corner but failed to control him, then the consequences would be severe. Yi Yuan ignored Kui Tong and said to Su Yi, City Lord Su, prepare some heavenly medicines for me according to the list in this jade slip. The more the merrier. Chapter 2655. Can we talk nicely now? Chapter 2655. Can we talk nicely now? On the city wall, Kui Tong, Su Yi, and the rest all turned pale. In the distance, it was full of sea folk in a dense swarm, a vast expanse stretching to infinity. The Thistle South Sea region's area was extremely vast. The area was more than 10 times that of the land area of Heavenly South. The Thistle South royal clan commanded dozens of large and small tribes, numbering in the hundreds of millions. This is also too terrifying. The Thistle South royal clan moved the entire Thistle South Sea region over, Su Yi said in a trembling voice. At this time, calm South City was surrounded tightly in all directions by the sea race like an iron bucket, with no way out at all. Even if a Jade Sovereign Heaven came out, no need for the sea race's Jade Sovereign Heavens to make a move, they would probably be piled to death by people too. Kui Tong said in a solemn voice, Huang Haoyan, this boy really deserves 1,000 times over. Many people nodded their heads, clearly agreeing a lot with this statement. Right, you might not have intended it, but so many people had to be buried in death with you. Sigh, a shame about Yi Yuan. Really don't know how that boy thinks, to actually want to accompany Huang Haoyan to go and die. Could it be that he thinks that he's a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse? Sun Yunjing shook his head and said. In the end, Kui Tong still did not choose to make a move. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan had an incomparably powerful faction behind him. This kind of genius disciple, how could he possibly not have any treasures on him to defend himself? If he was captured, it was still fine. But if he could not capture him, not only would the true grade heavenly pill go up in smoke, it might even bring down a powerful force against them. Right now, the Thistle South Sea race this hurdle was already a pain. If new problems cropped up again unexpectedly, he could not shoulder the responsibility. Therefore, he could only allow Yi Yuan to mess around. All right, let us go out. At this time, Yi Yuan's indifferent voice came from the bottom of the city wall. The city gates opened. A small boat followed the current and steered in the direction of the Seafolk army. On the boat, Huang Haoyan was trembling. Before coming out, he could say it very confidently. But when it really came down to it, he still could not help becoming scared. Especially that there was a dense crowd of seafolk in front, how could he not be afraid? Master Yi, aren't you afraid? Huang Haoyan's tongue was somewhat knotted. He saw that Yi Yuan was very calm and did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Even Heavenly South City Lord also could not possibly be as calm as Yi Yuan when facing such a large army. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, if you have the strength, you'll naturally have the confidence. Just relax. There's nothing to be scared of. Actually, the ones who are not to be trifled with the most in this world are heavenly alchemists. Huang Haoyan rolled his eyes. The heavenly alchemists on top of city walls, even if there were not more than 50 of them, at least there were 30 of them. But no one talked like Yi Yuan. However, seeing that Yi Yuan was so calm, Huang Haoyan's mood really eased up a little and was no longer as scared as he was before. Very soon, the small boat floated in front of the Seafolk army. In virtually an instant, the two were surrounded tightly by countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Huang Haoyan's complexion turned ashen pale once again. The powerful pressure made him virtually unable to breathe, unable to even speak. Two greater sublime heavenly stratum little fellows actually dare to come and seek death. Flay the two of their skins and hold it up to make flag post. A black-robed general with a fish head and human body shouted loudly. This black shark seafolk had the cultivation of peak jade sovereign heaven, his strength Astonis. Hi+ing. Clearly, he was the commander-in-chief for this army. He did not give Yi Yuan two people a chance to explain either, directly killing them. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "I have the thing that you all want." As he said, he raised the Emerald Sea Divine Conch high up. When the Black Shark commander saw the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, his gaze suddenly turned sharp and he cried out in surprise, "Emerald Sea Divine Conch. It's indeed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. What are you all still in a dash for? Kill the two of them for me and seize the Emerald Sea Divine Conch." Under his word of command, countless seafolk rushed forward in swarms. Yi Yuan's face fell. He did not expect that the other party was actually so unreasonable. The rule where delegates must not be killed when two countries were at war completely did not exist in the other party's eyes. Humph. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, sword energy suddenly rippling out. Swoosh, swoosh, swooze. Plus it was only to see sword light flash. Hi+ing. Within a few breaths of time, he already reaped the lives of hundreds of seafolk. Huang Haoyan was dumbfounded with shock from watching and exclaimed in surprise, "This is the second form of Great Tao transformation. No wonder Master Yi could repel the merfolk tribe with his power alone." On top of the city walls, when Kui Tong and the rest saw this scene too, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. This boy is also too monstrous. I thought that his alchemy path strength was so impressive, so his martial arts was probably not that good. Unexpectedly, he actually comprehended Great Tao transformation. Furthermore, he already broke through to the second form, his virtually invincible in greater sublime heavenly stratum already. Kui Tong said in shock. Su Yi also said in shock, how on earth did he cultivate? Being proficient in both alchemy and martial arts, each one is immensely formidable. But Wu Dao shook his head and said with a sigh, "It's no use. He's just a greater sublime heavenly stratum. No matter how strong his martial arts is, it's impossible to kill his way out too." Everyone's expressions changed, becoming heavy. Sending such a genius to go and die, it was too much of a shame. The Black Shark commander's eyes also turned intent and he said in a solemn voice, "Limitless sublime heavenly stratum generals, kill this boy for me." This sound naturally landed in Yi Yuan's ears too. He gave a cold snort and said, "Looks like when dealing with you barbarians, it's superfluous to pay courtesy first. Then, let's draw arms before greeting." Yi Yuan stomped his feet, a light halo quickly spread out with him as the center. Around him, the eyes of the seafolk all rolled back and they collapsed. Even limitless sublime heavenly stratums were not immune too. Those limitless sublime heavenly stratums that came to kill Yi Yuan all seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, then fell into the water, convulsing endlessly. With Yi Yuan as the center, all those seafolk were all paralyzed. 300 feet. 1,000 feet. 1 mile. 10 miles. In several breaths of time, all of the seafolk within a radius of 10 miles were all paralyzed. On the surface of the water, those seafolk already had their fish bellies facing the sky, unable to fight anymore. What? This? How is this possible? When the Black Shark commander saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Not just him, those people on top of the city wall likewise had astonished faces. This? What's going on? My God, this speed of killing is also too quick, right? The number of seafolk in a 10-mile radius, there are probably several 100,000, right? They all died in a few breaths of time. The muscles on the faces of Kui Tong and the rest were almost spasming out. No one thought that Yi Yuan actually still had this kind of terrifying means. Forget about the lesser sublime heavenly stratums and greater sublime heavenly stratums, even for limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses, they were all eliminated. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. This was the windward topple after Yi Yuan improved it. The poison usage of windward topple was spread through the wind. After Yi Yuan improved it, the poison could be quickly applied through water current. Furthermore, under this kind of torrential storm, the spreading speed of windward topple was even faster through the poison formation. This. My eyes aren't failing me, right? Huang Haoyan already closed his eyes to await death just now. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, the surrounding area became flat. Yi Yuan looked at the Black Shark commander from afar and said in a solemn voice, "Moran, can we talk nicely now?" Chapter 2656, Negotiation. Chapter 2656, Negotiation. What did you say? When the Black Shark commander heard that, he was immediately furious. The sea folk had bloodthirsty temperaments to begin with and were very irritable. How could he endure Yi Yuan's contemptuous tone? "I said, Moran." Yi Yuan said coolly. "Foolish human, you'll pay the price for your stupidity." The Black Shark commander's gaze turned dark, and he suddenly opened his gaping maws wide. A huge wave suddenly swept up from the water surface under Yi Yuan's feet, instantly engulfing Yi Yuan. An enormous water column rose to the sky, forming a huge whirlpool. It could be gathered that the Yi Yuan inside the whirlpool was probably directly ground into dregs already. Seeing this, the Black Shark commander said smugly, "Heh, stupid human." On top of the city walls, Kui Tong and the rest all sighed heavily. A peerless genius actually fell just like this. Although talented, he was a fool. Provoking the seafolk commander like this, how could there be the logic of not dying? "Moran, what are you being pleased about?" Yi Yuan's voice sounded out again. His body turned from illusory to solid. That water column did not hit him at all. The Black Shark commander trembled all over and said in astonishment, "Fine lad, spatial rule." Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "Amen, at least you have some knowledge, Moran. Then can we talk nicely now?" Yi Yuan repeatedly calling him a Moran created a rage in the Black Shark's heart. His gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, do you really think that this general can't do anything to you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course, you have ways to deal with me. But, before you kill me, I can assure you that these numerous underlings that you brought, those below Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum will all die. All these earlier were just a warning. If you're still impervious to reason, you can give it a try. If you really piss me off, your Thistle South Royal clan will be a lone general without an army in the future." The Black Shark commander's gaze turned dark, and he said with a cold snort, "Despicable human. US and ETC head our Emerald Sea Divine Conch and actually still dare to be so rude." He was afraid. To tell the truth, the scene of Yi Yuan instantly killing 10 miles worth of seafolk just now made him extremely fearful. These seafolk were not dead yet, but next time, it would not necessarily be the case. This boy's method of poisoning was inconceivable. This time, they brought more than 60% of the seafolk's combat force. If they all fell here, then the Thistle South Sea race would really suffer a great loss in vitality. Furthermore, the Thistle South Sea race was not peaceful across the 4 seas, they had extremely powerful opponents all around too. Once all these combat forces died out, then the Thistle South Royal clan would definitely be replaced. He could not afford this. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "If you were so obedient earlier, wouldn't it have been settled? The two of us came to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, and you were shouting and wrangling to kill us the moment you saw us. How rude. Now, you're blaming us for being rude. Is it that if the two of us were directly killed by you, it would be called being polite?" The Black Shark's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Since it's to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, hand it over." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said crossly, "Moran, does your fish brain work or not? Want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, sure. But shouldn't your sea race show some sincerity first? I think that you're not the person in charge here, right? Get the person in charge to come out." This Black Shark general's brain was completely stiff, he only knew how to shout and wrangle. How could this sort of person lead an operation of hundreds of millions of seafolk? "Blackrain, step down." The Black Shark commander still wanted to say something but was stopped by a voice. Hearing this voice, the Black Shark commander immediately became incomparably respectful and stepped aside. In the Sea Race army, A youth with the head of a dragon and the body of a human slowly walked out. "Yes, Dragon's son, your highness," Blackrain said respectfully. At this time, Kui Tong and the rest exchanged glances on top of the city walls. Everyone looked at each other, all shocked to the extreme. Yi Yuan really suppressed the Thistle South royal clan all by himself. He really did it. The Dragon's son showing himself. The sea race has already agreed to negotiate under Yi Yuan's oppression. We all thought that he went to deliver himself to death. In the end, he really did it. Kui Tong drew a cold breath as he was speaking. Yi Yuan's series of methods left him bedazzled. Especially the scene of paralyzing a 10 miles radius of seafolk through the poison formation. The impact of that scene was too strong. A puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum stood amidst countless seafolk but was akin to a demon god. In fact, even the sea race army, the peak jade sovereign heaven Blackrain, could not do anything to him as well. "Master Yi is really divine," Jiang Li said in surprise. Everyone nodded their heads, being already speechless. "Who said that Yi Yuan went to seek death?" The Dragon's son looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you were so confident that no one among my sea race can suppress you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like you're a member of the royal clan. You don't need to say this sort of outwardly threatening, but inwardly trembling words to me. If I was scared of you all, I naturally wouldn't have dared to come out either. If you want to kill me, sure. But you'll need to be prepared to suffer heavy losses. I'll give you a chance. You can try it again, but this time, it won't be an anesthetic anymore." The Dragon's son's dragon face seemed to have an ugly look. The Thistle South royal clan was an existence that the entire land of Heavenly South dreaded. But now, it suffered a loss in front of a boy. The Dragon's son said in a solemn voice, "You humans stole my royal clan's treasure and actually still dare to threaten me. Do you really think that this Dragon's son doesn't dare to fight it out?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Dragon's son, your highness, what the truth of this matter is, I believe that you're aware in your heart. How did your royal clan's ultimate treasure end up in the Merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion? This brother of mine was also just lucky enough to be there at the time. That's how he accidentally took the treasure away. To really talk about it, it's still your own people's problem." The Dragon's son could not help feeling dejected. This incident was indeed their problem. But, of course, they would not admit it. Actually, this matter was really a coincidence. His younger sister, Huan Qin, was born from his royal father and a concubine of the Merfolk tribe and was deeply adored by royal father. Yet, this lioness relied on royal father's doting and committed all manners of misconduct in the Dragon Palace. This time, she even stole the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and quietly brought it back to her maternal side family, and casually threw it into the Merfolk tribe's treasure depository pavilion. As it happened, Huang Haoyan and party caught up and directly took it away. In reality, Huang Haoyan was really an ultimate scapegoat. However, this sort of thing, the Dragon's son would not say it even if he was beaten to death. The Dragon's son was somewhat impatient and waved his hand and said, "Enough nonsense. Hurry up and hand the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over, otherwise, I want to see whether or not you can really poison my army to death." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Dragon's son, are you taking me to be a fool? Want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Sure. You all immediately stop casting the creation Heavenly Rain secret technique and retreat to the coastline. 10 days later, I'll bring the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and return it to the original owner there." "No way." Dragon's son waved his hand and immediately rejected it. He said, "You humans are the most untrustworthy. If you don't return it after 10 days, what about it?" In order to launch the sea war this time, the Thistle South royal clan expended a huge price too. How could they possibly let him withdraw just like this? In reality, wanting the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was one thing. They were originally planning to teach the humans a painful lesson too. Chapter 2657, Emerald Sea Divine Conch's Change. Chapter 2657, Emerald Sea Divine Conch's Change. Being a grand mist treasure, I can't imagine its power. If I return it to you guys now, wouldn't it be tantamount to handing my own life to you? Yi Yuan shook his head and said. The 10 days' time that he fought for, It was actually for Heavenly South to gather troops. If he returned the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and the other party went back on their word, it would be hard to guarantee that there would not be a big battle. The dragon's son frowned and said, "No matter what, there's no way we'll agree to your terms." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "It looks like your goal isn't just the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Since that's the case, then there's no choice. Let's showcase our true abilities then." Done talking, Yi Yuan stomped his foot. The power of a grand array suddenly rippled out. When those sea folk saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed drastically and fled like crazy. Even the dragon's son's expression turned slightly pale too. He was only a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse and could not block Yi Yuan's poison. The dragon's son said, "Consider yourself ruthless. We'll withdraw. However, you have to make an origin divinity contract with this dragon's son. If one party violates it, heaven and earth will destroy him." Yi Yuan said coolly, "As it ought to be." The torrential rain ceased and the tide receded. On the city wall, everyone saw the sea race leave with the waves and felt like they just had a dream. The Huang Haoyan who was beside Yi Yuan still had not wrapped his brain around it until now, his entire person feeling muddle-headed. He actually came back alive. This result was what he never expected. When Su Peiyun saw him, she jumped directly into his arms. "Pi Peiyun, am I still alive? Am I dreaming?" Huang Haoyan said in disbelief. Su Peiyun flicked him, having tears through her smile as she said, "You're still alive. You're not dreaming. It was Master Yi who saved you." Right. "Master Yi. It's Master Yi." Huang Haoyan suddenly startled awake and directly knelt down to Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks to Master Yi for your life-saving grace." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, go back and rest. You take this heavenly tranquil pill back. Refine it well." This kind of grand spectacle had a great impact on Huang Haoyan's mind. Right now, he was feeling ill at ease. It had a great impact on cultivation. He needed to adjust for a bit. Heavenly Tranquil Pill was the best heavenly pill for calming the spirit and focusing your mind. The grade of 9th grade perfection would naturally help Huang Haoyan stabilize his mind. Huang Haoyan received the Heavenly Tranquil Pill and felt incomparably touched and left with 1,000 thanks. Master Yi's means is truly astonis. Hi+ing. What you saved isn't just Huang Haoyan, there's also all of these 9 cities civilians. This Kui thanks Master Yi on their behalf for your great kindness. Kui Tong gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Now, not planning on capturing me anymore?" Kui Tong's old face turned red and he blushed and said, "Master Yi, don't blame me, it's really that." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, "Your ulterior thoughts can't be hidden from me. Rest assured, I'll leave behind a legacy in the land of Heavenly South. But that's my business. It has nothing to do with you, understand?" When Kui Tong and the rest heard that, they were immediately overjoyed and hurriedly said, "This Kui understand. Understand." At this very moment, only then did Kui Tong know how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Even the Black Shark General could not make Yi Yuan stay. Just the likes of them, 3 middle jade sovereign heavens, how could they keep Yi Yuan behind? Kui Tong could not help rejoicing for not making a move back then. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would never have left behind his legacy. Kui Tong's eyes swiveled around and he said, "Master Yi, since you have such a fearsome poisoning method, can we wipe the sea race out in one fell swoop 10 days later?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Elder Kui, you're thinking too much. How many hundreds of millions does the sea race living things are there? No matter how formidable my poison is, it's also impossible to poison all of them to death." Yi Yuan naturally knew Kui Tong's thoughts. He wanted to slaughter the Thistle South Sea race completely to avoid future troubles forever. It was just that, he was merely utilizing an empty fort strategy previously. No matter how powerful the poison, it was also impossible to kill an entire sea region of sea race true spirits. Kui Tong opened his mouth wide and said with a shocked face, You bluffed them?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The power of my poison formation is the strongest within 10 miles. Outside of 10 miles, it's beyond my ability. That Black Shark commander's strength is quite strong, If it really came to blows, do you feel that I'll have the chance to poison all of the seafolk to death? Slaughtering all of the seafolk, forget about me, even if a saint sovereign heaven came, they can't do it too. This, Master Yi, you're playing mind games. Master Yi, once you get exposed, that's dying without a burial ground. You're really gutsy. The city lord big shots present were all shocked until they stared at him dumbfoundedly. Not only did Yi Yuan hide it from the dragon son, he even hid it from the powerhouses in the city. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "This matter seems dangerous, but actually, it's very safe. Anyone who saw me instantly killing 10 miles of seafolk will find it impossible to not be shocked. As long as he's afraid, I'll naturally be safe. At least, you all also thought that I could kill all of the seafolk, right?" Kui Tong and the rest were taken aback and actually could not find the words to refute it. Yeah. The impact of that scene was seriously too intense. Even if it was a peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, it would also be impossible to instantly kill all of the powerhouses in a radius of 10 miles. But Yi Yuan did it. Since he did it, that sort of psychological suggestion would be very strong. The seafolk feared death too, especially the royal clan. Therefore, the operation this time seemed dangerous but was actually very safe. The gazes of Kui Tong and the rest when they looked at Yi Yuan again were already full of awe. Forget that this boy was proficient in both alchemy and martial arts, he was also bold and meticulous, having everything under control. Using "there was a gully in his chest and a universe in his abdomen" to describe Yi Yuan was all too apartment. Such a person was simply too monstrous. 10 days said in a flash. The sea race army retreated, and the ocean became land once again. In 10 days, Heavenly South City also completed the assembly of an army and rushed to calm South City. Heavenly South Army's commander-in-chief was Heavenly South City's deputy city lord, Ning Guangcheng. Yi Yuan was not concerned about the changes in the outside world. During these 10 days, he had been in close seclusion all along. After repeated battles, coupled with the help of heavenly pills, Yi Yuan's strength already reached peak middle greater sublime heavenly stratum. In these 10 days, he was currently breaking through to upper greater sublime heaven. Suddenly, one light halo after another suddenly lit up inside the secret chamber. Yi Yuan felt that his entire body started burning. Amen. Yi Yuan looked at the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in front of him and had a look of shock. Ever since the battle outside the city, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was being safeguarded by Yi Yuan for the time being. He could not see through this item all along. It did not seem like a Grand Mist treasure at all. Otherwise, even if he did not know the Grand Mist treasure, it would also not be to an extent of not recognizing it. This conch was too ordinary. But today, an undulation actually occurred. Furthermore, its undulation actually affected him. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly calmed down. Within the secret chamber, spiritual energy suddenly gathered. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan broke through the bottleneck and reached upper greater sublime heaven. And this was not the end yet. Under the influence of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, the blood in Yi Yuan's body started burning crazily. His realm was soaring toward grand completion greater sublime heaven. Really interesting. I didn't expect to actually meet a clansman. Suddenly, a silver bell-like laughter sounded out in the secret chamber. Chapter 2658, Battling Dragon Girl. Chapter 2658, Battling Dragon Girl. You're from the Thistle South Royal Clan? Yi Yuan looked at the 6 or 7-year-old little girl in front of him and asked with a frown. The little girl was captivating and cute, like a porcelain doll, delighting people when they saw her. There was a pair of horns on top of her head, showing her a dent. One tie as a member of the Thistle South Royal Clan. Yi Yuan already knew that this Thistle South Royal Clan was actually a flood dragon lineage. A flood dragon was merely a low-level dragon race. Its bloodline was far from that of the true dragon race. But Yi Yuan could feel that the bloodline of this little girl in front of him was extremely strong. You're so lame. Is there still a need to ask such an obvious thing? The little girl said. Yi Yuan was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "All right, looking at your appearance, you've been hiding in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch all along?" Yi Yuan also did not expect that this Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually formed its own SPACE and a member of the dragon race actually hid inside. However, this treasure had always been in Huang Haoyan's hands. Yi Yuan did not probe it carefully either. This little girl was mischievous and had a sly look as she said, "Yeah, when that beautiful big sister entered the Merfolk tribe, I knew that the chance came. Hence, I hid in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and entered the treasure depository pavilion. And then I was brought out by her." Yi Yuan was dumbstruck with amazement from listening, looking at the little girl in shock. Heavenly South and Thistle South almost underwent a horrifying war. It was actually just because of this little girl's prank. Feeling the unfriendly look in Yi Yuan's eyes, the little girl was indifferent as she said with a grin, "Big brother, don't look at me with this sort of eyes. I'm scared." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Scared? Who? Do you know that your prank almost plunged hundreds of millions of lives into misery and suffering? If not for Yi Yuan coming to Heavenly South in an accident arising from many causes, the land of 9 cities would probably have already been razed to the ground." He was unable to tolerate this degree of prank. The little girl said without the least bit of care, "What does that have to do with me?" Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, "Then why did you show yourself now?" The little girl smiled and said, No reason. I'm just telling you that I'm leaving." "Leaving? Where are you going?" Yi Yuan frowned and asked. The little girl reached her hand out and beckoned. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hidden between her brows. "Of course, I'm going out for a stroll. I've long been yearning for the land and really wanted to go out and take a look. I'm going, bye-bye." Finished saying, the little girl took a step out and directly concealed into the void. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. Ouch! The little girl felt pain and was actually directly forced out. She looked at Yi Yuan with a look of annoyance and said, "Hey, why are you bullying me?" Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Your Thistle South royal clan launched a sea war for the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Did you know that?" The little girl said with annoyance, "What has that got to do with me?" Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, "If you want to go, sure. Leave behind the Emerald Sea Divine Conch." The girl snorted lightly and said, "Based on what?" Yi Yuan's patience was worn out too and he said with decisiveness that could chop iron, "Not based on anything. Humph. You're merely a puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum, that's all. Do you really think that I'm scared of you?" The little girl had a black face, and she formed a spell with her hands. Immediately, the inside of the entire secret chamber was completely filled with water. Yi Yuan only felt that the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy was completely isolated. Along with that, he felt that his movements, his thinking, even the circulation of the divine essence within his body, all had become slow. The moment she attacked, this little girl was actually a lower limitless sublime heaven. Furthermore, her application of water rule had almost reached the penultimate. The little girl said smugly, "Humph, can't move anymore, right? To dare make a move against this young lady, looking for a rebuff. Is that so? Break for me." Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, 8 streaks of sword light suddenly bloomed. The powerful sword lights burst forth and actually directly blasted the water curtain apart. The little girl jumped in fright and said in shock, "How is this possible? Even if it's a limitless sublime heavenly stratum, they can't break free from my water domain SPACE2. You actually did it." Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Originally, seeing that you were a little girl, I didn't want to stoop to your level. Looking at it now, you're really impervious to reason." This girlie was completely unreasonable. Having caused this massive problem, she actually wanted to walk away from it. If he was still a middle greater sublime heaven, he would really have to expend some effort to deal with this girl. But now, he already reached grand completion greater sublime heavenly stratum. With his law attainments, how could he fear a lower limitless sublime heaven? Even though this little girl was indeed formidable. Humph. Just the likes of you. That little girl gave a cold snort, her hands forming a spell again. A water dragon condensed and emerged. When this water dragon appeared, it was akin to a living thing, carrying a pressure that stirred the soul. Great Tao transformation. Bang! How could the secret chamber withstand this kind of pressure? It directly collapsed. The powerhouses in the city were instantly startled and rushed over one after another. What happened? Who's that little girl? Thistle South Royal Clan, Great Dao Transformation. This little girl's strength is so strong, probably even Dragon Sun Huaining can't compare to her too. When did such a monster appear in the Thistle South Royal Clan? That little girl is formidable, but isn't Master Yi more formidable? In a short 10 days, he actually broke through 2 minor realms consecutively. Furthermore, he suppressed that water dragon completely, showing the might of his strength. Those city lords were all extremely shocked. Yi Yuan only broke through for 10 days and actually directly reached grand completion Greater Sublime Heavenly Stratum. This cultivation speed was a little too terrifying. What was even more surprising was that Yi Yuan's combat strength could already confront a limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum head-on. One had to know, this little girl herself was an existence who could jump realms and battle. At this time, Yi Yuan's 8 transformed swords erupted with rays of brilliant light in the void, ravaging the water dragon full of injuries. The little girl's complexion turned paler. She never paid attention to Yi Yuan at all before. Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in her eyes. Who would have expected that the ant in her eyes actually forced her into a fluid USTR? In the royal clan, she was invincible in the same rank. Even her elder brother, Dragon Sun Huaining, was not her match either. Now, she was actually forced into such a state by a greater sublime heavenly stratum. Humph! Stinking big brother, bad big brother, you forced me. The little girl's glabella lit up, and the Emerald Sea Divine Conch appeared. A terrifying power instantly enveloped the entire city. The light halo spread out, shrouding onto the water dragon. That water dragon that was covered all over with wounds and scars actually recovered fully in an instant. Furthermore, its body became much more solid, its power rising to a new high compared to before. Roar! The water dragon opened its mouth and countless water arrows gushed out, flying straight for Yi Yuan. When everyone saw this scene, they were all greatly shocked. No one expected that mysterious Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually became so powerful in this little girl's hands. The power of the water dragon increased several times all at once. Under these water arrows, even if it's a middle limitless sublime heavenly stratum, they would probably have to die with regrets too. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and he said with a cold snort, "Sword of Great Dao, chop." Above the void, 8 sword lights suddenly merged into one. An Astonis. HI plusing sword intent chopped down towards the water dragon under Yi Yuan's control. At the same time, Yi Yuan brought out the Heavenspan mountain and placed it in front of him. Those countless water arrows were unable to pierce through the Heavenspan mountain at all. Swiss. H. Plus under the sword, the water dragon was directly severed into 2. Chapter 2659, Disciplining. Chapter 2659, Disciplining Big Baddie Brother, how can you be so strong? The little girl opened her eyes wide to look at Yi Yuan, a look of surprise on her face. A greater sublime heavenly stratum was actually even stronger than her. She utilized the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. But it's useless. It was only to see the little girl muttering something. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch seemed to have been inspired, bursting forth with an even stronger light halo. The entire calm South City fell into a huge panic all at once. Kui Tong's complexion was deathly pale as he said in shock, "Is this the power of a legendary Grand Mist treasure? This power seems to be like heavenly Tao pressing down. Even if it's a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, they will probably perish under this attack too." Yi Yuan's face finally revealed a solemn expression. The power of this Grand Mist treasure was simply too terrifying. Even he felt heart palpitations too. Without a doubt, once this move landed, it would absolutely be an earth-shattering blow. Most likely, the entire calm South City would be directly destroyed. Yi Yuan did not expect that a little girl was actually so terrifying that she could unleash this kind of terrifying power. Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression changed, the little girl seemed to have the delight of winning and said with a giggle, "Big Baddie Brother, you know my prowess now, right? Relax, I won't kill you. I'm just going to beat you flat on the ground." Although the little girl was capricious, she did not seem to be a bloodthirsty person. Yi Yuan's expression was livid. But right at this time, that mysterious calling sensation previously welled up in his heart again. It was precisely by absorbing this mysterious power that Yi Yuan broke through to the realm of grand completion, greater sublime heaven within a short time. That was the power of bloodline. At this time, Yi Yuan naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Following that mysterious power, Yi Yuan searched for it. The blood in Yi Yuan's body started boiling again. After ascending to heavenly stratum, the true dragon power in Yi Yuan's body seemed to have already incubated, without the slightest activity. But at this time, this mysterious power was hooked out by the Emerald Sea divine conch. Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open his eyes and let out a cold cry, "Kalek." The terrifying power that covered the city immediately disappeared without a trace. The Emerald Sea divine conch also turned into a beam of light and flew into Yi Yuan's hand. The little girl opened her eyes wide, looking at this scene with a look of disbelief on her face. Why you? What did you do?" A look of fear finally showed on the little girl's face. And the city full of people let out a long sigh of relief too. It was just that their eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became even weirder. Just how many trump cards did this guy have? The Emerald Sea divine conch was clearly this girl's lifeblood treasure. How did it suddenly get collected by Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan looked at the little girl with an unfriendly expression and said with a cold snort, "It doesn't matter what I've done. What's important is what you've done, swooze." Plus his voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure flashed, already arriving in front of the little girl. The little girl's final reliance was also gone at this time, turning pale with fright. How could she still have the courage to fight back? Yi Yuan came in a threatening manner and scattered the divine essence that the little girl had gathered with a slap. Then, he scooped the little girl up and smacked the girl's butt vigorously. Slap, slap, slap. Smack after smack, making everyone dumbfounded with shock. That appearance was just like a father using corporal punishment on his child. These few slaps by Yi Yuan carried divine essence. The little girl's tears actually streamed down like pearls in her pain. Each of Yi Yuan's slaps was very vicious. The little girl was still unwilling to submit at first, attempting to condense divine essence to break free from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all. Before her divine essence was gathered, it would be scattered by Yi Yuan. Bad big brother. Stinking big brother. The #1 baddest big brother in the world. Even royal father and royal mother can't bear to hit me, but you actually dared to hit my butt. After going back, I'll definitely tell royal father and have him hit your butt too. The current little girl was exactly the same as an ordinary little girl. While Kui Tong and the rest exchanged glances, having shocked expressions on their faces. Without a doubt, this little girl's royal father was the king of the Thistle South Sea region, the Black Flood Dragon King. "Master Yi, you can't hit anymore. Don't hit." Kui Tong hurriedly spoke up. This little girl should be Black Flood Dragon King's newly gained daughter 100 years ago. I heard that she's pampered to the extreme. Insulting Her Highness, little dragon girl like this, Black Flood Dragon King definitely won't let you off. Heavenly South had always paid close attention to the Thistle South royal clan's dynamics. 100 years ago, Black Flood Dragon King and the Merfolk tribe's holy daughter got together and gave birth to a little dragon girl. This little dragon girl's bloodline power was extremely powerful, even stronger than the Black Flood Dragon King. After being born, she was regarded as the apple in his eyes, and she was incomparably doted upon. This little dragon girl was merely 100 years old and was actually already limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Her talent could be seen. Yi Yuan was expressionless and was not moved at all. This little girl was lawless and unbridled and almost caused a great disaster. Yet, she behaved completely fine. Not teaching her a bit of lesson, she would surely be the bane of Heavenly South in the future. Wah, 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 little dragon girl wept heavily, tears quickly turning into a huge ocean. Before long, calm South City's water level actually reached the knee. "Girlie, do you know that you're wrong yet?" Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. "I'm not wrong, Pa. Know that you're wrong yet?" Ouch, I know that I was wrong. Nice big brother, you're my bestest big brother. I beg you, stop hitting. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Yi Yuan finally let the girl go, only to discover that her eyes were already swollen from crying. However, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burdens. It was true that this Lane SS was too roguish. 100 years of age was merely just a child to the Flood Dragon clan. This Lane SS was not wicked. But she was clearly spoiled rotten and was already lawless and unbridled. If he left her to leave today, disregarding that a long war would happen between Heavenly South and Thistle South, he would also be killed by her. This sort of thing made Yi Yuan very angry, so he struck extremely heavily. The little girl used an extremely hateful gaze to look at Yi Yuan, daring to feel indignant, but she did not dare to speak. Yi Yuan completely ignored her and said coolly, "If you want to leave, it is up to you. This Emerald Sea Divine Conch, I'll be keeping it." The little girl gritted her teeth and said, "Leaving the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, I'll dry up and die on land." "Humph. You're forcing me to go back." Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what if I'm forcing you? You, this girl, are too roguish. If you're not disciplined, you'll surely cause a disaster in the future." What was scary was not roguishness. What was scary was an existence whose mischievousness became second nature, and had terrifying talent too. Yi Yuan knew that this little girl was extremely talented. At a young age, she already comprehended the rule of water to an extremely high realm. If she harbored malicious intent in the future, the people will probably be plunged into misery and suffering. "Alright, it's almost time. I'm going to return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch," Yi Yuan said coolly. Wait a minute. Right at this time, there was an undulation from the transmission array in the city. Several figures appeared. After these few people came out, they just happened to hear Yi Yuan's words and immediately stopped him. Kui Tong's expression changed, and he hurriedly bowed as he said, "Deputy City Lord, Iron Core." Iron Core looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the supreme treasure of the Thistle South Royal Clan. It can't be returned. Today, my Heavenly South army has already gathered. Even if the Black Flood Dragon King comes in person, we won't fear him either. Come, hand the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over to me." Chapter 2660, Still Want It? Chapter 2660, Still Want It? Iron Core stretched out his hand, having an expression that it was natural and right. Kui Tong hurriedly said, "Brother Iron Core, this Emerald Sea Divine Conch was guaranteed by Yi Yuan to the Dragon Son with an Origin Divinity contract that he'll return it. That's why the sea folk would return to the coastline. If he doesn't return it, Yi Yuan will die from Heavenly Dao's backlash." Plus Iron Core said indifferently, "Exchanging a greater sublime heavenly stratum for a grand mist treasure, this is a great bargain. Brat, hurry up and hand it over. Don't force this city lord to make a move. Sacrificing you alone to bolster the land of Heavenly South, your sacrifice is very meaningful." Kui Tong was dumbfounded when he heard it. This greater sublime heavenly stratum was not an ordinary greater sublime heavenly stratum. His significance was even greater than a grand mist treasure. "Brother Iron Core, no need to say any more. This city lord's mind is made up." Kui Tong still wanted to explain more but was directly cut off by Iron Core. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Boy, I give you 3 breaths of time. Hand over the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Otherwise, this city lord is going to make a move." "No need, you can directly make a move." Yi Yuan was directly amused from extreme anger. This guy's brazenness was really to the extreme level. He stabilized the situation of the sea war with his power alone. This guy was good, wanting his life and the Emerald Sea Divine Conch the moment he came. Very good, very powerful. Iron Core's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, looks like you're refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Drink your bloody head. Just the likes of you also want my Emerald Sea Divine Conch. See if I don't take care of you. Big brother, return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to me, I want to teach him a lesson." Before Yi Yuan said anything, Little Dragon Girl lost it first. Little Dragon Girl was young, but it did not mean that she did not understand anything. Yi Yuan taking the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, it was just to return it. But this deplorable guy wanted to take it for himself. If he really prevailed, she would probably have to die here too. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and handed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to her. He only took the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in through that trace of mysterious sensation just now. He did not know the method of usage at all. But Little Dragon Girl was different. After Little Dragon Girl got the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, she did not talk nonsense either, directly deploying it. A terrifying pressure descended once more. A huge wave gushed out of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, directly cruise. Plussing over toward Iron Core. Iron Core's entire being was stunned. Before he had time to react, Little Dragon Girl had already taken action. Seeing the enormous wave smash over, Iron Core only felt his hair stand on end. However, he was, at any rate, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven super powerhouse. It was naturally impossible to be taken down just like that. It was only to see him give a cold snort and suddenly smash a fist over. Boom! The terrifying fist force directly collided together with the enormous wave, emitting a violent explosion sound. But Iron Core's entire person was directly smashed, flying out. Emerald Sea Tide, endless water dragons. Little Dragon Girl gave a light cry. The water level of the entire calm South City practically rose several meters in an instant. Several dozen water dragons rose from the water. Everyone only saw that several dozen water dragons were dancing wildly in the air, utterly terrifying. The water dragons gave no chance for explanations, each and every one bearing its fangs and brandies. Plussing its claws, Russ. Plussing over toward Iron Core. Each of these water dragons actually possessed the strength of a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum. From this point of view, when Little Dragon Girl was fighting with Yi Yuan previously, she probably did not even display 1% of her means. Fortunately, his bloodline power was even purer than Little Dragon Girl's. That was how he collected the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Otherwise, he would really be in an embarrassing situation. Each and every one of the powerhouses present was dumbstruck with amazement. They all knew that a Grand Mist treasure was powerful, but did not expect that it was actually this formidable. A limitless sublime heavenly stratum lane SS could actually summon dozens of Jade Sovereign Heaven-level water dragons. She alone was equivalent to a large army. However, Yi Yuan knew that actually they had misunderstood. Ordinary people could not unleash the true power of Emerald Sea Tide at all. Little Dragon Girl's dragon race bloodline was extremely pure. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was her lifeblood treasure. That was how she could unleash its power to the maximum degree. It was also no wonder that she dared to run out alone. With this Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this little girl was practically established in an undefeatable position. It was just that probably even Little Dragon Girl herself did not expect to actually run into a freak like Yi Yuan, whose dragon race bloodline was even purer than her. Dripping water penetrating stone, myriad arrows simultaneous release. Dragon prancing the four seas. Under Little Dragon Girl's control, the dozens of water dragons bombarded Iron Core frenziedly, virtually without resting in the least bit. However, Iron Core was well deserving of being Heavenly South City's deputy city lord too. His strength was incomparably fearsome. Although he only had the ability to parry, he barely managed to hold on. But Little Dragon Girl's complexion started turning a little pale. Her cultivation realm was too low after all. How could she withstand such a huge consumption? Big brother, I almost can't hold on anymore. Hurry up and lend me a bit of your true dragon power, Little Dragon Girl said anxiously. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pressed his palm on Little Dragon Girl's back. Boom. Little Dragon Girl's tender face turned red all at once. That surging and pure true dragon power was akin to tidewater, making her empty dragon power become incomparably plentiful all of a sudden. Boom. Outside, those water dragons seemed to have received the summons, their stature suddenly increasing several times, their strength also greatly increasing. Iron Core was originally still being pleased with himself, planning on draining Little Dragon Girl. How could he know? This sudden change caught him by surprise. He only felt a tremendous force transmit over. Those water dragons breached his defenses unreasonably. One terrifying surge of force after another bombarded against his body. Iron Core spurted fresh blood wildly, only having the ability to parry and no more power to fight back. Ha ha ha, amazing. Big brother, you're really amazing. I've never felt such a powerful strength before. Little dragon girl laughed like a silver bell tinkling, appearing very happy. While the powerhouses present were stunned. What's going on here? Why would Master Yi have such powerful true dragon power? I heard that little dragon girl's dragon blood is the purest in the Thistle South Sea region, but it looks like Master Yi is a lot stronger than her. Freak. Really a freak. A grand completion greater sublime heaven and a lower limitless sublime heaven actually finished Deputy City Lord off. A grand mist treasure was indeed a powerful treasure. It could greatly enhance a martial artist's strength. But this kind of increment was also too terrifying. Two small fries together actually finished off a giant dragon. This conclusion, anyone would be shocked by it. Hihi, do you still want the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? Still want it? Amen. Still want it or not? Yi Yuan's dragon power was not powerful, but it was pure. Incomparably pure. Little dragon girl pummeled Iron Core onto the ground now, rubbing him on the ground over and over again. I don't want it anymore. Really don't want anymore. My grandaunt, quickly stop. Iron Core wailed. He was currently covered in injuries. Continuing to fight like this, even if he was made out of iron, he would be pummeled to death too. If not for his cultivation realm being much higher than Yi Yuan 2 people, he would have long died several times over. But, at this point, he had no other choice but to beg for mercy. Chapter 2661, Persuasion. Chapter 2661, Persuasion. Since you don't want any more, leave then. Yi Yuan brought little dragon girl along and left proudly. Everyone looked at these two people's back view, their faces dumbfounded. On the ground, Iron Core was thrashed until he was wailing endlessly. Although the water dragons failed to kill him, it still made him suffer immensely. These two added together, they are simply the devils incarnate. Kui Tong exclaimed. Su Yi had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "Isn't that so? That power just now, probably only if City Lord His Excellency comes, can he suppress it, right? The others will only get pummeled." That's Deputy City Lord, Iron Core, a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven Overlord. He was actually pummeled at will. Seriously, Sun Yunjing shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Big brother, you're really amazing. Aren't you a human? Why is your bloodline power so pure? I have half-dragon race bloodline. Big brother, you look, we're also considered comrade-in-arms who have fought side by side already. I beg you, don't send me back, alright? You heard it too. If you don't go back, I'll have to die. But is there no other way? I finally managed to come out. So I really don't want to go back. Very sorry. There isn't any way at all. Didn't you sign an Origin Divinity contract with my brother? Later, you return the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to him, then you help me SNTCH it back, alright? Along the way, little dragon girl turned into a chatterbox, blabbering away non-stop in Yi Yuan's ear. It was just that at this time there was no longer the previous detest. She was looking at Yi Yuan with a worse HI plus ping face instead. In her eyes, she seemed to really treat Yi Yuan as her elder brother. Seeing little dragon girl's transformation, Yi Yuan sighed for a while too. This girl was simply a child who had not grown up and did not have any thoughts of good or evil. She only did things based on temporary likes and dislikes. Furthermore, little dragon girl's bloodline was pure and her strength was powerful. She had never met someone more powerful than her. Therefore, this little girl was incredibly haughty. But everything had its vanquisher. She was subdued by Yi Yuan. First was teaching a lesson, then it was revealing his pure bloodline. Hence, this little girl was thoroughly convinced. Sheesh. ORE, the Sea Race Army gathered. Yi Yuan left the huffy little dragon girl and arrived. When he saw little dragon girl, Dragon Sun Huaining was greatly surprised too. But very soon, his fury surged. Jingfei, you actually dared to run onto land. Do you know how worried Royal Father is about you? Huaining said in a solemn voice. But little dragon girl did not yield and made a funny face at him and said, "It's boring to death in the dragon palace. It's boring to death in the ocean. I just want to come on land. What can you do to me? You." Huaining was furious. Yi Yuan watched at one side, but he was amused. Most likely, no one in the Thistle South Sea region could subdue her. "All right, go back and settle the business between you brother and sister. This is the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, it's returned to the original owner now. You take this stinking lane SS away too. The two of us are square." Yi Yuan took the Emerald Sea Divine Conch out and directly threw it to Huaining. Huaining looked at Yi Yuan and even felt surprised in his heart. He knew how wild this younger sister of his was. Furthermore, with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in possession, ordinary Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were not her match either. This guy could actually subdue his younger sister and bring her over. Looking at her appearance, his younger sister did not seem to be very resistant as well. "Insolence! You dare to address the princess as stinking lane SS? Boy, do you really not know how the character death is written?" When the Black Shark General heard Yi Yuan's term of address, he was immediately furious. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, turning right around and leaving. Behind Yi Yuan was the human army. Huaining's brows furrowed, and he flicked his sleeves grandly and said indifferently, "All right, withdraw the troops back to the capital." But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Little dragon girl suddenly formed a spell and gave a light cry, "Come." The Emerald Sea Divine Conch was summoned and directly broke free from Huaining's hands and flew toward little dragon girl. At the same time, her body was like an arrow that left the bow, fleeing like flying. Hee, big brother, the Origin Divinity contract has already been completed, no need to die anymore. Now, I escaped by myself again. Bring me to play on land, alright? In a blink, little dragon girl already arrived beside Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not very surprised. If she did not run over, that would be surprising instead. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You play by yourself. I don't have time to play with you." Little dragon girl said huffily, "Humph. Stinking big brother. Jingfei. Come back for me. If you still don't return, Royal Father will definitely kill his way to Heavenly South City." Huaining's furious voice came from behind. Little dragon girl made a funny face at him and said, "That's his business. What does it have to do with me?" Huaining was angry, and then he turned toward Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Boy, you cheated. You and Jingfei this lane SS ganged up." Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool and could not help laughing as he said, "Are you stupid? If I colluded with her, could I clear the Origin Divinity contract, this obstacle? You can't control your own sister, but you come to find trouble with me. Where's the logic here?" Huaining's old face turned red, knowing that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Origin Divinity contract was witnessed by Heavenly Dao. If Yi Yuan and Jingfei colluded, it could not hide from Heavenly Dao. The Origin Divinity contract would likewise be activated. Furthermore, with Jingfei this girl's mischievousness, it was not surprising to do such a thing. Little brother, how about you and I work together to capture this girl?" After coming to his senses, Huaining's tone softened and he said, "My royal father dotes on this girl immensely. Furthermore, you've seen this girl's temperament too. If she goes on to land, God knows how much trouble she'll cause." The moment little dragon girl heard, she secretly thought to herself that it was not good and instantly wanted to slip away. Except, it was already too late. Yi Yuan grabbed hold of her calf. "Good big brother, I beg you, don't let me go back, alright?" Little dragon girl begged. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and said coolly, "I feel that what Dragon Sun said makes sense. If you don't go back, there will probably be no peace on land for even a second. Moreover, your royal father will probably still launch a sea war for your sake. Therefore, you'd better go back obediently." "I don't want to. Amen." Yi Yuan shot a glare and little dragon girl immediately withered up. All right, I'll go back, okay? Stinking big brother, bad big brother." Little dragon girl lost her temper. She held Yi Yuan in great awe and veneration. Furthermore, that look just now was so fierce, just like when he spanked her but tarks before. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "You'd best go back obediently for me. If you dare to sneak back and get caught by me again, you know the outcome." Yi Yuan glared. She subconsciously touched her but tarks and said, "All right, I got it." Over on the seafolk's side, there were stunned people all around, including Huaining. This lawless and unbridled little girl actually feared Yi Yuan like a tiger. In the 100 years that this Lane South S was born, the entire Thistle South Sea region was turned upside down by her. Even Black Flood Dragon King could not do anything to her. Now, she was actually obeying a human youth's words. "However, you have to promise me something. Otherwise, I'll still sneak out." As if afraid that Yi Yuan would refuse, Little Dragon Girl specifically emphasized it. Yi Yuan felt a headache too and said with a nod, "Say it." Little Dragon Girl's initial ill humor turned into joy and she said, "I want you to come to Thistle South Dragon Palace to see me within a year. Otherwise, humph humph. My royal father will kill his way to Heavenly South City." Chapter 2662. How awe-inspiring. Chapter 2662. How awe-inspiring. Little Dragon Girl left. But from calm South City came Ironcore's roar. "Where's that punk? This city lord will definitely tear him to shred. Tear him to shred." The dignified Heavenly South City's deputy city lord was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy. Furthermore, it was even in front of everybody. His face could be said to be utterly lost. His hatred toward Yi Yuan already broke through the firmament. "Is the army back?" Ironcore asked his subordinate angrily. The subordinate hurriedly said, replying, "City Lord, the army is still 100 miles away from calm South City. They will be back shortly." Ironcore sneered and said, "Very good. Go with me to receive the army. I want to see how that punk will still be rampant without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. If I don't smack him into meat paste today, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." The subordinate had a bitter face as he said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, just earlier, Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master have already arrived in calm South City. Currently, they have already gone out of the city to welcome the army." Ironcore was taken aback for a moment and asked, "Which Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master?" The subordinate said, "It's naturally Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master, Master Zhao Zun, and Second Hall Master, Master Wu Jian." Ironcore had a bad feeling in his heart and said with a frown, "Why are they here?" These two were Heavenly South's Alchemy Path's 2 Titans, the strongest two people. In terms of status, they were not even beneath City Lord His Excellency. Now that the seafolk had already retreated, why would these two suddenly come? Sure enough, the subordinate also shook his head and said, "This subordinate doesn't know." Ironcore snorted coldly and said, "Who cares why they came? Could it be that they will still stop this city lord from killing a greater sublime heavenly stratum? Come." Heavenly South Pill Hall's Head Hall Master, Zhao Zun, offers greetings to fellow Daoist Yi. Heavenly South Pill Hall's Second Hall Master, Wu Jian, offers greetings to fellow Daoist Yi. In front of the army formation, Heavenly South Pill Hall's two big shots paid respects to Yi Yuan. This scene shocked everyone. Many of the warriors in the army had just arrived in calm South City and did not know how big of a stir Yi Yuan caused. Of course, many people witnessed it with their own eyes, the scene of Yi Yuan and Little Dragon Girl two people thrash. Plussing Ironcore was still being dwelt upon with great relish until now. However, these two people's ident. One ties were not what Ironcore could compare to. Although Ironcore was the deputy city lord, the city lord was an existence who was a tight fist in Heavenly South City. Ironcore was at most just a subordinate. Furthermore, the deputy city lords were not just Ironcore alone. But Zhao Zun's status was virtually on par with the city lord's status. Although Wu Jian's status was slightly inferior, it was also about the same. One could say that the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses of the land of Heavenly South had practically all received these two people's favors before. But now, they actually bowed to Yi Yuan. It was equivalent to talking to Yi Yuan as a peer. How could they not be surprised at such a scene? "I, Yi Yuan, pay respect to fellow Taoists." Yi Yuan returned a bow neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Yi Yuan was not surprised by these two people's arrival. Jiang Li was Wu Jian's disciple. He informed the Heavenly South Pill Hall about Yi Yuan's matter before this. With a true grade Heavenly Stratum Pill coming into being, how could these two dare to brush it off lightly? Hence, they hurried to calm South City personally and went out of the city to greet. Zhao Zun smiled and said, "This Zhao heard that the sea race launching a sea war this time, and it was all thanks to fellow Daoist Yi who awed the Thistle South royal clan and saved Heavenly South's countless living creature. City Lord His Excellency specially instructed this Zhao to express thanks to fellow Daoist Yi." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Head Hall Master and City Lord are too courteous. It was merely a matter of lifting a hand, don't mention it." Zhao Zun said, "Fellow Daoist Yi made great contributions and isn't haughty. You indeed have the demeanor of a grandmaster. City Lord His Excellency originally wanted to come in person, but he has distinguished guests visiting over at his place and can't spare time from his main duties to attend to this. He could only order us to do it on his behalf." Wu Jian also smiled and said, "My disciple Jiang Li has cultivated bitterly for many years and has never been able to break through. It's all thanks to fellow Daoist Yi's true grade Heavenly Pill that he finally took this step. As his master, I must say a thank you on his behalf." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Two hall masters are too courteous. This place isn't a place to talk, let's go back to the city first." Zhao Zun nodded and said with a smile, "As it ought to be." The army set off. Everyone was extremely shocked. These two great hall masters were actually so courteous to a greater sublime heavenly stratum. This was something that had never happened before. Just what background does this young man have? How could he cause such a grand lineup? Two hall masters, even if facing peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, they will speak bluntly too. Yet, now they are actually so polite to a junior. The two hall masters said that Master Jiang Li only broke through his cultivation realm after eating his heavenly pill. Being a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, what kind of heavenly pill did he refine to make a limitless sublime heavenly stratum break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven? Simply inconceivable. For a moment, Yi Yuan became incomparably mysterious in everyone's eyes. "Yi Yuan, come out for this city lord. Without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this city lord wants to see what you'll use to be arrogant." The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first. Several figures came menacingly carrying a powerful pressure, arriving in no time flat. Ironcore saw Yi Yuan right away in the army. Because Yi Yuan was in the most conspicuous position. Beside Yi Yuan, there were Zhao Zun and Wu Jian. Seeing Yi Yuan, Ironcore was extremely furious. Ignoring the two big shots, he directly slammed a palm over and was going to kill Yi Yuan. "Punk, prepare to die." Ironcore bellowed angrily. Zhao Zun and Wu Jian frowned at the same time and made a move at virtually the same time. Boom. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, 3 grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven mighty experts exchanged a blow. Ironcore was strong, but Zhao Zun and Wu Jian were peak Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the first place. Their strengths were not the slightest bit inferior to him. Two people attacking at the same time, how earth-shattering was it? Under the one move, Ironcore was directly blown away. "Ironcore, you're being insolent," Zhao Zun said angrily. Ironcore was also stunned by this unexpected scene. He was merely killing a greater sublime heavenly stratum, that was all. How did he provoke the two great hall masters to take action at the same time? In the army, many people used pitiable gazes to look at Ironcore. This deputy city lord was probably going to be embarrassed. Said again today. "This city lord has a big feud with that boy, so why did two hall masters stop me?" Ironcore endured the churning of his divine sea as he said with displeasure. Zhao Zun sneered and said, "Who, Ironcore, you really are showing your fangs. Attacking to kill someone in front of this hall master. Looks like my heavenly South Pill Hall is merely SOSO in your eyes." Ironcore's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly said, "Why does head hall master say this? This boy is merely a greater sublime heavenly stratum, but he dared to humiliate me in public. If this city lord doesn't kill him, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. If I offended two hall masters, please be magnanimous. But I must kill this boy today." Wu Jian said in a solemn voice, "City Lord Ironcore is really awe-inspiring. Fellow Daoist Yi is my Heavenly South's distinguished guest. The two of us were just about to invite him to Heavenly South Pill Hall to be a guest, but you want to kill our guess. Who, after going back, I want to ask Meng Frostwind, is this how he disciplines his subordinates? Ironcore's expression changed wildly, only to feel a chill run down his spine. Heavenly South's distinguished guest. When did this boy become Heavenly South's distinguished guest? Furthermore, the two great hall masters actually called Yi Yuan as fellow Daoist. Chapter 2663. Yes, take a look at this. Chapter 2663. Yes, take a look at this. Who, are two hall masters making a joke? How can he, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, possibly become your distinguished guest? A smile that was even uglier than crying was squeezed out on Ironcore's face. He was somewhat struck senseless. Everything was going well. So how did Yi Yuan become a distinguished guest with a sway of his body? Making a joke. Does this hall master look like I'm joking with you? Fellow Daoist Yi's alchemy strength is exceedingly formidable. If not for my cultivation realm being much higher than him, this hall master wouldn't have dared to call out fellow Daoist either. Zhao Zun said in a solemn voice. He was furious right now. He did not know what enmity there was between Ironcore and Yi Yuan, but this guy was really rotten mud that could not support a wall. He was just thinking of ways to fawn on Yi Yuan and make Yi Yuan leave behind the refining method of true-grade heavenly pills. In the end, this fool was good, shouting and wrangling about wanting to kill him the moment he saw him without saying anything. Humph. Unable to accomplish anything, but good at ruining things. Go back and find Meng Frostwind to receive punishment. Wu Jian shouted coldly. Ironcore's expression was somewhat ugly. He was, at any rate, a deputy city lord too, a top figure of the land of Heavenly South. Today, he was actually lectured in front of the army until he could not even lift his head. Unable to accomplish anything but good at ruining things? Was this used to lecture the deputy city lord? Yet, he was unable to flare up. These two in front of him, even City Lord Meng Frostwind dreaded them a little. They were not who he could afford to provoke. His expression flickered incessantly and he finally gritted his teeth and clasped his hands and said, "Two hall masters, goodbye." When he left, he even shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare, his eyes full of killing intent. Only after Ironcore left, was Zhao Zun akin to being relieved of a heavy burden as he said to Yi Yuan, "Fellow Daoist Yi, I've incurred your ridicule." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Looks like this city Lord Ironcore still wants to put me to death." Zhao Zun hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist Yi, rest assured. After this Zhao returns, I'll definitely inform Meng Frostwind about this matter and have him discipline Ironcore severely." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he did not say anything. In reality, he was also planning how to take care of Ironcore. This guy was simply unreasonable. Now, he suffered such a big loss. With his character, how could it possibly be resolved here? On the way, Zhao Zun winked at Wu Jian. Wu Jian got the meaning and found an excuse to step aside and inquired from Kui Tong about the enmity between Yi Yuan and Ironcore. After inquiring clearly, Wu Jian was even angrier. Humph. Ironcore, this fool almost ruined Heavenly South City's important matter. This matter, we can't spare him. Wu Jian said angrily. The party entered calm South City and directly invited Yi Yuan to City Lord Manor. All the upper echelons were present. Fellow Daoist Yi, you and I are both people of the alchemy path. We'll naturally make friends with alchemy. After this hall master heard the name of True Grade, I truly found it difficult to eat and sleep. I wonder if fellow Daoist Yi can enlighten me on it. Zhao Zun said with a smile. For people of the alchemy path, anyone that heard above 9th grade would probably lose composure. It was also precisely because their hearts itched unbearable that the two of them rushed to calm South City in haste. It was for the sake of seeing the elegant demeanor of True Grade. But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Head Hall Master, it is not that this Yi is Shuri's. I plussing my own belonging that's of little value, but can you let this Yi take a look at Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master's strength?" When everyone heard that, they were all stunned. Everyone was watching you perform, but you appointed the two hall masters first. Zhao Zun's brows furrowed, and he said, Fellow Daoist Yi, what does this mean? Yi Yuan smiled and said, if Head Hall Master's strength is sufficient, this Yi will naturally demonstrate to you what true grade is. But if Head Hall Master's strength is lacking, even if I demonstrate it 1,000 times, it will be to no avail too. The words were polite, but the expressions of everyone present changed. Yi Yuan's implicit meaning was that you, Head Hall Master, might not be qualified to witness my true grade. These words were arrogant enough. In the land of Heavenly South, probably even City Lord Meng Frostwind would not dare to speak to Zhao Zun this way too. It was not that Yi Yuan was posturing, but since he wanted to develop his faction in the land of Heavenly South, then he must be the master in the Heavenly South Pill Hall. He, Yi Yuan, did not need to be beneath others. On what basis? True grade. True grade Heavenly Pill was Yi Yuan's trump card. How could it be easily revealed? Previously, he overwhelmed Jiang Li like a thunderbolt. It was for the sake of getting immediate results. However, it was enough for everyone to know about it. True grade absolutely could not be easily shown to others. That was a posturing act. If it was demonstrated too much, it would become worthless. Yi Yuan knew that Zhao Zun was not an ordinary person. But, he reckoned that regardless of whether it was Zhao Zun or Wu Jian, there was probably still a very large gap away from true grade. Even if they refined grade 4 heavenly pills to the realm of 9th grade, it was impossible to refine true grade 2. If true grade was that easy to refine, it would not be true grade anymore. Hu Jian, since fellow Daoist Yi wants to gauge our strength, then let's present our incompetence. Zhao Zun was already holding some anger in these words. He could be courteous to Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he did not have pride. Moreover, he was Heavenly South Alchemy Path's #1 person. It was #1 person, but not #1 genius. Amen, as it should be, Wu Jian also said in an unfriendly tone. They endured it for that legendary true grade. They planned to show off their strength to shut Yi Yuan up. Heavenly South's #1 person and Heavenly South's #2 person, these Ti-Cles were not casually called in vain. Since fellow Daoist Yi wants to see, then we'll showcase our specialties. Zhao Zun said. No need. 2 hall masters can each refine a grade 2 heavenly pill, and it's enough. Yi Yuan said coolly. When Zhao Zun 2 people heard that, they got even angrier. Grade 2 heavenly pill, wasn't this being a joke? Making a grade 4 heavenly alchemist refine a grade 2 heavenly pill, could it measure the level of strength? This refinement would be upper 9th grade, what was there to look at? Who, then I wonder what kind of grade 2 heavenly pill fellow Daoist Yi wants to see? Zhao Zun said with a cold smile. In the main hall, the temperature seemed to have dropped more than 10 degrees out of the blue, making people shudder involuntarily. Anything. The Foundation establishment heavenly pill works too. As long as you have the confidence, it will do. Yi Yuan seemingly could not feel the change in the atmosphere and still said indifferently. Come, men, prepare the pill refinement. Zhao Zun said in a cold voice. Soon, the servants prepared all the things needed to refine the pills. Zhao Zun and Wu Jian were each refining a kind of basic heavenly pill. With a resentment that billowed to the sky, the two started refining the pill. Peak grade 4 super heavenly alchemists refining grade 2 basic heavenly pills, it was naturally a cinch. The entire refinement process naturally attracted a series of amazed acclaims. With the two of them taking action, this was completely not what those people during the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit could compare to. Even the strongest Jiang Li was like a child in front of the two. When the heavenly pills came out of the furnace, without the least bit of surprise, the two people's heavenly pills were both above 9th grade. Zhao Zun looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, I wonder if what the two of us refined can still enter fellow Daoist Yi's arcane sights. Yi Yuan did not answer. He just smiled slightly, stood up, and walked toward the medicine cauldron. Under everyone's blank gazes, Yi Yuan started refining. It was still a grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill, same as Zhao Zun. In less than an hour, the refinement was completed. Without the slightest suspense, upper 9th grade. Who, after messing around for the greater part of the day, fellow Daoist Yi is letting us look at this? Zhao Zun said with a sneer. Yes, Take a look at this. Yi Yuan put his foundation establishment heavenly pill and Zhao Zun's foundation establishment heavenly pill onto 2 cloud mount motherstones respectively. Yi Yuan's scale soared all the way to 9th grade perfection. Chapter 2664, Harder than Ascending to Heaven. Chapter 2664, Harder than Ascending to Heaven. It's full. It actually maxed out. How is this possible? There's actually someone who can achieve Cloud Mount Motherstone max score. What kind of realm can achieve this level? Including Zhao Zun and Wu Jian, everyone in the main hall was inexplicably shocked. Compared to Yi Yuan's 9th grade perfection, although Zhao Zun and Wu Jian were upper 9th grade too, they were still lacking that bit of level of skill. 2 hall masters, if you feel that you can achieve 9th grade perfection, how about trying again? Forget about grade 2 heavenly pills. If you seriously can't, the 2 of you can refine grade 1 heavenly pills too. As long as you can reach 9th grade perfection, I'll demonstrate true grade for everyone to see, Yi Yuan just said with a light smile. Zhao Zun's brows furrowed slightly and he said with a cold snort, this hall master has refined countless pills. I really don't believe that I can't cross this distance of half a step. Wu Jian also said, 9th grade perfection is it? What can it show? We can't refine true grade. Could it be that we can't even refine 9th grade perfection too? To alchemy path powerhouses like Zhao Zun, refining upper 9th grade was nothing. It was just that, they had never seriously researched how to reach 9th grade perfection before. Reaching upper 9th grade, there was actually little significance for heavenly pills to improve a step further. In terms of medicinal efficacy alone, 9th grade perfection was better than upper 9th grade, but the benefits were limited. And reaching 9th grade perfection required expending far too much effort. It was naturally somewhat not worth the gain. However, Zhao Zun 2 people were already peak grade 4 mighty experts. In their view, 9th grade perfection was nothing. Perhaps there was some difficulty in refining grade 4 heavenly pills, but for grade 2 heavenly pills, as long as they were serious, they could always achieve it. The 2 who were unconvinced made a move again. An hour later, Zhao Zun 2 people stared at the Cloud Mount Motherstone, their expressions being very ugly. This time, they were still a tiny bit short of 9th grade perfection. Again, how arrogant at heart and haughty in manner were these 2? How could they suck? UMB at 9th grade this level? It was just that, they made a move 3 times in a row, but each time, it always fell short by a tiny bit. Although their scales were upper 9th grade each time, they would fluctuate up and down. There was always that bit of level of attainment that was lacking from 9th grade perfection. The big shots in the main hall were all stunned. They also thought that with the 2 great hall masters' peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist strength, wouldn't refining 9th grade perfection be easily accomplished? Yet, they just could not cross this distance of half a step. Could it be that this 9th grade perfection is just so hard? Sun Yunjing said with a frown. By the side, Jiang Li nodded and said, more than just hard. It's simply harder than ascending to heaven. I asked Master Yi for advice before. He made me refine 9th grade perfection before. I attempted grade 1 heavenly pills no less than several hundred times and didn't succeed once. Sun Yunjing almost jumped up and said in surprise, what? This? How is this possible? Jiang Li smiled bitterly and said, there's nothing impossible. However, the upper 9th grade that I refined is still significantly worse compared to head hall master and master. However, even if they are very formidable, I reckon that even if they change to grade 1 heavenly pills, they still can't reach 9th grade perfection. The big shots present were all shocked speechless. Change to grade 1 heavenly pills. Sure enough, at this time, Zhao Zun suddenly spoke up. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. Head hall master gave up. Clearly, he felt that grade 2 heavenly pills were hopeless. But was it really as Jiang Li said? Even grade 1 heavenly pills could not reach 9th grade perfection either? Might as well. Zhao Zun directly chose the simplest grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill could be said to be the basic of the basics, being the most simple heavenly pill already. If even this can't reach 9th grade perfection, this hall master won't mention about true grade again, Zhao Zun said with a cold snort. Everyone exchanged glances. Yi Yuan just brushed it off with a smile. Ninth grade extreme could not be achieved with just a high cultivation realm. Even if you could refine grade 5 heavenly pills, grade 6 heavenly pills, you might not be able to reach ninth grade perfection when refining grade 1 heavenly pills too. To achieve ninth grade perfection, only one word was needed, that was perfection. During the refinement process, there could not be the slightest flaws. Even if there was the slightest flaw, it would result in the refinement to fail. But it was easy to talk about it, doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. This was like drawing a circle, no matter how round you drew it, looking completely flawless, it was also impossible to draw a 100% circle. It could be said that a true circle only existed in theory. And to reach ninth grade perfection was to turn this theory into reality. How great the difficulty involved could be imagined. One should not look at how the quality of Zhao Zun's heavenly pills were all extremely high. There was still quite a distance away from perfection this step. It was also precisely because of this gap that prevented him from reaching perfection. Zhao Zun and Wu Jian's refinement looked flawless and should have reached ninth grade perfection in theory. But actually, they were like drawing circles. It seemed to be round and full, a perfect circle. However, there were still flaws. This step was separated by a hair's breadth but was immensely difficult. Changing to grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, the two people's refinement went even smoother. In almost less than a quarter of an hour, a heavenly pill emerged for the furnace. The two people put it on the Cloud Mount Motherstone in haste, while the others had nervous looks on their faces, antic. 1p8ing the final result. The scale rose rapidly and reached upper ninth grade very quickly. Russ. HI plussing towards ninth grade perfection. Charge. 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 Charge for me. Even if Zhao Zun's status was venerated and he was a leviathan of a region, his face was also reddened to the ears currently, his jaws clenched tightly. Sure enough, with the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, the two people's strength was even fiercer. The scale had clearly surpassed. Said the grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Zhao Zun and Wu Jian both had excited expressions. They saw hope. There was only a tiny gap from maxing out the scale. Rush up. Charge up for me. Zhao Zun gritted his teeth and said. The other powerhouses in the main hall were also secretly cheering them on. But the results turned out contrary to their expectations. The scale stopped at the last trace. Not perfect. Zhao Zun looked at the Cloud Mount Motherstone with a look of abject as he said, How? How could this be? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Head Hall Master, I know that you have unwillingness in your heart. You can continue. Zhao Zun suddenly turned his head, staring right at Yi Yuan, his two eyes blood-red. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, again. However, no matter how hard he worked, the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill was always missing that tiny bit away from the true ninth grade perfection from start to end. This tiny gap was as far as an ant looking at heavenly Tao. No matter how you jumped, you could not touch the sky too. Finally, Zhao Zun plopped down onto the ground, his face full of puzzlement as he murmured, Why? Why is it always missing by a tiny bit? Just what's lacking? He gave up. He examined his own conscience. He had grasped every detail of the pill refinement. However, the final result was always unsatisfactory. He seriously could not figure out where the problem lied. When Jiang Li saw this scene, he could not help shaking his head as he sighed and said, I didn't expect that Head Hall Master's reaction would be exactly the same as mine. This feeling of setback is really indescribable.